Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I'll preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. So good day to you, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Let's mimic Nandekano for a moment. So good day to you. Good to see you again. Always a delight in your company. Erin koja ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. Erin ó kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. That was the song that you heard just last in Yoruba language. Erin koja ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. So erin in Yoruba language is an elephant and opa is a stick. So the metaphor is that an elephant is too big an animal to be herded with a stick. So you can, you know the way you herd a sheep or cattle with a stick, an elephant is too big an animal to be herded with a stick. Erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. Ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà? Báwo lẹ ó ṣe ṣe? Which way are you going to take it? How are you going to do it? So all loaded in metaphor. You know that the Yoruba language is spoken in nuance, and that is the richness of the depth of it. In Yoruba language, they say lowe lowe lan lulu agidigbo, lowe lowe lan lulu agidigbo. So agidigbo, let me just tell you what it means. The translation more something I can explain than what agidigbo is. Maybe Ajale Koko or Bishop will tell us what an agidigbo is. But what that means, lowe lowe lan lulu agidigbo, it means that there's a particular drum beat that is beaten in metaphor. Ọlọ́gbọ́n ló ń jó ọ̀mọ̀ràn ló ń mọ̀ túmọ̀ ẹ̀. Only the wise dance to it, and only the knowledgeable understand it. So that's all wrapped up in the culture and the language. Ọ̀nà wo erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. I mean, just pause for a moment and reflect on that. Erin ó kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. An elephant too big an animal to be herded by a stick. So there it is. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. So Greenwich, guys, not Greenwich. Or you know when the Americans come here, they call Greenwich Greenwich. You know. So Greenwich Mean Time, an hour from now. So it's 10:54 where I am. So in approximately 1 hour from now to the dot, Buhari ceases to be your president, and Tinubu immediately becomes your president. It is set in stone. Set in stone. Do you understand? Nothing will change it. You know that. Nothing will change that. And there's every probability, almost a certainty, that for the next 4 years, he is going to be in that position. So it's how you work with him and how you get the best. It's not an unreasonable man, is what a lot of people will suggest to you. So it's how you work with him and get the best out of him is really where the conversation is now. So the conversation has moved beyond the hooplas and the brouhaha. How is he going to administer the Nigerian state is the conversation going forward. So the huffing and puffing, you know, I'm even noticing now that space is losing a lot of the energy. Their principal came out today, so we found out what they had to say. We tried to live stream. We tried to live stream it when their principal came out today, but it was just a farrago of it was just a mocked up nonsense. They were dropping links, they couldn't connect. It was just a chaos. So we just abandoned it. But we'll see what the wordings are after that interaction. So the expectation now is that Peter Obi will start to douse, the heightened octane of his pace. Because of course, people have been sending me many clips. The security apparatus, they rolled out quite heavily. Do you understand? They rolled out quite heavily, and we all know what the Nigerian military are. They don't give a FUCK. They don't give. So don't put yourself in harm's way, and hopefully don't let Peter Obi put you in harm's way as well. So just let tomorrow pass at least. Let tomorrow pass at least, and then maybe on Tuesday you can pick it up and start to do your bouncing up the walls and somersaulting and whatever it is that you do wherever you do them. But just let tomorrow pass. Don't put yourself in harm's way. Because I can tell you for categorical certainty, we had Prince Adewale Adebayo here with us yesterday. A lot of you are aware, of course. A lot of you have watched it. And in the course of several things that he was making us understand, he was saying that if the agitators in the Southeast, if they know how many conversations Peter Obi has had with Tinubu post the elections, they will just go home. And he's saying, don't fight the elitist fight. He kept on harping on it. Don't fight the elitist fight, because the elites, the super elites, those are his words. So I recommend that you go and watch it back, maybe in the course of tomorrow. Tomorrow is a bank holiday here, maybe a public holiday, wherever you are. Go and watch yesterday's session with Prince Adewale. It was quite illuminating. He was saying, look, the super elites, they form one unbreakable cluster of groups. He was telling us in the course of that conversation that if he's stuck anywhere in Igbo land, he'll just pick up the phone and say, Peter, I am stuck here. Peter Obi would not send a car. Peter Obi would drive personally to where he is, pick him up, take him home, send his wife to the kitchen, and make a feast. So, and Peter Obi would do that more for him than for you, Uchenna Chiamaka from it. So don't put yourself in harm's way on behalf of these people. So all this hoopla and screeching and squealing that has now become a second skin for the last few months, maybe unburden yourself from it and just get on with life. There are more delights in life than all this flapping about like screeching banshees constituting a nuisance to time and space. So don't constitute a nuisance to time and space. And this is the warning right here. This is just a little teaser. This is what they are saying. This is a signal. This is not a tattoo in preparation. This is a signal. Heed. That I read to be a signal, so heed that signal. I just start on the way for tomorrow, and then maybe on Tuesday, maybe even leave Tuesday, maybe on Wednesday, go back to your gibbity, and whatever it is that you do, all that flapping about. So go back to the flapping, but please, just, this is my love to you. Leave tomorrow out for your sake. Leave it out. Leave it out. So leave it out. So to it then, important matters. Anxiety as Tinubu makes first appointments. So hit the ground running, essentially, because you have to understand that the state never stops and things always need doing. So as Buhari and his entourage, as they pack the dollars out of Aso Rock Villa, the next round of looters have to be immediately in situation. So Tinubu has to have his set of looters ready just as soon as the car starts with the bag full of dollars as Buhari ferries what is left of the Nigerian coffers. Tinubu needs to have his team immediately in there. So immediate appointments just to keep the shell of a government going on, and of course to that space anxiety as Tinubu makes first appointments. So why the anxiety and who are those appointments? All of that wrapped in that headline. So all of that wrapped in that headline. So from that headline to this one. So this one now invites us. Nine things to expect on May the 29th, which is tomorrow now, or even an hour's time. So 9 things to expect on May the 29th. So we find out exactly what those things are, and we see if we concur or not. But everything changes but remains the same. Everything changes but remains the same. If you think that power has transited anywhere south of the Niger, think again. Tinubu presidency, don't stand in the way of the North. CNG wants Yoruba groups. So you can continue to say that you are in government and you can make all of the noises, but please don't stay in their already established part roof to the Nigerian dollars. So don't get in the way of them looting the country, because of course they control all the guns. Whether you are Tinubu or Binutu or whatever, all the guns still in the hands of the North, and they know how to use it. Our Tinubu presidency, don't stand in the way of the North. CNG wants Yoruba group. So quite why that warning was needed, we'll find out shortly. So this one we'll find out shortly as well. Oh, it's come off. Let me just it's one of the. It's a running battle. This thing sometimes you're adjusting one space to pop it up on another. So let me pop this in here, and then let me then move it across and place it here. Yes, let me place it here. Let me place it here. So from that to this, top politicians, influential pastors, others who do not want Tinubu sworn in on May the 29th as president revealed. So and a rogue list. So you have the expectation, of course. Maybe we'll just quickly skim through this actually just to bag and tag it. Top politicians, influential pastors, others who do not want Tinubu sworn in on May the 29th as president revealed. On Monday, May the 29th, the president-elect Bola Tinubu and the vice president Kashim Shettima will be sworn into office. The presidential inauguration will take place at the Eagle Square in Abuja, and world leaders and other important dignitaries will grace the historic event in Nigeria. List of those who do not want Tinubu to take over from Buhari on May the 29th. Interestingly, some notable personalities, party chieftains, and even groups have called for the suspension of Tinubu's inauguration, maintaining that since his election victory is being contested in the court, he should not be sworn in until the conclusion of the matter. Interestingly, the federal government of Nigeria, headed by President Muhammadu Buhari, under the platform of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, insisted that Tinubu's swearing in will not be shelved. I'm not sure why the government should even insist. There's always been a court case and it has never been shelved. Ahead of the big day, which is a few hours from now, our correspondents compile the full list of top politicians, prominent pastors, and others who are not in support of Tinubu swearing in. So, top of the list, of course, Bode George. But I think Bode George is now in Abuja celebrating with them. So, you might well want to cancel that off the list because I saw him in Abuja just then. And that Ali Baba, I don't. He's just gaming the system. Really, this guy doesn't give an fuck. He's already done his beat. He's already made his noise. He's already collected what he's there to collect. He'll be back to Mauritania very soon, where he comes from. So I'm not sure that he cancel anything. Another politician who does not want Tinubu to take over from President Buhari is the vice president of the Labour Party for the February 25th election, Yusuf Datti Ali Baba. Datti is of the view that Tinubu Datti is of the view that if Tinubu is sworn in on Monday, it will spell doom for Nigeria's democracy. He said, what is about to happen on the 29th of May is outright unconstitutionality. I repeat, outright unconstitutionality to any effect and for want of time. So I don't know quite. That one is on a special diet. Cardinal John Oneayekan, whoever he is, Cardinal John Oyanekan, former Catholic Archbishop Cardinal XYZ, was part of the notable Nigerians. I wonder which probably Onitsha diocese or something. Simon Okeke, so that one somewhat predictable. Another Chief Ambrose Owuru, so that's predictable. Praise Ilomona, Pastor Paul Isaac Audu, Dr. Onongu Mosi. So so prominent or notable from the East. Yes. I think Bode George has jumped ship anyway. So that's just somewhat of a comical space there. So somewhat of a comical space, but this one somewhat of a curiosity. I'll be the oldest first lady in Nigeria. Tinubu's wife reveals her husband's real age. I don't know. They're still on it. So these elements. Which paper is this actually? Daily Post. I wonder if that's one of the Owerri press. Oluremi Tinubu, wife of the president-elect Bola Tinubu, has said she would be one of the oldest first ladies the country has ever produced. She stated this on Sunday during the presidential inauguration interdenominational church service held at the National Christian Center, Abuja. Oluremi, senator representing Lagos Central Senatorial District at the National Assembly, also insisted that her husband is 71. So I'm not quite sure how you insist that the husband is 71. You don't insist, you inform, don't you? So what is the insistence? The insistence would be to suggest that there was a contrary number in contention. But of course, we've documented Tinubu's age pretty much all of his life. So his age is no mystery. So why they are saying she's insisting, I'm not quite sure. Oluremi, senator representing the Lagos Central Senatorial District at the National Assembly, also insisted her husband is 71. She extended gratitude to God over her husband's victory during the February 25th presidential poll. I can tell you that we never believed that this could happen, but we thank God for giving us hope. Asiwaju is 71. I will be 63. I bet I will be one of the oldest first ladies Nigeria has had. We need the grace of God and everyone to do what they are expected to do. Today, God has really proved himself as he did on the night of the primaries and put his seal on it. It is time for perfection in Nigeria, she said. So there it is right there. Zima frame. The medical needs, the medical bill of Aso Rock, I wonder if the Nigerian budget can carry it. Some menopausal woman and a man on his last legs. So from that to this, Soludo, Southeast eternally grateful to Buhari for second Niger bridge. So Buhari will forever until eternity be a lord in the Southeast, just for that singular act. And in reference again back to Prince Adebayo's interaction with us yesterday, he told us that he is driven endlessly on that bridge already. And the smooth flow now of traffic there, the economic impact is something that will immediately come to the Southeast. He also described how we used to drive from Lagos to Ondo for in excess of 5 hours. Now he's doing it under 2 hours. So there it is. So that's to document then what Buhari may or may not have done for the Nigerian state. So what Buhari may or may not have done for the Nigerian state. Let me see, which other one do we have? Yes, let me give you this one as well. So this one, the last one then. So fait accompli and game over. The end. The fat lady has sung. United States delegation for Tinubu's inauguration arrives Nigeria. So there it is. So things exactly as they should be, you would say. So that's exactly the sequence of events, of course. That's not really news in itself, of course. And then the Obi space, what he had to say to his adherents. Peter Obi sends message to Nigerians ahead of Tinubu's inauguration. So the timing of that is interaction then with his adherents. The timing of that interaction with his adherents are quite suspicious. But then the content of it, of course, is what will give justification to it. So is he inviting them to sheathe their swords and act like human beings, or is he going to energize them and throw them in the way of our cold, harsh bullets? So what exactly did Peter Obi say to the adherents? So all of that to digest. There's a video clip as well that I'll be playing to you in the course of So plenty to go through. When is there never not plenty to go through? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Do this. Put your hands up like this and surrender yourself to the space. Just go with the ride. Put your hands up and surrender to the space. Go with the ride. But before you put your hands up to surrender to the space, click on the like button. Do that. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the studio, where forever canvases, and we've been seeing quite a glut of new voices joining us. So be one of those new voices then that comes to expand the conversation in this space. So be one of the new voices that's coming to expand the conversation in this space. So I've put the hyperlink to be immediate to hand. Don't leave it to the last minute when the space is crowded and you cannot then get in. If you have any intentions of coming in, then maybe now will be the moment. So click the hyperlink, and then the invitation that always ever present. I always ignore, but I insist that you ignore no more. So ignore no more. So there it is, the hyperlink that invites you to buy your host cups of coffee. So a micro little break before we get in throes of it. You know where we're going, of course, to the Kegites, but on our way to the Kegites, by popular demand, people have been clamoring that they want to hear this again. So I'll play you this again, and then I'll play you the Kegites. So watch this.
Olé your right. Olé your right. Alákàn gidi wa. Olé your right. Olé your right. Aṣíwájú gbéra o. Gbéra go get your vision. Mo ní kò kálá. Kálákà ráìtẹ́. Kálákà ráìtẹ́ lọ́wọ́ lùtà. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹni jọ. You don't work, you build leaders. You suppose to dey jaijaye. Kí ló kàn ẹ́ kan person matter. Person wey your mind on. When you land softly on Abuja floor. So far so good, Tony Bajel, APC. Yes, APC. Yes. Aṣíwájú, Bàbá Olúrẹ̀mí, Bàbá Bọ́lá Ṣadé, Bàbá Olúwaṣeyí, Ìfà gbogbo Naija. Káwọn jọ APC. Yes. APC. Yes. Aṣíwájú, Bàbá Olúrẹ̀mí, Ìfà gbogbo Naija.
There's nobody that quite does humble bragging better than a Yoruba person, especially a Yoruba lady. You can see them just a little bit of a little bit of, you know now, a little bit of that. So a little bit of that and a little bit of this.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi akẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Wáìlà ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Look at that. Alexander Gomez splashes on the screen. Ready, steady, go, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I, from the depth of my heart, wish you absolute success. From the ghetto of Eko to the highest office in the land. We indigenous of Eko are proud of you. So welcoming words for the incoming TikTok 40 minutes, a new president. So thank you, Alexander. The super chat's coming. I want the place illuminated in multicolors. RB joins Alexander Gomez. Ashiwaju is coming. Is that a promise or a threat? How are you reading that? That sounds either a promise or a threat. However it is, however you're choosing to digest it, Ashiwaju is coming. So Ashiwaju is coming, and he is coming with friends. So guys, I bring you this. Anxiety as Tinubu makes first appointments. So who are they? In line with tradition, President-elect Bola Tinubu is expected to make his first appointments after being sworn in as president tomorrow by the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Olukayode Ariwola. There are at least 3 appointments that ordinarily should be made by the new president to keep the wheel of government moving, pending other appointments that must have the seal of the National Assembly, which will follow. The 3 appointments are the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, Chief of Staff, and Presidential Spokesman. So already, I think we already permutating names in that space, so we'll invite the conversation around that space. There has been a jostle for appointments, including ministerial, under the Tinubu administration. Pardon me. There has been a jostle for appointments, including ministerial, under the Tinubu administration since the president-elect emerged after the February 25th presidential election. Names have been mentioned. Those, I don't know how this has been written, names have been mentioned as those being considered by Tinubu, including those of very close associates. That's how it's been written. Names have been mentioned as those being considered by Tinubu, including those of very close associates, but correspondence was made to understand by sources close to the president-elect at the weekend that nothing was certain on appointments under the incoming administration, including those that announced must, as a matter of tradition and necessity, be made tomorrow or Tuesday. So that's how that's been written. The president-elect, it was learned from multiple sources close to him yesterday, has kept allies and close associates, amongst others, guessing over those that will form his cabinet. Correspondence was reliably informed that Tinubu has refused to disclose the list of potential appointees at any level, be it personal aid, presidential villa officials, and ministers. This, it was understood, is a source of intense anxiety amongst those lobbying to be appointed to the next government. Meanwhile, there are insinuations that the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mr. Femi Gbadagbamila, Minister of Works and Housing, Mr. Babatunde Fashola, Governor Nasir El-Rufai of Kaduna State, and Mr. James Faleke, a federal lawmaker from Lagos, are likely to play some role in the Tinubu cabinet. So those names, those are recurring decimals. So it will be a monumental surprise if those names are not really in the permutations and then in the announcement really by tomorrow or the day after. So Femi Gbadagbamila, a lot of people have been highlighting him as a possible chief of staff, but I suspect the surprise might well be he will have now somebody like El-Rufai or something if he wants a real killer in charge of that portfolio. It has been reported that El-Rufai, alongside two other outgoing governors, Aminu Masari of Katsina State and Atiku Bagudu of Kebbi State, are in the race for the SGF office. Former Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti is also, according to reports, in the jostle for ministerial appointment. So I'm not quite sure if a ministerial appointment, it depends on really the weight and substance of the portfolio. I'm not quite sure if a ministerial appointment is not a step down for Kayode Fayemi, because of course he abandoned the ministerial appointment to go and take the Ekiti first seat. So if he felt the Ekiti first seat is a higher calling than a ministerial appointment, then is that a step down? Our former governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State is also, according to reports, in the jostle for ministerial appointment. He is said to be highly favored for the external affairs portfolio. Traditionally, top members of the ruling party who lost governorship election in their states are usually compensated with ministerial appointments, and this may also play out in the unfolding Tinubu government. Multiple sources, however, said Gbajabiamila was facing huge opposition to the possibility of emerging as chief of staff to the president. There has been no word on who will emerge as a presidential spokesperson, but there are high-profile professionals around the president-elect who fit the bill. So I can't recall that guy that was insulting the Igbos just a few, yes, Bayo Ononuga. Some of them served in Tinubu's presidential campaign. They include Bayo Ononuga and Dele Alake. Tinubu are keeping list secret, source. A source who spoke on the condition of anonymity disclosed that all the names being peddled for appointments in the Tinubu administration remain in the realms of speculation. The source said, President Tinubu, so is no longer even president-elect, but then, of course, in 30 minutes' time, he's no longer president-elect. Maybe we'll even do a countdown for that moment. We'll see. The source said, President Tinubu is likely to make his first appointment on Monday or Tuesday because he wants to hit the ground running. But all the conjectures about who is in and who is out in the cabinet and other appointments are in the realms of speculations. Everyone has continued to speculate, but from what I know, the list is with the president-elect. He is keeping it close to his chest. All those who go to him, he promises them, but he won't say anything. You know that Tinubu is also a politician, but no one knows those on the list. Even the speculation about Femi Gbajabiamila being considered as chief of staff is dicey, and nothing anyone can confirm. And as you know, Gbajabiamila is going with him all over the place. I am not sure if Gbajabiamila will get the chief of staff slot. So it will be a real stab. We've seen him in Paris, we've seen him in Mecca, we've seen him everywhere. Anywhere, it's giving him close marking. Gbajabiamila is in closer personal contact with Tinubu than Remi Tinubu or Tinubu's ADC. So the level of close marking that Gbajabiamila has given Tinubu over these last few weeks, it'll be a real blow if he doesn't get that post. You know that Tinubu is also a politician, but no one knows those on the list. Even the speculation about Femi Gbajabiamila being considered as chief of staff is dicey and not something anyone can confirm. And as you know, Gbajabiamila is going with him all over the place. I am not sure if Gbajabiamila will get the chief of staff slot. We have also heard the name of Babatunde Fashola, who is speculated as being considered as the Attorney General of the Federation, as well as James Faleke and Malam Nasir El-Rufai, who may be amongst those to be appointed. So it'd be a real curiosity if Fashola is appointed Attorney General of the Federation, because Fashola has the testicular fortitude and he has the stubbornness to go after Abubakar Malami, who has done a lot of atrocious stuff in that office. So if Fashola is appointed the Attorney General of the Federation, then you know that Tinubu is intent on attacking the Buhari administration. Although Reports from Ondo said 4 persons are in strong contention for ministerial slots. They are Chief Olushola Oke, Mr. Lucky, I won't attempt his last name, Mr. Tajuddin Adeyemi Ade Tisoye, and Prince Ademola Ade Goroye. Whereas Oke is a senior advocate of Nigeria, Ayedatiwa, a former deputy governor. Okay, it goes on and on. I think I'll abandon it at that point. Just really not to lengthen. But really, so the permutations then already in play. Gets what within the Tinubu administration. But the one thing that we know is that by tomorrow, and if the ceremony of tomorrow does not allow the window, certainly by Tuesday, we'll get a glut of appointments, which will then shape the kitchen cabinet of Tinubu's administration. But then, of course, there's still gnawing noises in the ethers. You know, when you are trying to have a peaceful rest on your lounge in the forecourts of your house, in that, those stretch bench. I don't know if we still have them in Nigeria, but those stretch bench that you can just laze around on your porch and in your bungalow, wherever in your rural area. So there you are relaxing. But that annoying fly that just keeps on whizzing around your ears. So the annoying fly that whizzes round the ears are to be swatted away. But is the annoying fly going to quieten itself? Let's find out. Peter Obi sent message to Nigerians. So he's not sending message to Nigerians, of course. He's sending message to the clutch of his followership, his adherents. Peter Obi sent message. I'm not going to read it as Nigerians, of course, because I am a Nigerian, and Peter Obi's message has no impact on me. So Peter Obi sent message to his adherents ahead of Tinubu's inauguration. So that's a better. So I've rewritten the headline essentially. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, has asked Nigerians to remain calm and law-abiding. Correspondents report that Obi's call comes barely 24 hours to the inauguration of the president-elect Bola Tinubu. According to the Labour Party flag bearer, it is only the court of law. It is only the court of law that will decide the actual winner of the poll in due course. So anyway, let's just leave them alone. Now, he also asked Nigerians to work for the progress and development of the country. Obi, who was said to have made this submission at an event in Kaduna State, pointed out that unity, peace, and security of the country is more paramount than any other interest. Are you sure? Are you sure that you being president is not above the unity and tranquility of the country? He said, we must continue to live on the path of, that's live, L-I-V-E. We must continue to live on the path of peace, religious harmony. So it's not religious harmony, no longer religious war. Ethnic harmony. So it's not now Igbo versus the rest of them. It's now ethnic harmony. Coexistence. That is the most important thing for now. Let's have a peaceful, quiet Nigeria where government will concentrate on caring for the sufferings of the people. So it was a peaceful country where government will concentrate on the sufferings of the people. So the government, of course, is going to be Tinubu's government. So, and of course, he knows that, and we all know that. So, is that a coded message then to the fanatics from wherever it is they come from? He said despite the issues with the last general elections, Nigerians need to work together in peace to confront the common challenge of insecurity, poverty, education, and other very important aspects of the nation's existence. So that's not quite the full waving of the white flag of surrender, but that's somewhat then the white flag of surrender being reached for. Also speaking at the event, the Labour Party presidential, the Lagos Party presidential candidate, that should be a vice presidential candidate, Senator Yusuf Datti Ali, appealed to the incoming government at all levels to address the high youth unemployment, poverty, and insecurity, especially in the northern region, noting that those were the very critical areas where urgent attention is needed. So, and there it is right there. And there it is right on the end, Local Cinema, the end, Neo King Cinema, the end is when the movie is over, there is just two words that flashes on the screen. The end. The end, Local Cinema. So the end, but is this it's not the end of the end, it's the end only for a new beginning. So that new beginning starts here. Tinubu presidency, don't stand in the way of North. CNG wants Yoruba groups. So there it is. So what is CNG and why this warning? And by the way, I'm not seeing the space flash up in super charts. I'd like to say that the coalition of Northern Group has cautioned Yoruba groups, the Odua People Congress (OPC) and Afenifere, against standing in the way of the North in getting what is legitimately due to them in the Tinubu presidency, insisting these groups never worked for Bola Ahmed Tinubu to become president. So just from that opening paragraph, so those are battle lines being drawn. And we know, of course, how the North fight. So they have still these clusters. Remember, they put away the insurgents for 8 years to allow their clansmen to roll through. But those insurgents, they still have them in clusters, of course, and that is the seething underbelly of threat that is always embedded in this sort of commentaries that usually comes from the North. Threats of violence. The coalition of Northern groups has cautioned Yoruba groups, the Odua People's Congress (OPC) and Afenifere, against standing in the way of the North in getting what is legitimately due to them in the Tinubu presidency, insisting that these groups never worked for Ahmed Bola Tinubu to become president. So there it is. So the battle lines, this is how the future politics is going to play out. The North are pushing at the Tinubu. In fact, it's a pincer movement, isn't it? They're not pushing at Tinubu with subterfuge, and the East putting at him with direct physical assault, with the Nnamdi Kanu, Simon Ekpa, so that's the pincer movement. In a statement in Kano at the weekend, signed by its spokesperson, Abdulaziz Suleiman, the coalition reminded these Yoruba groups that Tinubu got a bulk of its votes in the North and would never have been president without the votes from the North. Whilst Afenifere, through its leader, Ayo Adebanjo, openly, directly, and actively opposed the Tinubu contest, the OPC was completely silent throughout, he stated. He added that for any of these groups or their sympathizers to now turn around and assume the right to speak against the North from where the president-elect extracted the bulk of his winning votes is the accurate personification of crass optimism. No, not optimism, crass opportunism. So crass opportunism. And despite everything that I've just said, there's an inherent truth and fair play in what's being said by the North. Because, of course, Yoruba land essentially abandoned Tinubu. Not only did they abandon, well, we saw it in the vote that they did not, but a lot of the senior voices, they riled against him. Bode George, Pa Adebanjo, what's that other Pa from the Yoruba Nation Pa? So all the Pas, Obasanjo. So all the senior voices, a lot, not all, but a lot of the senior voices in Yoruba land riled against him. But typically, because the North, they know the Yoruba so well. But typically now, and as we've seen with Bode George, who is already in Abuja sipping champagne, typically now they will turn coat immediately and say that he is our son. So it's with trepidation that the North wait in the anticipation of that. He added that for any of these groups or their sympathizers to now turn around and assume the right to speak against the North, from where the president-elect extracted the bulk of his winning votes, is the accurate personification of crass opportunism. He maintained that data from the 2023 presidential election showed that Tinubu was able to overcome strong opposition with the help of the North, adding that Tinubu got more votes from the Northwest than from the Southwest, his own home zone. So I think in the wash, when the auditing is done, people will particularly go and find out what exactly happened in Lagos. I think what actually happened in Lagos is the changing demography of that place that we saw in play. So it's the changing demography of Lagos plus voter it's the changing demography of Lagos. So Prince Daddy, you can come join rather than text. It's the changing demography of Lagos and voter apathy. So those are the two things that played out in Lagos. So they might want to go and audit that. In raw numbers, Tinubu beat Atiku Abubakar in the Northwest with 2,600,000 and XYZ votes compared to his opponent's 2,100,000 and XYZ votes. In fact, Tinubu got 30% of his total votes from the Northwest alone. That's almost 1/3. The entire Southwest gave Tinubu 2.5 million votes. So Tinubu actually, just within that Northwest zone, scored more votes than he did in Yoruba land. Second to the Northwest, Tinubu got a miserable 1% of his total votes from the Southeast, with a total of 127,605. And I'm sure Peter Obi is even contesting that. I'm sure the unknown gunmen are going to search for that 127,000 people that voted for Tinubu in the entirety of that space and give them instant summary judgment. You know how they anyway. The entirety of the Southwest gave Tinubu 2.5 million. Second to the Northwest, Tinubu got a miserable 1% of his total votes from the Southeast. And by the way, there's mischief making in this paragraph. So they are signaling then that abandon them is what this paragraph is saying to you, because Buhari's infamous words, you cannot in all consciousness imagine that somebody that gave me 5% and all that. So it's echoes of those words embedded in this paragraph. The entire Southwest gave Tinubu 2.5 million. Second to the Northwest, Tinubu got a miserable 1% of his total votes from the Southeast, with a total number of 127,605 votes from the 5 states, and did not score 25% in any of them, he added. So, when we're talking about the permutations of politics, this is the permutations of politics now, because politics is all about numbers, and what this northern group is playing is already if these verifiable figures mean anything to OPC regional jingoist, they should by now understand that the North is only making a legitimate case for appropriate recognition of its efforts. No one expects that the incoming president will run an administration that will give to the North what it does not deserve. But no one also can deny the North the right to speak for what is legitimately due to it. It stated that no amount of threat or hooliganism will stop Northerners such as Abdul Aziz Yari. So this is where it's now landing. So they're already putting in names for positions. He stated that no amount of threats or hooliganism will stop Northerners such as Abdulaziz Yari, Abbas, Betara, Gagdi, Wase, and Jaji from exercising their right to run for positions of their choice. He cautioned the incoming government, not the incoming government, but president. He cautioned the incoming president to be wary of how he relates with proliferated regional jingoist associations like APC and Afenifere, lest they drag him into an unnecessary misunderstanding with other sections of the country by pretending to be his kit and kin. So the jostle then from north to southwest. So because they've already embedded, of course, in all that, the invitation to abandon totally the Southeast. So, but will they abandon, though, is the question. Let me give you one last readout, then hopefully, let me give you two more. Then hopefully the room is sufficiently populated, or we will see. Whoever is there, we have a conversation with. Let's go to this space. I hope this is on the screen. Soludo, Southeast eternally grateful to Buhari for second Niger bridge. So until the world comes to an end, Buhari will have an hero, Buhari will have a hero status in the Southeast just off the back of this achievement. And by the way, it wasn't just this. Go there now. I've had so many clips from the Southeast celebrating senior people there, putting out videos. I even think I've seen it in Genje Media driving on that bridge and celebrating it. So there is no equivocation, apologies Thomas, the impact this guy has had. And there are trinkets, there are complementary, supplementary side roads that are garnishes that are second Niger bridge. So they didn't just build the bridge and then land it on some water sort of a road, some dirt road. No, they carpeted all the auxiliaries around it to really craft it into a thing of beauty. So for till the end of time, eternal gratitude from the Southeast to the Mala from the north. Soludo, Southeast eternally grateful to Buhari for second Niger bridge. Anambra State Governor, Professor Chukwuma Soludo, has said the Southeast geopolitical zone will be eternally grateful to President Muhammadu Buhari for the completion of the second Niger bridge. While speaking during a live television program at the weekend, Soludo expressed gratitude to the Buhari administration for keeping to its promise of completing the bridge. The people of the Southeast have cried, we have agitated, we have complained and did all we can. Over 5 key fundamental infrastructural provisions that will change the Southeast, Soludo said. One of such infrastructure is the dredging project, which needs to be executed to enable the Southeast to have access to the Atlantic in terms of access to the sea. Number 2 was the second Niger bridge. And 3, pardon me, pardon me. Sorry, you already know I'm a barbarian. Number 2 was the second Niger bridge, and 3 is the highway from Anambra to Lokoja, abandoned by the federal government. Number 4 is the gas pipeline around the Southeast, and the last one is the rail line infrastructural project. While the other projects are yet to be executed, the governor said he believes the completion of the second Niger bridge is a step in the right direction. Those are the 5 major infrastructural projects we thought the federal government would have been able to help us kickstart, but we are eternally grateful that 1 out of the 5 have been completed. It was a promise made and a promise kept. It is a game changer, and it will decongest traffic and create a twin city between Asaba and Onitsha. So there it is. I mean, whatever you say about our Mala from the north, you cannot take this away from him. On May the 23rd, governors from the south. Okay, so yeah, I think the point has been made on that. So the point has been made on that. So let me give you now this as the final readout. Yes, let me give you now this as the final readout. So this now as the final readout. So this has the final readout. U.S. delegation for Tinubu's inauguration arrived in Nigeria. The Eagle has landed. So there it is. The Eagle lands. The United States of America delegation for the inauguration of Nigeria's President-elect Bola Tinubu has arrived in the country. Recall that President Joe Biden had announced that a U.S. delegation led by Secretary of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, Marcia L. Fudge, will attend the inauguration ceremony of Tinubu bill for May the 29th. The U.S. mission in Nigeria on Sunday announced their arrival ahead of the transition ceremony, announcing the arrival of the 9-member team at U.S. Nigeria Road. Welcome to Nigeria. We are excited to receive the delegation from POTUS Biden, led by Secretary Fudge from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, as they join us in Abuja for the inauguration of President-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So there it is. There you can see the American delegation then unmistakably. The President-elect will be sworn in as the 16th President of Nigeria on Monday at Eagle Square, Abuja. No fewer than 65 world leaders, including heads of state, are expected to attend Tinubu's inauguration. Also expected are past presidents, diplomats, heads of international organizations, and prominent Nigerians and representatives of foreign governments and agencies. So there it is. So there it is right there. So I mean, what more is there? So it's all over, isn't it? So there it is. I wonder if I should bring you this. Maybe I'll bring you this, but we will see. Charlie Boy sends message to. Anyway, let me bring them as we have them for the moment. So Bishop joins us. Ajan Lekoko joins us. Prince Daddy is here. And you cannot have a prince without a princess. So we have Princess Rosie with us as well. So Princess, let's kick it off with you if you're ready to go. So I think we're about roughly 10 minutes to the 29th of May. And from the 29th of May, of course, Nigeria gets a new president. So what's your anticipation? What are you making of it all? Princess, are you there? Princess Rosie. All right. Whoever is there can unmute, then we go with you first. Bishop, are you there?
Yeah, if you can hear me.
All right. Let's go with you then, Bishop. So let's go with you, Bishop. So let's kick it off then with the first readout. Anxiety as Tinubu makes first appointment. So what this article seeks to explain is that you cannot have a vacuum in governance, and as soon as Tinubu comes in, immediate appointments to be made. So the anticipation there, so because there are certain offices that you cannot leave unoccupied, and I think they listed 3 offices, and those are some of the most jostled offices: Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Chief of Staff, and Presidential Spokesperson. So what's your expectation then? A lot of people anticipating El Rufai for the Secretary to the Government, but oh God, what's going on?
No, yeah. Are you done with your questioning? I mean,
No. There was some crackling coming from you, but yes. So the speculation still those space. Let's hear from you.
Okay. Good evening, compatriots, wherever you may be listening. Welcome once again, and please kindly do remember to like One Man Space, share, and if you have not subscribed, kindly do so. Well, we've been on this. I believe that word anxiety is just sensationalism by whosoever the reporter is. There's no anxiety. If you have said there are expectations, yes, some people will be disappointed and they will complain and they will wail about it because everybody cannot have the same thing. You know, maybe there are 10 or 20 persons justly for the same appointments. So if you appoint one, pick 1 out of 20, of course the other 20, the other 19 will feel disappointed, and they might be disgruntled, they might be offended, and they might want to, throw some tantrums here and there. So I won't really say anxiety. Yes, there are expectations, and beyond just the appointment, we want them to hit the ground running. We are expecting some new things, like I said earlier on when we met briefly in the afternoon, I try to moderate my expectation. While I'm very hopeful, but I still moderate my expectation. So I don't want to agree with that.
Yes, hold on. You can moderate your expectations, but I think the excitement from Nigerians they are expecting something magical almost immediately. But what this article is actually inviting is that a lot of the names that were permitted into those spaces, they will be surprised. And I think the biggest surprise might be Femi Gbajabiamila, who has been hustling for that chief of staff space. But a lot of people are not actually convinced that is suited. A lot of people will actually prefer Fashola in that space.
Yeah, I mean, I will be disappointed. No, I would not be surprised, but I would be disappointed if the president-elect give that office to what's his name, Gbajabiamila, and that's my personal view. And if you remember, we had a discussion around this topic a couple of weeks ago, because everybody it was kind of a fait accompli that, is it already? And I did say that I will be disappointed, but I will defer to the president-elect because I'm sure he knows better and he can weigh the competency of this individual better. Yes, many people will be disappointed because there are just like how many posts? Maybe there are 1,000 or even 10,000 or even 100,000 permutations. So all of us cannot be right. Maybe we will right in some areas, we will not be right in some areas. But like,
sorry, what somebody was actually saying was that the post there are about 6,000 posts that has to be filled immediately. 6,000, not yet.
Well, 6,000, that's a lot. But I really want us to really trim down on we have too many ministerial parastatals and agencies. I really want us to trim down on them. If you are talking about the size of governance, that's already overbloated. So I'm looking forward that Tinubu, it's going to be a very difficult decision to take. But that's the whole essence of leadership. And leadership is not a popularity contest. So if he doesn't want to offend anybody, they might as well just end up like just one of them that just came out. But I want to believe that he will be bold enough to take decisions that are not necessarily very convenient. So yeah, he's going to be making appointments. Some of them are just to to reward loyalty because you still need them. But principally, I want him to put in the front burner the interest of the ordinary Nigerian. What is it that is going to leapfrog us to the front, to the next? Of course, it's not going to be El Dorado overnight. It's not going to be
hold on. The conversation that Collateral was actually having with Prince Adebayo yesterday, and it was inviting the Prince to highlight about 5 portfolios that he felt were crucial. So you are talking about he should appoint people into positions that will best serve the Nigerian persons. So Tinubu now he has to balance between satiating political needs, political loyalty, and then of course appointing to suit the country. So there are certain portfolios that people expect him to get the very best anywhere in the world Nigerian to slot into those portfolios. And there are other portfolios that in terms of relevance, they are not that impactful. He can use that to pad out party loyalists.
Quite honestly, I don't think I agree with the Prince yesterday, in his conversation with, I think it was Kulata, and I was saying that some very special ministry. I don't think there is any ministry that is not important. And there's not any ministry that if you have the right person there will not be impactful. Take the kind of ministry that he used as an example yesterday. He mentioned 2 ministries, the Ministry of Women Affairs and the Ministry of Trade and Investment and what have you. Those 2 ministries, as ordinary as they appear, if we have the right person there, they can move things. I mean, all this data about women thing. If we have somebody that is really not just forthright, but an egghead that can bring new innovations, new ideas on something that will change, the face of how we see the way the women role. People say when you educate a woman, you educate education. So I want to. Okay, go ahead.
No, land that point, because I want to bring you back to where the conversation is, but land that point, yeah.
Go with the praise that no ministry. So I really not want to use any ministry or ministerial appointment as a party. You can give them some other little things that, okay, if you spill the bin or they make any mess there, it will be easy to clean up. But if you want things that will make impact on people, let's put the right people for once and damn the consequences.
No. I want to really move you back to where the conversation is. So what this article is actually inviting us is that because government is a continuum and there cannot be a vacuum, there has to be the shell of a governance in place. So Tinubu, either tomorrow, but no later than Tuesday, he has to appoint people into 3 positions.
Yes.
Secretary to the government of the Federation, Chief of Staff, and the presidential spokesperson. So those are the spaces then that are in focus over the next 48 hours. So what's your speculation to those spaces? There are names being bandied about Bayo Ononuga, which a lot of people had thought it was a shoe-in for the presidential spokesperson until he started to threaten the Igbo. So maybe now his position under question. The chief of staff, people are permutating Bajabia Miller, holding Babatunde Fashola as a threat to him. But then the secretary to the government of the Federation, people are expecting it to go to the north, Ganduje or El Rufai. So those spaces, your thoughts?
Unfortunately, on the secretary to the government of the Federation, which is the only, what do you call it now, kind of appointment that is, there's not going to be vacuum. Immediately ministers step out, the permanent secretaries are in place. So there's not going to be a vacuum. Let's get that. But the space of the secretary to the government of the Federation, I heard, unfortunately, that they are trying to narrow it to compensate the North Central because of the position of the National Assembly. So if it goes to the North Central, then all these 3 persons that you mentioned, they are already out of it. The only person that is there is Faleke, and Faleke is a Yoruba man, even though he's from the North Central. So I will not expect a Faleke to be there. It has to be a North Central person in a record. Do they want to put Samuel Lalong? I don't think it's a fit for that position. So that is that. So Ganduje is out of it. I would have preferred El Rufai out of the 3 or 4 names that we have. But El Rufai is from the Northwest. So if they are looking to take it to the North Central to balance things out, that automatically knocks out Ganduje and El Rufai. Now, the position, the chief spokesperson and the, what do you call it, chief of staff to the president, these are personal staff. These are his own direct personal staff that does not require. Why it often comes first is that it does not require going to the National Assembly for any kind of approval. That's one. And secondly, because it's at least the spokesperson will be able to say things, the chief of staff will be able to meet the office staff in the presidency, because the presidency itself is a ministry that has a permanent secretary, so we'll be able to coordinate and set the ball rolling on the secretariat, the administrative job, to compile the name, the CV of the names they want to send to the National Assembly, people that want to come, the one that has scrutinizing those names, sent to the Department of State Security to do some background check, and the ones that are going to be compiling, correspondence between the National Assembly and the rest, waiting for the inauguration of the Assembly. So for me, I think those are just presidents' his prerogative. He could as well appoint anybody, even his son, as his chief of staff. But for the kind of Tinubu and his antecedent that we know, I think he will want to get the best. But it's whatever he brings will be, whatever we are doing now is just mere speculations.
Yeah, no, of course it's speculations because we don't have the decision of appointment. So a lot of people still feel that Femi Gbadabe will squeak through in that post. But the spokesperson for the government, it was almost nailed on that it was going to be Bayo Ononuga till he started making those rather somewhat ethnophobic commentaries towards the southeasterners in Lagos. I'm sure you read his tweets making threats to the Southeasterners in Lagos. And of course, you don't want an ethnic tribalist as the spokesperson of the government.
Well, like I said in our last, in one of our conversations, I don't regard his, it was a clear message he sent out. Maybe it was in bad taste. Some people have said worse things, far worse things about the Yorubas from the South. So, but the way we have hammered on that, so let's just leave it at that. He made his opinion known, and the media, because of the hatred, the kind of hatred they have. I don't want him to be the chief spokesperson. Maybe he's a little bit too old. I think Onanuga should be approaching 70s or thereabout. So if they can get a younger person in the 60s like Dele Alake, that would be a little bit more, So Onanuga can have one of the parastatal or agency to go and manage and do whatever they do administratively there. But I really would not. I would prefer he's not the or the senior special assistant to the president of media or public whatever. I would prefer he is not. But like we always say, we'll defer to the choice of the president-elect. He's the one that's going to work with them. He knows them. He's known some of them probably for 30 years. So it is
all right. Let me take you to the, and by the way, we take it as a given that it's Tinubu's call also. You don't have to say it's, so let's, because we're just speculating. But let me take you to this space. Bishop. So they are speculated then. We have also heard the names of Babatute Fashola being speculated as being considered as the Attorney General of the Federation. So can you see that? And would you like to see that? Fashola as the Attorney General? Because I feel that you need a real big beast, a real silverback gorilla to straddle that portfolio, especially after all of the shenanigans of Abubakar Malami. Can you see that? Babatunde Fashola, Attorney General of the Federation.
Yeah, like we had the conversation sometimes ago, a couple of weeks ago. I really would love to see Babatunde Fashola and El-Rufai in this administration playing key roles because they have distinguished themselves in whatever. I mean, El-Rufai, we have never had a better Minister of the Federal Republic than El-Rufai, and the record is living in Kaduna would be a Herculean task to break. Same thing. We have never had a Minister of Works like Babatunde Fashola, and his landmarks, his footprints are still there in Lagos. But we have to admit that these two individuals have repeatedly said that, look, they've had their fair share of in the governance, that they want to go to the background. They've mentored a lot of young persons, that they can recommend young persons that will do equally a good or even a better job than themselves. At least I have heard Fashola say so. That he's been in government continuously.
Do you believe any of that?
I believe so. I believe so. I mean, why
that's
not?
That's just boju now. That's just boju now.
Well, I think we should just give people benefit of the doubt based on what they say, except they have done contrary to that before. Otherwise, we will just be subscribing ourselves to conspiracy theories. El-Rufai has said it in more than 3-4 interviews that he wants to go and pursue his PhD, blah, 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 blah. And I take him for his words. Fashola have said the same thing in more than 2-3 interviews. He's not going for PhD, but he said he joined government when he was at what age? And he's been in government continuously for about 21 years. Now he wants to go and do some other things. I mean, he's a human being, and I take it that he meant what he said.
No, don't worry about all that. You know, power. You know, those are just political talks. Power is an intoxicating elixir. Have you seen these people when they roll with all of the accoutrements of the instrumentality of state? And they're like a god in water. Don't worry about that. Fashola is only in his early 60s. He's hustling for a position.
Why do we celebrate Mandela? We celebrate other people. We accuse our own people of saying they want to sit tight. I remember the kind of conversation that went on when there was speculation that Buhari was planning a third term, and some very supposedly senior educated.
Have you lost your Bishop? Bishop?
Let other people come and try. Us give benefit of the doubt. I'm with you. Are you hearing me?
No, we can hear you now. We can give them the benefit of the doubt all we like, but what is going to happen is Fashola and El Rufai, as we are speaking now, they are lobbying hard for positions. And then when they are announced into their portfolio, they will come in front of the cameras and tell us that the president persuaded me. It's just going to be but as sure as night follows day, the incoming administration will include El Rufai in a senior position, Fashola in a senior position. So that's categorical. So all of this Jim Jam that is just political talk. Don't worry about all that.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just dealing with facts now. Now, it was at the public forum that the president-elect then, when El Rufai had made it clear, he made him to commit that he was going to, like I say, I am taking them by their words. If it turns out to be, if they convince them, I want them. That's the fact. I really want El Rufai. I believe El Rufai still has so much he can contribute. We need a kind of reform. We need a kind of tenacity that and Akwede that what's his name, Fashola possesses. But if
no. So leave that space, but go to the space instead that if they were to get portfolios, which portfolio? So we're already speculating Fashola for the Attorney General. Which portfolio do you think best fits El Rufai?
Well, you remember, I still stick with my speculation or postulation we had that time we had this conversation, that I said I would want to see an El Rufai as the secretary to the government of the federation. We need a total overhauling and reform in the civil service, and we need somebody that will implement to the letter or Osayi report. That's one. And I would want to see a Fashola in the presidency as the chief of staff or as the Attorney General of the Federation. But I'm hoping that Tinubu will be able to do something to separate the office of the Attorney General of the Federation and the Minister of Justice. These have gone together.
I agree with you. Carry on.
So we can have them. Those are my desires. If I can see an El Rufai as the secretary to the government and with one task of reforming the civil service and implementing the Oronsaye report, honestly speaking, I would do a personal Thanksgiving. And if I can see a Fashola in the presidency as the chief of staff, he would have reduced the burden of the president himself by half. I can assure you of that. I mean, the man is so that is my desire if it can come to pass. But like we said, we're just merely speculating. So if he makes those two appointments, I will really celebrate, because I will believe strongly that he's starting on the very right footing. But you know, criticism will still come. Criticism over, whether real or imagined, a lot of things. But I really want to say that, and I'll be glad if that is one wish that is granted.
All right, brilliant. And Peter Obi sends message to his adherents ahead of Tinubu's inauguration. Hopefully he has enough control of that space to steady them down. His words, he says, we must continue to live on the path of peace, religious harmony, ethnic harmony, coexistence. That is the most important thing for now. Let's have a peaceful, quiet Nigeria where government will concentrate on caring for the suffering of the people. So those are his words. And Date Ali, he said, Ali Date, a senator, appealed to the incoming government at all levels to address the high youth unemployment, etc. So I think these are needed words from Peter Obi to his followership, because I think they were waiting for signals from him to see how they will point that energy that seems to be busting through them. So, these perfect timed words, or should they have spoken more? Pete, Toby.
Quite honestly, what he said was very vague today. I was able to listen to snippets. They had a lot of technical issues. I listened to some of them, and towards the end, Aisha, that was kind of moderating, almost technically threw everything Peter Obi said into the dustbin, because she said that, look, you don't need Peter Obi to tell you to go and protest. If you want to go and protest, go out and protest. You don't need anybody to come and lead you. So Peter Obi will not tell you either to go and protest or to not go and protest. So because like pretty much what Peter Obi said was just trying to absorb himself, not trying to rein back his followers. I stand to be corrected. I had we were trying to listen to it together, but even eventually I still managed to get some snap. Their connection was horrible. I was just laughing that okay, Peter Obi was talking about the hitches that they were having. Oh, you can have hitches on just having what do you call it, a space, but INEC cannot have hitches in uploading that had some delay of a few hours. Anyhow, having said that, so for me there was really nothing to celebrate about what Peter Obi said, because he did not in concrete terms rein in his supporters. If he had listened to some of the things they were saying on some of their spaces, their utterances, some of the things they post, he should have been able to come out very frontally and say, look, he had some threat of violence by some people about going to storm the venue, about doing some things to stop. That would not be tolerated, and he's not counting himself to be part of that kind of a strong word, but he did not say anything like that. And we are in court, we are going to fight in court, and Aisha came in up immediately to say, look, if you want to protest, you don't need a Peter Obi to tell you to protest. You can protest on your own, you can do this. He will not tell anybody to protest or not to protest. So for me, there's nothing, there's no substance in everything that he said. That's to me. I really hope and believe that nobody will be foolish enough to take to the streets tomorrow, especially in Abuja. They can do it in their state capitals, but people that are going to Abuja really will be shaming ourselves before international dignitaries. But I'm sure the security operatives are up to the task. So
they're not going to allow it to happen. I wish Peter Obi had spoken a couple of days earlier. And like you said, a bit more expansive in what he has to say, to tell them frontally that, look, just skip that day, and then you can do whatever after that day. Because I don't think the tolerance is there for... we saw the American delegation arriving. All the African leaders are there. People are sending from all over the world to witness. There's no room for some rascally noisemaker... there's no room for that. Don't put yourself in harm's way.
Yeah, it's already been conducted since Friday. There have been 65 head of state and dignitaries, foreign dignitaries. So I don't think it's something anybody wants to toy with. So I don't think it's going to happen. But it should be in the interest of common sense that, look, everybody should just try. Yeah, we can express our disaffection after, but there is nothing that's going to stop this inauguration. There's nothing. As much as they tried, it's going to come to pass. It's just a matter of how many minutes more now, how many hours more it will be done, and we'll be talking of the new president of the Federal Republic.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Bishop. There's still a few more topics I want to go through with you, but let me take it through then all the voices that are here just to document people, and they're not waiting for too long. Let's go on to Zita, who's with us. See if she's ready before we lose her to sleep. So Zita, are you ready? All right, let's go to Princess Rosie. Can anyone hear me? Hello? Have I dropped?
You are not dropped. You are not dropped. What am I saying?
All right. I think we have Princess Rosie now. So Princess, are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm ready. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Good to have you. You see, you're now delighting us. I think it's the prince that brought you back.
Hello,
when
you
had
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Can you hear? All right, brilliant.
Yes,
So let me take you straight to it then. Tinubu presidency don't stand in the way of the North. This is a coalition of northern groups cautioning the Yoruba space. And what they are inviting is that in the cut and thrust of the politics of it, they stood by Tinubu, but the Yoruba space abandoned him. Not only did they abandon him, the Afenifere, they were frontally against him. The Odudua, People's Congress, they were deafening by their silence. So what the North are saying to us now is that Don't now, after this guy now, we fought and won him an election, now come and say that it's your boy and you want to run us out of town. And they brought figures to just emphasize. In the Northwest, 2.6 million votes. In the Southwest, 2.5 million votes. So even the votes they delivered to Tinubu was far greater than his own people. So what are you making of this caution from the North that don't stand in the way of our interest, or will have you? Princess.
Yeah, the thing is that hopefully the North will stand with. Yes, hello. Yes, good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone in the platform. Good evening, a woman. You see, I hope these Northerners would stand with Tinubu to the end, because Tinubu really invested in them. There were several times like there was like a fire disaster in Kano. Tinubu went there and spent over 200 million. Anytime there is a problem in the north, he's running down there going to take care of them. He's invested much in the north than even in the south. So definitely they have to stand by him. But
we're losing you, Princess.
Point is, are they going to stand by him till the end? Because during Buhari's time, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, no, we can hear you now. It was breaking in. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello.
Yeah, can you not hear me?
Okay. Like what I was saying before, I can hear you.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. Hello.
No, we can hear you, Princess. So
okay,
if you
like I said earlier,
yeah.
Tinubu invested a lot in spending money.
No, we've lost you again.
Hello? No, I can hear you. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you are deep. There's a delay in your audio, and then it's dipping quite heavily.
Okay.
But carry on. Let's see what. Yeah.
Maybe she can go back. You can go out and come back in. Maybe that will correct the system.
Okay, no problem.
All right. As we wait for you to come back, let Ajanle Koko pick it up if he's ready. So Ajanle Koko. So now this caution from the North that they don't want any ofege behavior from the Yoruba people who they know have that capacity within them, that funky behavior. And it was only really when they said that the OPC was silent throughout the electioneering that it then made me realize we didn't even hear anything from OPC at all, who are still somewhat one leg Sunday Igboho, one leg out. So what are you then making then of this caution from the North that don't stand in the way of our business?
Thank you, woman. Is Rosie back? If she's back, I can give
No, she's back. Let's see.
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
All right. All right. So back to where you were, Rosie.
Okay, like I said earlier, Tinubu really invested in the North. He spent millions of naira. Every time, I remember once there was like a fire incident in Kano. He was right there. He spent a lot of money. And anytime there is any issue there in the North, he was always there for them. I think Tinubu invested more in the North than even in the South. So definitely, the Northerners will definitely be for him because he invested much in them. But my fear is hopefully they would stay with him till the end of his tenure. Because during Buhari's time, with everything that was going on with in the country, there was no uprising from the North. It was peaceful. They kept quiet with the suffering and everything. They were not criticizing. They were not complaining. It was very few that complained. So now that it's now somebody from the South, hopefully they are going to be faithful. They will be loyal to him to the end. That's my take in that area.
They are going to test him because that's what we found with the North, that they always test a southern presidency. So you are going to see skirmishes again of that sort of insurgent sort of behavior to test his will.
Definitely.
And also the Southeast, they will test his. I'm expecting that the Southeast will be the first to test his will.
So that's what I'm saying. Because for one, I mean, he invested a lot in the north. But the issue with the northerners is that even if the presidency is from their place, no matter how bad it is, they don't complain. They keep quiet. They continue to endure it. But if it's a southerner, of course, definitely there'll be all sorts of insurgency and all sorts of protests. But hopefully they would stay with him, they would remain loyal and remember all the investments he had in the north and stay loyal to him to the end.
All right, brilliant. Let me
Uh,
take you to the
one man.
yeah, yeah.
Can I quickly answer the woman? See,
Oh, my name
No,
is my name
Princess
is
no, no,
Rosie.
woman.
just a quick
Oh,
answer.
no,
It's not
hold
the
on.
woman.
Her name is Princess Rosie.
Okay, Princess Rosie, sorry.
Yeah,
Can I quickly just respond to you
Yeah, I'm
yeah.
listening.
Carry on.
concerning the North? The reason why the Northerners, most of their population are quiet is that they understand the system. They know the role of the local government, the role of the state government, and the role of the federal government. So when they like in their vicinity, maybe their areas, when they need anything, they know who to meet. You understand? They know who to direct their grievances to. That's why when you go to the north, you see most of they have some of the best road in Nigeria because their local government they do work over there. Their governors they do like they try more than us. Most we in the southern
To
Nigeria we
me,
always try to hype our state, but some of us
to
have
me,
not traveled down to the north to see how
yeah,
things are there.
I don't think that's really the case because I did my youth service in the north. That was in Yola. And I know they are kind of integrated into the local communities. But the thing with the north is that because of the religion, I think they are the religion kind of subdues them. He
No,
doesn't make them.
they are conservative,
That's
conservative.
what
They
I'm
are
saying. The
conservative.
religion, at least I think the Islamic religion kind of subdues them. It makes them, not to protest anyhow. It doesn't mean that all their needs is being met by the government. But I think with the religion, it kind of suppresses them and subdues them. Whereas in the South, notwithstanding the religion, is the same Islam. It doesn't suppress the South. They are any insurgent, any issue, they are up, they are protesting, they are complaining. But I think the Northerners, they are more long suffering, more tolerant, and because of the religion, also that kind of suppresses them. I mean, kind of makes them more conservative. If that's the right word to use.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to the space then. Peter Obi sends message to Nigerians ahead of Tinubu's inauguration. What our bishop was saying was that he listened and I tried to listen, but it was I abandoned it. That Peter Obi's his message was somewhat watery, and it wasn't really because it was open to interpretation. And she was even saying that one of the people moderating the space that Peter Obi was speaking, that she was actually trying to pivot his words into a call to anarchy. What are you making of Peter Obi's speech, which a lot of people felt lacked substance? And what are you also making of the timing of that speech just the day before the inauguration of Tinubu? Should they have spoken at all? And if he did speak, should they have been a bit more emphatic and demonstrated a bit more leadership?
I think to me, Peter Obi is just playing games with the obedience. He's just playing games. He just want no. He's not. If he really doesn't want them to make any trouble, he's supposed to be more emphatic. Come out with a strong message to them. But this one is just kind of, kind of. There is no power to what he's saying. So to me, it's just playing games with these people. And at the end of the day, with the way things are going, if Tinubu offers Peter Obi a position, I'm sure he's going to take it and move on. That's the way I'm seeing it. Because already he's dancing to their tune. The other time when Dangote opened the refinery, he was there. Why did he not say he was not going to go there? So I think he's going behind the scene, trying to take care of himself. At the end of the day, if they settle him very well, he's going to move on. That's my take. So all this
But
going to court and everything.
do you find what he's doing quite dangerous? Because it's almost as though he's playing dice with the lives of these people. I was
That's what I'm
listening to one of their yes, I was listening to one of their spaces. There was some just a stream of them are saying, "This is my first time in politics. This is my first time in politics." So you can see how simple the mind is of those people, and he's not taking full responsibility for that.
that's what I'm saying. Peter Obi is a seasoned politician. And there is a way he could talk to the obedience to really pass the message to them. But this way, the way he's coming across to them is like, and he's not stopping them from protesting. He's just like, I don't know how to say it, but he's not very emphatic with the message he's passing across to them. So I'm sure some people will still going to go out to protest tomorrow. But if you really didn't want them to do anything, he would come out with a strong message. But it's just kind of dicey. It's not. I mean, to me, I think he's just being very manipulative, and he's just taking advantage of some of these his followers that are naive in politics. That's my take.
All right, Governor Soludo's love letter to Buhari on his way out. So Southeast eternally grateful to Buhari for second Niger bridge. As you know, Charles Soludo, a man of figure, so he doesn't really lead with emotions. He leads with substance, and he has identified that there are 5 marquee projects that needs to transform the Southeast. And at the heart of it all, this second Niger bridge now that Buhari has started and completed in the course of his administration. So he's now telling us that our history, as far as the Southeast is concerned, will judge Buhari favorably. So as much as this guy is loathed in the Southeast, do you know when they were commissioning this bridge, the whole of the Southeastern governors, they gathered, and in unanimity, they said to name the bridge Muhammadu Buhari Bridge. So what are you making of this love letter to Buhari on his way out by Soludo against the backdrop of the Jubrila Sudani narrative for the last 8 years?
To me, I think this Soludo guy is just playing games. Like, I mean, if you can remember what the prince said yesterday, that when he was when he wrote when he was talking against Obi, like trying to advise him. You know what the prince said yesterday, that if you want to advise your friend or you want to advise a person, you need to call the person to a private area and advise the person. You don't need to go out in the public. Like, this is like public show to start advising the person. Or you want to show your love to somebody, you don't need to go on top of the roof and be blowing your trumpet. You can do this privately. So to me, I think he's just playing games. He's just trying to, suit Buhari and trying to calm everything down so that at least he's going to have a good rapport with Tinubu that's coming, because Buhari is APC, Tinubu is APC. So if he's praising Buhari's government, of course, at the same time, he's also praising the incoming government. They are in the same party. So I think all these people, they are just playing games, just trying to, do what they can to get the best from the government. That's the way I see it.
Do you see that because a lot of people actually, when they hear any public utterance from Soludo, they actually feel that his messaging to both the Obi space and the Southeast, and there seems to be some sort of covert battle for the heart and mind and the political future of the Southeast, with Soludo championing an alliance sort of narrative as the pathway for the Southeast to relevance, and Obi straddling that ethnic narrative that he has been writing for these last few months. So, do you see embedded in this headline that narrative, and what do you make of that wider tussle between Soludo and Peter Obi for the heart and mind of the Southeast? What do you think the best recommendation would be for the Southeast in terms of how the politics for the future? Is it under Soludo's template, or is it the Nzobo politics of Peter Obi?
I think with Soludo, I think he's trying to establish himself into the hearts of the people. He's trying to gain the trust of the people so that maybe later on in future he could, go in and contest for the presidency when it's time for the Southeast. So I think there's like a power tussle between Soludo and Obi. Obi wants to continue to remain, established. I'm the one that can represent the Southeast. And I think Soludo also is trying to, get his way into the hearts of the Southeast just to establish himself, gain their trust, and then at the end of it, use them to move on the ladder to become maybe when it's time for the Southeast to become the president. So the both of them know what they are playing at.
Who do you think will outlive the other in terms of Southeastern politics? Who do you think has longevity in politics? Do you think Peter Obi's narrative will last the course of time, or is it Charles Soludo that will ultimately win through?
I feel Soludo would definitely will move on. He has like more future in politics than Obi. For me, Peter Obi it was like a wave that came on, so powerful. Eventually, is gonna swizzle down. But with Soludo, it's like gaining momentum gradually, gaining momentum. So I think as Soludo will be rising, Peter Obi will be, seasoning out. That's the way I feel.
All right, brilliant. And to this space, United States delegation for Tinubu's inauguration arrives Nigeria. So when the Americans arrive, that's usually when the nonsense stops. So I think now this charts the path for the future. Not that there was anything that was ever going to deviate it, but the Americans have arrived tomorrow, today, a seminal moment in time for the Nigerian state, the inauguration is going to be watertight security, and the Americans are there to celebrate. So I see you've sent your citizens to come and witness what's going on in Nigeria. Rosie.
Yeah, that's a great thing. That's America is showing their support, and they want to make sure they have a good rapport with Tinubu because there's a lot of business. They're going to have some, their interest. So America is always after their interest. They have a lot of interest in Nigeria, so definitely they want to be at rapport with the government so they can, secure their interest too. That's why I'm saying it. So officially, they are backing Tinubu and coming out to show that they are for him. So, and then they know they have a lot to gain if they play their role properly. Because right now, there is so much competition. China is out there waiting to have a good relationship with us. Russia is out there, waiting to have a good relationship with us. So America know if they don't come up quickly, their space might be taken. So I think they are all just going out there to protect their interests too.
All right, brilliant. So, Princess, I want to play you this clip and then invite your response to it. So this now, anyway, let me play it. Let me not preempt it. Let me, what is it? Yeah, let me play it. Here it is. Listen to this.
This government is on its way going out. I'm just writing an article now. I will put it out today. I titled it, Our Leaders, the Ephemerality of Power. Go to James, 2 James. He said power is like a bubble. You pinch it and it goes. It vanishes. Ecclesiastics, nothing lasts forever. Even life itself. Shakespeare, life is but a walking shadow. A poor player that frets and struts his hour upon the stage and is heard no more. It was a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Now, a government that is going, you have been there for 8 years. Listen to this. 2 weeks ago, the president went to the Senate, to the National Assembly, and said, I want to borrow $800 million. Who has calculator there? 800 million times 760. Can somebody do that? 800 million. 800. They put 60 times 760. That is what the Buhari administration told the Senate 2 weeks ago, they want, oh, Senate said, Mr. Yes, Senate, Mr. Yes, sir, Senate said, oh, approved. To do what with that money? In the twilight of your going, they have just approved over 400 billion. They say payment of judgment debts. Who are the judgment creditors? Have you not seen the judgment creditors in the last 8 years? These are parting gifts for the boys. Nobody is deceived. If everybody is, I am not. Then the same president went to the Senate 3 weeks ago and said, we want to borrow. Yeah, thank you. Do you know how much that is? $800 million is 608 billion naira. 608 billion naira. With that amount, every state of the 36 states in Nigeria can have a first-class hospital fully equipped that will never allow any Nigerian to leave the shores for treatment abroad. Do you hear me? Are you hearing me? The same federal government 3 weeks ago went to the Senate and said, give us 22.7 trillion naira as ways and means loans, ways and means. 22.7 trillion naira. I thought another government is supposed to come in on the 29th of May. Is today not 26? Abi? Is it not on Monday? So, having borrowed money for our generations yet unborn, having sold our yesterday, having mortgaged our today, why are you against selling our tomorrow? Why are you borrowing? What do you mean by ways and means? 22.7 trillion naira. Wait for it. It's not yet ended. It's not yet ended. On again, few weeks ago, the federal government again got approval from the National Assembly to borrow 819.54 billion naira. They call it domestic loan to fix infrastructure. Domestic loan to fix infrastructure. Which infrastructure? When are you going to fix it? I thought you are going in the next few days. But if we had a strong National Assembly, particularly the red chambers, the Senate, in our bicameral legislature, they will say, no, sir, Mr. President, wait for let the next government come and take a decision as to how they want to govern this country. But that is not what we are seeing. So,
it is Rosie for an administration that to come and fight. Sorry, do you mind? Are you Rosie?
Woman.
Are you Rosie?
No, I'm not Rosie. I'm USC super fan.
Yeah. So let Rosie address that. So Rosie, for an administration that purports to want to have come to fight corruption, people speculate that the level of looting under this those are parting gifts for the boys, by the way, billions of dollars, all approved within the last few days of the administration. What do you make of that?
Yeah, but to me, this guy that is speaking, is he a pastor? Is he a politician? What role exactly? Who exactly is he?
He's a lawyer, top lawyer.
So what people? Which people is he addressing? Is he addressing the church, or because at first he started like a religious person and then start speaking is he? Which group?
No, that's Michael Zokome. Is one of the leading barristers for that Obi camp.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying. I don't know.
Yeah.
So to me, what he's saying, I know he's saying the truth, but what is he going to do? Getting everyone riled up. This thing has been done. Is gone. Are they going to go back and arrest Buhari to come back and cough out all this money? I mean, the milk has been spilled already. So what is going to be done? Is Tinubu going to go after him, or is Tinubu there just to cover up his sins? So to me, this has been done. So what? I mean, I really don't know what would happen after Buhari leaves.
Woman, can I quickly chip in something for Princess Rosie?
Can I
So
interject? Just
Y-
woke up.
Yeah.
Woman,
Come in, Bishop. Then Zita after that. Yeah.
I
okay,
just,
thank you.
I just want to put in a sentence for Madam Rosie. For Princess Rosie. Sorry about that. You just said something now that everything he said is true. No, everything he said is BS. Everything he said there is premised on falsehood. It's just crying, what do they call it? Crying wolf. Everything he said there is not fact backed.
But are there some facts in what he said? Are there some facts, or is
The one
100% fallacy?
that is misplaced facts. For
No,
example, I can quickly out two for you, if you don't mind. I just don't want to take more than 1 minute. You said it's true. I just want to correct you. They are not fact backed.
okay, but actually, what about the 800 million that $1 million that Buhari said he needed for alleviate? Is that one false, or it's truth?
Government is a continuum. Buhari is not going to spend that money. That money will not
No,
even
but
be ready.
I'm asking, did Buhari ask the Senate to approve the $800 million or not?
Of course, yes.
Okay, so that means there's some truth in it, right? It's not
But
100% truth, but there's still some truth, right?
there is a perspective to it. Now, that 800 million was promised by the World Bank to ameliorate, to what do we call it now? To cushion the effect of the withdrawal of the subsidy. The subsidy will be withdrawn by the end of June. Now, they will not wait until the end of June before they apply for that money.
Okay,
if they apply for
why can't Buhari wait for Tinubu to do that? Why can't he not just go peacefully? Why does he have to start fighting at the last minute? Can't Tinubu be able to do that?
Because
they were also awarding contracts about 2 days ago.
Let me finish this one.
Let
me answer you.
Mr. Big Shot, I'm sorry to say, I don't know. You support this Buhari regime so much that I really don't know what your take is in it. Okay, go ahead.
Because you said, why didn't he wait? Because one, if Tinubu comes in today, probably before they settle down, it will be the end of the month. And it is not the day they apply for this loan that it goes through the process and is ready. Even if they approve it today, it takes probably 6-8 weeks before it materializes. So it is in.
So if they don't work on it on time, they're going to lose it?
That is not going to meet up for what they want to use it for. That's the fact.
Okay, so as soon as Tinubu steps is on the 29th, on the 30th, he's going to take off all the oil subsidy?
No, it's not. I said 30th, the end of June. It's not end of
Hold on, Bishop. You know that's not the totality of it, actually, Rosie. You see, once the Senate approves this money, which they have done, what they are going to do is they are going to issue promissory notes against it, and then they will cash it out before Tinubu comes in, which is what they are doing, and they are doing it for about $3 to $5 billion. We heard the man.
So that means they're not even going to use it for what they are supposed to use it for, right?
No, of course not.
Can I interject?
So why is Bishop just trying to support them?
It's parting gift for the boys. Parting gift for the boys. As if they've not stolen enough over the last 8 years.
Man,
all right. Let Zita come in. Come in, Zita.
You did not let me finish now. You cut me off suddenly. That's right.
All right. Finish. Finish, Bishop, and then come in, Zita.
The one that you were saying that they want to issue bond for is a different thing entirely. It's not this loan that is coming from the World Bank for the cushioning of the effect. When we model things up, we don't get the fact of the matter out. What I was explaining to Princess Rosie is that they have applied. That money is never going to be ready until the next few months, at the very best, weeks or few months, which is end of June. If they are very lucky, they will start disbursing it. So it's not like the money is coming now that Buhari submitted this application, this request to the National Assembly on the 2nd of May. It takes some time for the thing to process. I'm not saying that they did not steal, but when we get this, let's put it in proper perspective. This loan that is being requested is a continuation of something, and it cannot be ready. And look at the way Jose Come put the 23 billion.
No, hold on. Once that loan has been approved by the Senate, they can issue a debt against it.
One man, that's speculatory.
Yes. No. What do you mean it's speculatory? Of course, they can issue a debt against it.
A debt against what?
Against the loan. Yeah. Come in, Victor.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You see, when things like
Madam
this...
Zita, are you all right? Your voice is not full of life. What's going on?
I'm just feeling sleepy. I'm listening with one ear, and then the other one, I'm just dozing. Anyway.
Okay.
Welcome to the platform, everyone. I mean, when issues like this are being discussed and people like Mike goes to take a press conference on it, I don't really see it as the way others are seeing it. I see it as a situation whereby some group of people are trying to agitate Nigeria. That is Nigerians. That is one. Secondly, every government all over the world, they do this. Some do it in good faith, some do it in bad faith. But one thing is sure, any money, I repeat, any money that is being assigned or approved, Tinubu's administration still have the right to question, recover, and indict any of the misappropriation. So I don't really see the reason for all this noise and agitation and Buhari is stealing money and people are disbursing funds and misappropriating funds at the 11th hour. I don't really think it's called for because a new government is coming. When Tinubu came, when Buhari came, he recovered as much as he could. He was one of the presidents that made us to know that funds are missing. Before him, we never knew, in as much as people say his corruption was unspeakable, but the important thing is that he was transparent enough for you to know the level of corruption going on. The past administration did not. You never knew. Nobody knew what was going on. The country was having a lot of funds from petroleum. Jonathan was embezzling it. We never knew. But in Buhari's administration, you saw snakes swallow money. You saw people carrying 1 billion. You read it in papers. What does that simply mean? But Nigerians will never understand because they're filled with hate and love. They think with their emotions. When a government is running and everybody that touches money or misappropriate funds is being brought to the open, it means he's fighting corruption. That's why the citizens are able to see it. The second thing is, how hard is he fighting? That's the next question you are supposed to ask. But
Madam
coming
Zita,
for
please,
somebody, let me
question,
finish
Madam
before
Zita.
I lose my thought, please.
Okay.
For somebody of that level to come and be reading out funds like 1 billion, 1 trillion, 1 trillion, it's ridiculous to somebody like me. I'm not in government, but I know a little bit about how government function. Whatever fund they take, if Tinubu wants to recover it, he's in power. He will go after them. He will get it back, either by hook or by crook. It's as simple as ABC. So it's nothing to be discussed about in the first place. Thank you.
Madam Zita, please, can I ask you a question? So does it mean that in Buhari's government there was no misappropriation of funds, there was no embezzlement?
I repeat myself again. I speak a map. I said, before Buhari's administration, we never knew what was happening in our government. There is nothing put in place. to show us who is taking what and why the person is taking it. Is he overspending? Is he overemploying? We never knew. We were just Nigerians moving about, and funds were moving around. Nothing was done, but we are happy with it. You know why? Because we are running our emotions with love and hate. But when Buhari came, I repeat myself, when Buhari came, he put things in place. That you pick money.
So Charles?
Thank you,
one man.
But Buhari's administration is the most corrupt in the history of Nigeria.
Let me finish. You don't ask me, one man, you don't ask me such as when you heard that somebody a snake swallowed money. When you heard that somebody took 1 billion. When you heard that some people were... Let me finish. You cannot ask me what. But let me finish. Oh.
No. Well, you can go and sleep, but you know it's an interactive exchange. Let her princess ask.
You didn't answer my question. I said so. Buhari came and exposed Jonathan. Does it mean that Buhari did not do and there wasn't embezzlement?
Jonathan. He did not only expose Jonathan. In his administration, I said that people were caught carrying money. The papers read about them. Nigeria reported about them. Did he fight corruption? Yes. How hard did he fight? That's the question. Did he prosecute them? Are they in jail? That is the extent. How much was recovered? I'm talking about his own administration. I am not talking about Jonathan. I made reference to Jonathan's own in the sense that during that time, more is going on with a lot of funds Nigeria was making, but nobody knows how those money was spent. And nobody cared. We didn't know. Nothing was done, but we never cared. But in his own administration, in as much as his own administration, most of the corruption going on were not covered. It was out in the open. People were seeing it. People are being indicted. Some people even went to court. Whether that money is recovered, that's what we'll be talking about. But the important thing is that there is a kind of transparency for people to see what is going on with our funds. That's what I'm saying. Back to the topic. The topic I am saying.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure that a point was made there.
No point was made.
Hold on. The Buhari administration, they are as corrupt as any administration and probably more corrupt, but they did not have the sophistication of other administration. So it's like a crude sort of loot. No, they don't. It's a crude sort of looting. That's what they did.
Remember yesterday, the prince even said that this Buhari administration, they looted even more than Sani Abacha's administration.
Yes, he would know. Yeah, I mean.
How would he know? Can I quickly have a second?
Because it's closer to the corridors of powers than anybody on this platform.
Have a second to answer your question, woman, please. I beg you, please. Now, you said, how did it fight? When was TSA invented and BVN?
Under good luck, Jonathan.
Bishop, forget them all. Let them.
No, hold on.
It was Buhari that started it, one man.
No. Darati, don't speak to what you don't know. Good luck, Jonathan. I can go and dig up the video.
He didn't implement it. Did he implement it?
Oh God. Good luck, Jonathan. The TSA was a good luck, Jonathan initiative, and it was ready to roll. As soon as Buhari came in, it started, which is to tell you that all of the preparatory works were done.
No, I disagree with you. They did not have the political. Hold on, let me say, woman, yeah, I know it's interactive, but let me finish my sentence before you interject. You come back. Even Okojo-Iweala said that they lacked the political will. The TSA and the BVN was there over 2 years. They could not implement it because of its implications. They could not implement it because of the implication, because it's going to block a lot of things. So Buhari implemented it. Yes, it was a Jonathan idea that was borrowed, that was brought, but Jonathan did not implement it. They did not implement the BVN. So a lot of things were, I won't say they did not steal, but sometimes if you can separate the fact from the fiction, coming openly to go and address people and say he wanted to borrow 22 trillion, which everyone, that's a lie. You know that money, the ways and means that he's talking about. We had a conversation on this weeks ago. It's money already spent over the years. It looked like a loan.
Okay, Bishop, please, how can you explain the bullion van that helped Buhari to come in power? How can you explain that bullion van?
Which bullion?
The bullion van money that Tinubu used to help to bring Buhari in. Or is that fallacy too?
Hold on now. What are we talking about? We are having serious intellectual discussion. So if I have
what you are talking about,
no, it's actually a question now.
Government so much like Buhari is so innocent, is so pure. There was no corruption, there was no embezzlement in his government. Like Buhari government is the best that has ever happened.
It's the most corrupt in the history of Nigeria. Buhari administration.
Says Rosie, please stop saying that. I'm saying let us interrogate facts. You just made mention now. Is it a crime that bullion van enter the premises of a private individual in Nigeria? I can hire a bullion van for all I care.
Hold on now. It's not the house of a private individual. Hold on. It was 2 bullion vans on the eve of the election, the day before votes were cast. 2 bullion van goes into the house of the chairman of the party that is in power.
Of the party. That's one. He was not the chairman of the party. He was a party member, but he was still a private individual.
A national leader of the party.
I don't care what he is. The question is that you cannot say the bullion van, okay, if they are going to pay each, what do you call it? Each agent 5,000 or 10,000, and they're having like how many thousand something in Lagos, and the money is going from there to there or for whatever. You cannot say because bullion van enters the house of an individual that has made him corrupt or to steal, he has stolen Nigeria or government money. I mean, that is too pedestrian.
Is that the first time we will have election in Lagos? Is it the only national? Hold on. Is that the first time? Hold on. Is that the first time we're going to be having election in Lagos? As what of other parties? Did they not have agents they got to pay for? Did they not have other expenses they got to run? Why are they not carrying billions? And why your own leader, national leader of the party?
Listen, guys. Listen. Hold on. I get it. See, that money was used for.
So sorry. Come in USC, and then we wrap up that.
The money was. Okay, let me spill the beans now. That money, that bullion van, those money were used for vote buying. Let's be honest.
We all know that now. We all know that.
It was used for vote buying.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. What do you mean you are spilling the beans? We all know that it was used for vote buying. Every single one of us knows.
So there's no need of arguing about that.
And the other thing we know is that it wasn't Tinubu's money. That money was actually sent from the central bank, so it was actually government money. And in the build up to that, they took about 1 point something billion out of the national treasury, which they did not get the appropriation sign off from the Senate, and they said they were using it for security things, that they wanted to buy equipment, and then they went and used part of it to as a down payment for that Tucano craft. And then shortly after that, we saw the bullion vans rolling into Tinubu's house. So they actually took money from the coffers of the Nigerian state, packed it into bullion vans, handed it over to Tinubu to buy them a second term.
And that is the foundation of Buhari's government. So yes, Buhari is the best government.
Is the worst that's happened to us.
One man, can I speak? Can I say something?
Yeah,
Buhari is not. We are not saying, nobody is saying Buhari. There are no. There's not some malfeasance and no. some stealing.
No,
You
people
don't
are
know
saying
what happened.
is
He
the
went.
most corrupt is the most
You know,
corrupt in the history
anybody.
of Nigeria.
You know what?
No, it's not
Woman,
the
do you know
most
one thing?
corrupt. You know,
Woman, do you know
Jonathan
one thing?
regime was the
Woman,
most corrupt.
please, do you know what? Do you know the reason why I said this? You know, under Jonathan signed the Freedom of Information Bill. Then many Nigerians that were talking now, many of them knew nothing. I can remember in 2011, well, when in 2014, that was when many of Nigerians begin to become politically conscious. You know, when they already signed that bill, a lot of the things were coming out, but that's not started coming out. It was under Buhari that this thing, look, Nigeria used that Freedom of Information Bill to the fullest. And Buhari himself, posting himself as an anti-corruption guy, you know, he had no choice than to make sure that many of these things were let out. I challenge any of us on this platform. How many
You know that
do
you
you
know the
see under
hold
Jonathan?
on hold on. You know that this has $600 billion Paris Club debt payoff that they just rushed through the assembly now. You know they are going to take that. You know that money is tied to the local government, and they are going to take it off the allocations to the states to balance it out. And all of the attorney generals of all of these federated states of Nigeria, they are disputing that money because what that do you know what an A4 sheet is? An A4 sheet, a consortium of lawyers led by Ned Nwoko, who is the husband of Regina Daniels. They said they acted as consultants to that Paris Club deal. And what all they presented was an A4 sheet paper that made some vague recommendation. And it is off the back of that they're taking in excess of $500 million from the Nigerian state. All of the attorney generals of the states, they have they are fighting against this. There is a stay of execution in the courts on it. Abubakar Malami, who is body with Nedum Oko, he's pushing this through, and that's one of the reasons he did not take the. Sorry, who's snoring? Yes. Sorry, let me just know. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why he did not actually take a governorship ticket for his state because of this $500 million. It's a very corrupt administration. You know, we've been
But do you know
documenting it
that?
for months now.
But do you know that the Paris Club thing? Do you know that they paid many money to many of the governors that they were not able to account for it. Many of them they paid the
No,
they paid that
is that what we're talking about? The $500 million that they are looting now. That's what we're
Okay.
talking about.
You see,
Woman.
You see the
woman.
Okay, let
Listen,
the other person.
The Goodluck Jonathan administration was the most corrupt.
All right.
Even they bought the media. If you pay attention, there's a reason why the media hates the Buhari administration, because the owners, I think they were invited by the EFCC and they collected some money. They enter into plea bargain. They pay back some money to the government. Some of the money the Goodluck Jonathan administration bribed them with, so they had to pay it back. Channels like AIT and Arise TV. So if you pay attention, that's why they always hammer the administration. They don't say anything positive because they didn't play games with them.
Woman.
All
You know
right.
the Nigerian air problem that you are talking about yesterday. Do you know that Nigeria Air has they already have their office, everything, the gadget that they are going to work with. And you see, what I discovered about Nigerian media is this: I do not trust them for anything.
All right.
Until I do my whole personal research and I speak to some people that I have in government and some other places. Yeah, this afternoon I saw a video where these guys had a very wonderful office, everything put in place, state-of-the-art equipment to receive a lot of fine. It has not been perfected the way it should be perfected. I mean, fully, that is not operating fully. But you know that.
I'm sorry, let me cut in.
Sorry, Director, do you mind? When I say everybody includes you, Rosie, please round up that space, and then we'll move on. Rosie.
Yeah, according to what the last Isidority was speaking, They have this office
Directly,
and
yes.
everything. It's just packaging. Was it not the prince yesterday was saying sometimes they will commission a plate, they just make a front office, paint it, and after they commission it, work still continues. Nothing has been completed. It's all packaging. So I think we shouldn't worry. Whatever Buhari has looted, Tinubu will come and recover it. So let Buhari take as much as he can and go. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this last space, Princess. Then stay with us, but I'll sweep the conversation around to come back to you. Anxiety as Tinubu makes first appointment. So just for government to continue to function, there are certain key appointments that Tinubu has to make with immediate effect. So the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Chief of Staff, and a spokesperson. So, and those are some of the, when they're talking about kitchen cabinets, it usually wraps around these sort of portfolios. But a lot of people now speculating to the names to come through. Femi Gbadebo-Amila, the front runner for that Chief of Staff, but people are saying Tinubu are keeping his cards so close to his chest that nothing is certain. The spokesperson to the presidency, it was meant to be Bayo Onanuga, but he has been a bit unguarded in some of his utterances. But the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, people expect it to go to the north, and El Rufai are leading in that race. So what are you making of these very key appointments that Tinubu has to make immediately? And do you have any speculations to the possible names?
Yeah, as for me, I really don't have any speculations to the possible names. But all I know is that nobody knows what is in Tinubu's mind. Tinubu is a very smart guy and he knows what he wants. People can be speculating as much as they can. They can be recommending as much as they can. He will do what he wants to do to make his government successful. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Rosie. So thank Princess Rosie. So Princess Rosie, she comes with a crown. So Princess Rosie with the crown. So let's go on from you, Princess Rosie, and go on to Zita, who hopefully is ready. So Zita, are you ready? All right. Are you ready?
I'm here.
All right. I was asking. I wasn't sure. Let me bring you this. I didn't read this out, but let me skim through it. It says 9 things to expect on May the 29th inauguration. Against all odds, President-elect Asiwaju Bola Tinubu will be sworn in on May. Why is it against all odds? He won an election and they swear him in on Monday, May the 29th. The presidential inauguration ceremony is the presidential inauguration is a ceremony to mark the commencement of a new 4-year term. The inauguration takes place for each new presidential term, even if the president is continuing in office for a second term. Here is a turnout of events on the inauguration. So I think these are ceremonial stuff. So I thought this was meant to be hit the ground running thing. So let me leave that and take it to the space instead. Peter Obi sends message to Nigerians ahead of Tinubu's inauguration. So the rather wishy-washy utterances of Peter Obi, which adds more confusion to the space than expands or elucidates anything. So people now, one, they are querying why he's coming out in public on the eve of this inauguration. What sort of dog whistles is he sending to his adherents? And these rather ambiguous, non-committal commentaries from him are subject to interpretation. So, Peter Obi, irresponsible or not?
Workman, I've said it in this platform. I think we are doing inauguration tomorrow, a few hours from now. I care less about what the man says or not. I don't care. I don't give a hook what he's saying. My only happiness is that my land is peaceful. In as much as they're battling with iPod, DSN, and all whatnot. In that space, my land is peaceful. So I'm happy about that. He can say whatever he wants to say and can agitate whatever he wants to agitate. All I can see is that somebody is trying to play Donald Trump, but he's not playing it very well. I care less. So please send me to another
Princess,
topic.
thank you very much. You do pay attention a lot. You are right. He's trying to play Donald Trump.
In what way is he trying to play Donald Trump?
Let me
he's trying
tell
to.
you the way. You know, Donald Trump in general, I would like to talk about Donald Trump, but I would not like to talk about that guy. I care less about what he says or does. I don't care. Election has come and gone, and a winner has been announced, and in a few hours he's going to be the president of Nigeria, whether we like it or not. And my land is peaceful. The people that they think are the ones really supporting him, I always tell people, call them LP supporters. Don't call them Igbos. They are LP supporters. My land is peaceful and my land is calm in that space. Talking about Donald Trump, you know, in January 6th, when those things were happening, Donald Trump sent a lot of tweets. Go and demonstrate peacefully. In as much as you don't want to stop them, you don't want to be emphatic about it, you still want them to go. Then when the result comes out, you say, but I said they should. That's what I'm telling you. But he's not even close as smart as the guy I just spoke about now. So please take me to another
So
topic. I think we
it's
should
a
do
dog
less in
whistle.
discussing him, please. One man, I don't think somebody is coming in a few hours' time. We should concentrate more on that guy now. Which kind of thing it is? You want us to start arguing up and down and looking for evidences? This election is done and dusted. Somebody has been called a winner. In few hours, he's going to be the president of Nigeria. Whether you like it or me like it, it doesn't really matter anymore. People are in court to challenge it for now. In few hours, he's going to be the president. And until Supreme Court says otherwise. So can we concentrate more in talking about the guy? It's his moment. Can we discuss him, please?
All right, so let's go to him then, and let's go to him via his wife. I'll be the oldest first lady in Nigeria. Tinubu's wife reveals her husband's real age. So when you say Tinubu's wife reveals her husband's real age, you think they are going to land on that now? Is 97 and whatnot? All she goes on to tell us is that he is 71. But Remi Tinubu being the oldest first lady in Nigeria, at least in recent memory, at the age of 63. So what are you making of that? The Aso Rock Villa being turned into an old people's home?
Me, actually, I am not a fan of young people being the president. That's one thing I always tell people, because they have a lot in their hands. I prefer people who have concluded most of the things they needed to do in life. When they get there, they concentrate on that. So I don't have problem whether the person is 80 or 90. All I want him to be alert. If he sound upset, I don't mind. But for a young boy like the people I know that was one-time president that turned that place to go joint, I don't think I like that. So I don't really care. I am not an ageist. I respect people.
Yeah, but the mental alertness of Tinubu has been the subject of just quite fervent discussions, debates over the because you're saying somebody that is mentally alert, but there are questions around his mental acuity, his mental alertness.
Oh, really? Who told you that?
The space it's been endlessly discussed.
And you two notice that he's not mentally alert?
Well, he cannot be, can he? In his 70s as he was in his 50s. You can
really?
see, yes, you can see stuttering in utterances. You can see reaching to conclude sentences. You can see falterings in cohesion. You can see how he's now more deliberate in his utterances in order not to overstep himself. So you can see sorry, UFC. Zita is quite capable. You can see some sort of reversal in cranial functioning.
Okay, one man, you know the response I'm going to give to you now. You see all these things you mentioned. You better guide your chest, because if that is what you see in Tinubu, you're gonna see it in the next 4 years. I bet you. So you better guide your chest before you have a heart attack. Do you understand? So
no, you're not going to. You're not going to see it, because they are going to hide him away in Aso Rock like they did with Buhari.
Well, whatever you want to see, that's what you're gonna see, and you're not gonna do anything about it. In few hours, he's gonna be your president. You get me? He's going to be your president, and there's nothing, absolutely nothing you can do about it. If you see him as somebody who cannot complete his sentences, who cannot walk, who cannot dance, whose legs are checking, whose hairs are checking, whose hands are fibbling, and his legs are wobbling, fine. Hallelujah, praise God for you. But one thing is sure, in a few hours, he's going to be your president. Deal with it. Next topic, please.
Madam Zita, please, can I ask you a question? Please.
Go ahead.
Please, so are you in support of the Cameroonian president that is there for life, and he went to one conference and he was there, they were asking him to come and make his speech, and he was like, where am I? What are these people waiting for? And he was fighting out there in the public. So you're in support of a president like that?
See, in Cameroon, in the beginning, the law was not there. I think it's 3 terms. He keep extending it. I am not in support of somebody who is not mentally alert to be the president of a country. No, hold on. In a sense society, the man is still there because he was already there. You get the point? Tinubu just won an election. Over 8 million Nigerians trusted him. Do not ignore those 8 million. They are good numbers. He just won an election. The Cameroonian president we are talking about, he went in there as a very young man. He didn't go there as an old man. He's been there as a young man. So the people voted him into power as a young man. All he did was to grab the position and never let it go. That do different things. This one just won an election 3 months ago. And he was on that stage. One man just radioed out now. And over 8 million Nigerians trusted him. And they're putting him there in full hours. So there are 2 different scenarios. Thank you.
So that the Aso Rock is not going to be a nursing home, right?
It's going to be now. You know that. You are a medical professional, Rosie. You know, it's Zima frame. They'll be pushing everybody on, you mind the steps, sir. Mind the steps, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Do you want us to use the wheelchair, sir? We'll push you to the door and then you can stand up for the cameras. You know, that's what it's going to be. We'll push you to the door and then you can stand up for the cameras.
Oh, don't talk to my daddy like that, please.
One man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. I used to, there is somebody I wanted to advise. I see the person on comment section. I think the person is listening to me. It's just a piece of advice. The phone in his hands has IP address. I noticed that he's very fond of sending abusive and insulting and threatening text messages to people. Just an advice.
Who's that?
Just an ad. He's listening. The person I'm talking about is listening.
Yeah, so say who the person is so that the moderators can remove him.
No. He's not talking about me. He's even talking about me, but that doesn't matter. I'm just giving him an advice.
There's only one person now, one man. You know your comments.
Is that Tony again? Is it Tony again?
Anthony, you have a phone in your hands, and that phone just a simple advice.
No. So sorry, Zita. Let me tell you about Tony a little bit. He's on a special diet. Is on a special diet. So if you have that understanding, then he's on a special diet.
Madam Zita,
all those things he think we don't know him, his name and his address. Madam Zita, he will get himself into trouble.
Madam Zita, what are you? Is that a threat,
Madam Zita? We should all take a lesson from our new president now. They sang hand, they shake leg, they dance, everything. He still won, and he's still going to be the president. So no matter what anybody say, let's just remain focused and ignore them.
Yes.
No. I'm just advising him. It has nothing to do with me.
All right. Let me take you to this. Let me take you to this headline. Then, in life and especially in positions of leadership, they say they say under promise but over deliver. So under promise but over deliver. Don't pity me. I have no excuse not to perform. This is Tinubu now. Over promising, you probably want to say. President-elect Tinubu says he's aware that Nigeria is confronted with myriads of challenges, including poverty and policy inconsistencies, but is up to the task and should not be pitied confronting such problems. Corruption, poverty, inconsistency in policy, and many other problems confronting us. But don't pity me, the incoming president told a gathering at the presidential inauguration dinner/gala night at the State House Abuja on Sunday. I asked for the job. I campaigned for it. No excuses. I would live up to the bill. I promise, Mr. Tinubu retorted confidently. Mr. Tinubu, 71, will succeed President Buhari for a tenure of 4 years after taking oath of office on May the 29th. Concerns have mounted about his mental, which is what we're discussing just then, about his mental and physical fitness following his frail appearance and incessant medical travels recently. With inflation at an all-time high, a record at 22%, and unemployment estimated to be around 33.3%, Mr. Buhari will bequeath a debt profile of 46 trillion, according to Debt Management Office, DMO, to the incoming administration of Tinubu. So, the tradition usually in Nigeria, although now that it's crossing from party to party, it may be different, but the tradition usually in Nigeria is that an incoming administration will start to make the excuses of the poor performances of the outgoing administration in order to manage the expectations of the Nigerian space. But this guy now reverses it on his head, saying, I have no excuses and I am going to perform. So is this the first misstep by the man from Lagos, over promising? Is he able to live up to it?
Well, man, the person you are concerned for says you should not be concerned for him. So why worry? Anyway, as I said before, at this point, there is absolutely nothing you can do about it. As I said, in few
hours, about what?
As I said, about him.
No, that wasn't the question. No, we're talking about perform. Sorry. Understand the question first. We're talking about performance, not if it's going to be president or not. We're talking about performance.
No.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm saying, in that space of performance, whether he performs or not, he will be your president. After all, you people say Buhari did zero. He was the president for 8 years, at least for the first 4 years he was. This one, for the first 4 years, he's going to be. All we need to do is to pray. Pray for him, wish him the best. Let him deliver. But if we keep thinking he will not deliver, he has told you he's going to deliver. He has given you his words that he's strong enough to run the affairs of Nigeria. He said he doesn't have excuse whatsoever to give us. We all agree. Let's take him for his word. But peradventure, he did not. I don't think we have anything to do about it because, as I said, in seconds, he's going to sit in there. And for the
no. So you don't have to say that anymore. We already know he's going to be president and he's going to be there for 4 years.
Are you sure some people know?
No. Let's leave that. I don't want us to stay in that space. I want us to instead interrogate what his performance will be, because this sort of commentary, it gives us an insight into the functionings of a mind. Where it concerns me is that he's not giving himself a wiggle room with this headline. He doesn't give himself the room to maneuver in terms of because as much as he has functionaries embedded within the Buhari administration, he has not had a full perusal of the books just to know the exact state of the nation. So he's not even had an audit opportunity to audit the state of affairs before he's making categorical statements. So that seems to me a misstep because you always have to give yourself a little window to maneuver, but these are sort of a headline. It closes that maneuverability.
I don't think it's a misstep, woman. I don't think it's a misstep. As I said before, I think he has been monitoring that space. I think he knows what is wrong, if I may give it to him. I think so. He knows what is wrong. Maybe, probably, he kept quiet to use it to shine. I can say that. Maybe he knows what exactly to do, but he was waiting for his time to use it to shine. People are like that. So if he says he can, let's watch. Because he has this, he is good at picking brains. So if he can do it now and get the job done, why not? I think he can still do that. Because even the people we are calling out that he's supposed to choose, or the ones that will not make or will make his cabinet, looking at those people and their antecedents, they performed. So already we know that he can pick people who can perform. So why doubt him? We should allow him to. We should allow him to let him start first before we start thinking whether he's giving. I think he did not it's not a misspoke or misstep or whatever. I don't think so. He knows what he's saying. I should assume to believe that, woman.
All right, brilliant. Soludo, Southeast eternally grateful to Buhari for second Niger bridge. So you know there are so many projects. In fact, there are only about maybe about 20 things that needs to be done to transform Nigeria. And when we're talking about infrastructure, what we're really talking about is the ease of doing business, so that the flow of business can have some lucidity and fluidity to it. So that then you're not going with your goods from Lagos, from Kano, and then you're spending 3 days to get them to the east. And one of the panaceas to that is this second Niger bridge that Buhari has built. And so the celebration by Soludo then that until the war comes to an end, Buhari's name will be forever recognized as good within the Southeast, just from this one achievement. So what are you making then of Soludo's love letter to the Mala from the north? Zita, am I here?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I muted myself. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah, carry on.
The love letter is expected and is well written because that's a big project. It costs a lot of money too, and the economic impact is good too. But the thing is that I hope and pray that what he's saying, he will sustain what he's saying, because you can never trust politicians. I hope he sustains that. Because from the one, I celebrated Buhari, because I keep telling people that that's the only government that came and did something significant in the Southeast. And we never voted him anyway. Neither did we respect or tolerate him in any way. But he did that for us. It shows a kind of the other side of him that we don't know and we refuse to know. So I respect Soludo for that, and I'm happy he did that too.
What are you making of the politics of Soludo? Where do you think his politics is leading to? Because he's certainly politicking beyond just being governor of Anambra State. But what are you making of his politics, and where do you think he's headed to?
Soludo is one of my, if I decide to call all the Igbo men my brothers, I think he's one of my brothers I'm very proud of. I am very proud of him. He's very smart, intelligent. Anyway, you know what his profile is like. But I hope as he rises, more people from our side will understand the difference. Because I, for one, I will want him to be the president of Nigeria. I make bold to say that. I will be so proud if he is, because I know that he knows. And when he gets there, he's not going to disappoint me. So I look forward to the day as he gets up in his career. I pray that he will carry along people who can, a chunk of my people who can understand that he's equal to the task. Removing emotions, just follow him, because I think I like him and I wish him the best and I want him to grow in his career.
So now this Zita, the Southeastern politics is at an ideological crossroad. The Southeastern politics. So there are two directions it can flow, and those two directions are being pointed by two different champions. So there's Peter Obi already pointing a direction, and Soludo inviting a direction. So the Peter Obi politics, of course, it wraps around the common purpose of that regional interest. But Soludo is inviting that regional interest needs to be taken as a mass to the central space and then form alliances in order for a greater relevance. So there's an ideological chasm. Do you recognize that chasm, one? And do you understand the narrative behind the chasm, too? And where do you fall within the divide? All of that, Azita.
Woman, you see all this grammar you are blowing. Let me tell you something. I don't think the way they put all of us is the way we are. No. As I said before, as Soludo is rising in his career, he's going to pull a lot. Because a lot is changing. We are working towards it. A lot is changing. All I pray is that let him perform in Anambra. Because if he doesn't, I'm not going to be part of it. I think I belong to his class. I belong to his side. I will live wherever I am to go campaign for him and vote for him when the time comes. But I want to see what he's going to do in Anambra.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. This second Niger bridge that Soludo is talking about, I feel like if he should actually be talking for himself, the be grateful for that
you're breaking
bridge.
up. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I said the Southeasterners would have been grateful if the toll that they put on it now wouldn't have been there. I don't know why they have to put a toll in the bridge for us. You know, for whatever they did for us over 100 years. One thing they did for us, they have to put a toll on it. It doesn't make sense. It just spoils the whole thing.
There was a toll on the Lagos-Ibadan expressways for decades.
I mean, I understand that. This is just the one project that Nigerian federal government has done in the southeast for over a decade.
There's a toll on Lekki Bridge as well.
There's no toll on Lekki Bridge. What are you talking about?
Lekki toll gate, Lekki or the Lekki toll gate. Is that there's a toll on Lekki now? The Lekki whatever it is.
Is it the one going to the airport? I mean, I don't know.
Well, look, the wider point that I'm making is a lot of these projects, they are done with PPP, public-private partnership. So PPP, a lot of these projects done with PPP. And of course, private enterprise is part of the financial facilitation for this project, and they are looking to recover their money. I don't think the toll gate should be a quibble for a project that you've been waiting for 40 years.
I mean, it actually is for me, because there are a lot of people who will deny access to that road because a lot of people don't have the money to pay for the toll. They'll just take the normal Niger bridge, you know.
Yeah,
So
well,
it's
no,
still,
that option is there now. It's a nominal fee. I don't think it's up to 1,000. It's a nominal fee.
I guess we'll see. We'll see about that.
And you know they have to be
I think
maintained
it's
as well.
usually 200 naira. I think so.
So, I mean...
It's 200 naira.
All right. I'm not quite sure what Ades was talking about there. But let me take you to the space finally as it U.S. delegation for Tinubu's inauguration arrives in Nigeria. So when the Americans turn up, things start to get serious.
I thought you said there is nothing about it. We shouldn't discuss it. You brought it up again. In few hours, you will be your president. That's what it means.
All right. All right.
Don't mind me.
Of course, it's going to be the president. But the conversation doesn't stop when he becomes the president, because of course we still have to hold him to account. And we have to.
That's when the conversation will actually start. Yeah.
No, the conversation carries all the way through, because the build up to it, I wasn't comfortable with him telling us that no excuses when he's not yet gotten the levers of power. Why are
you drinking Panadol for his headache?
No, it's all a headache. See what happened in 8 years now that Buhari shot us all out of Nigeria. So his capacity impacts on all our lives directly. Let me take you. Yes, I only really brought this up because of somebody that was mentioning the corruption under Goodluck Jonathan's administration. 5 EFCC investigations. Ex-Minister Dezani claims are false and malicious. So a lot of the narrative about the corruption in the Goodluck Jonathan space, a lot of it, they're just made up figures thrown out by essentially the APC led by Lai Mohammed. There was a time that they said this woman looted $40 billion. And when we were looking at the earnings of Nigeria for a year, it wasn't even at that period, around about that $40 billion. So, some of these fantastical figures, a lot of them, of course, they don't hold any water. Remember when Lamido Sanusi told us that there was all money missing. He gave us a figure, he revised the figure, and then revised it again, the governor of the central bank. So a lot of these narratives, just abstract mudslinging, essentially.
I don't think so, one man. I don't think so. Why I don't think so is that, number one, Goodluck Jonathan did not perform. Number two, we know how much the country was earning. So where is the money? So nobody will come and tell somebody like Zita, nothing happened, it's all fallacy, it's malicious, it's that. Two facts. He did nothing to show in Goodluck Jonathan's government. And we made a lot of money as a country. So where is the money? I beg the lady should please bring back our money, I beg. At least she should return some. Or return the interest and keep the capital.
You want to know where the money is. Fashola tells you where the money is. I'm not sure, because a lot of people like to say this about Jonathan, but this is Fashola himself telling us this. He says, Jonathan constructed more roads than any other Nigerian president. This was Fashola when he came in 2015. So a lot of people saying a lot of things about Goodluck Jonathan. That Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, it was nearly 35% complete under Goodluck Jonathan. This now, so we cannot say they looted everything. This is Fashola telling us he's built more roads than anybody.
One man, good morning.
Yeah.
I agree with what people are saying. Everything, 80% of what Buhari is commissioning right now, President Jonathan Goodluck have started it from 0 to like 60. So some of the contract to 60 or 55%. 80%.
I disagree.
I agree. You should disagree because you would disagree anything that will. It's okay. It's not. I'm doing interjecting now. It's okay now. Please now, Bishop, calm down.
One after
The Fort Miller Bridge is celebrating, started by Bridget Pilata. The trains they are celebrating today, Amechi is completing, started by Jonathan. Most of the contract, I say 80% of the contract,
Hold on now.
Where is the money? I repeat again, where is the money?
Hold on.
I
And
think you
I've been
people don't
listening since.
understand what is happening in Nigerian space. Where is the money?
Yes, everybody's corrupt. In this administration that is living now is the most corrupt administration. Each of the ministry cannot account for 1 trillion naira each, and we have more than 36 ministry. Imagine the looting in this administration. Yet we still shift the goalpost and move to Jonathan. Who is not talking that Jonathan's regime is not corrupt? You say most corrupt, and you are saying no. Buhari is not corrupt.
What pace? The Buhari administration just came in to steal money. You see
Nothing
that second?
else.
Hold on. That second Niger bridge that we're all celebrating and giving him a pat on the back. The groundbreaking was actually done by Goodluck Jonathan. Remember, we played the clip here. And was it the woman in World Bank now? She told us that they had perfected the funding for that bridge. So the money was already even in place. So everything was ready to go. So it would have been built anyway.
Yeah.
The only thing that Buhari did was not to stop it. He didn't put a cover into that bridge.
Even Buhari came in. Our power plant we had contracting.
Hold on, what please? What do you mean? Who told me it will be built? I can go and can you just leave your 29 leave your 2019 for a moment. Ajale Koko is here.
I was in Nigeria.
Yeah, maybe you think you do. When that second Niger bridge was about to be commenced, the groundbreaking was done by Goodluck Jonathan. Rotimi Amechi was there. He was a governor at that time. A lot of all of these are now APC people. They were all there at that gala event at the groundbreaking. And at that groundbreaking, Madam Obi was telling us about the convoluted financial mix that they used to perfect the financing. So they got the money already. They've already done the planning and everything. They've done the groundbreaking. So that bridge was already going to be constructed, Buhari or not. So the only thing Buhari did was not to stop it.
No,
yes, one man. Do you
One
know
man.
something?
One
I'm
man.
not saying that.
One man.
I'm not saying that
One man.
Jonathan did not work on those things. But I need to
One
tell
man.
us that
One man.
he's not the only one that did groundbreaking there. But
One
the fact
man.
that Buhari, and the contract sum changed over time as well because the exchange rate, kind of change. The same thing with the Lagos Ibadan Express. That Lagos Ibadan Expressway was on my way to where my parents built their house. You see that where the Lagos Ibadan Expressway starts in Ibadan, that is my area.
These guys are actually comparing Buhari to Jonathan.
I know. So this guy just came 8 months to the election in 2015. Many of you don't know. He came 2015, 8 months to election. 2015.
I want to interject.
That's another project. After he has concessioned it for by company, they fought over it for years. So I
want to interject.
No. Sorry. All right. Okay. Just hold on, guy. He did not consider to boycott me. Obasanjo considered that road to boycott me. So that's why I'm saying you have to know what you're talking about. Come in, Akim.
Thank you very much, One man, this thing you said this thing before, and I told you that is not true. I sent you a newspaper page about the second Niger bridge. Yes, all of these projects were all planned, not even Jonathan, right from the Obasanjo time. All the railway line that you have seen today, the second Niger bridge, they are not new. It's not like Buhari just came up and said, I'm going to build bridge. No, they were all on the pipeline. One man, the Goodluck Jonathan agreement that they made was under the PPP. But the guys who were supposed to bring the funding, they didn't have the money. The federal government under Buhari went to go and source for a new funding. Go and read Fashola's interview. From zero to where it was started by Buhari and completed by Buhari. So, my brother, what piece came up just now? How many miles of railway did Jonathan build between the Lagos Ibadan railway?
How many money did he do?
Oga Akim, you know the problem of Jonathan regime that we don't know. I think how much you did further to study about Fashola report. Settle down and read about Jonathan report, how they brought Colombians that was building our trainway because America were undermining Jonathan regime just to make it look bad. All this railway you saying was
I'm
built
asking
in
you
Handover.
the
No,
one
hold on
from
now.
Lagos to
That
Ibadan.
Ibadan you're talking about.
No, just bring
Sorry,
your voice
Oga
down.
Akim.
Hold
Akim.
on. Wait. Please bring your voice down, but let's have one voice. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. That railway to Ibadan was worked on because you were not seeing on news as propaganda that APC was saying. That's why you felt it was not built. It was built but not completed. It could be 30%, it could be 40%, but Jota started it and
One man.
Buhari finished it. Buhari has not even finished.
My brother, did you remember?
All right.
Did you
Sorry,
remember the
Akim.
groundbreaking?
Akim, hold on. Let me play you this clip.
For 1 minute.
Today, for the groundbreaking ceremony of the second Niger Bridge. You may recall that during my presidential campaign for the 2011 general elections, I promised the good people of the Southeast and Delta State that if elected president, I will ensure that the second Niger Bridge is constructed. Today, I have come as the president who you voted into office to flag off this vital bridge project in order to move that solemn pledge from sincere promise to concrete reality. As part of our administration's transformation agenda in the road sector, we have set out to construct two very important new bridges across our nation's two great rivers, the River Niger and the River Benue. These are the local Oweto Bridge linking Nasarawa and Benue states, which is progressing satisfactorily, and the second Niger Bridge connected Anambra and Delta states. The second Niger Bridge, whose foundation we are laying today in the great and vibrant city of Onitsha, is a strategic national infrastructure with great socio-economic prospects for the contiguous states and indeed for the entire nation. It's an important economic artery that will connect the great markets of Onitsha and Aba, as well as the industrial hub of Nnewi to the rest of the country. In fact, my good friend, the chairman of the House Committee on Works.
Okay, so it goes on and on, but there it is. It's a good luck Jonathan project, the second Niger Bridge.
Please, I beg you. Can I?
Mama, I'm not going to argue with you on this issue again. I've already sent you a link before, and the whole issue have been talked about. Even the people that you see what Jonathan did there was just a political stunt. Nothing was done in that place. I asked Walpis just now, said
no, that was the tail end of his administration. That was
when he was campaigning for election. So
months before
after that, he didn't do anything. So the one
after that he was out of After that he was out of office.
So the one for Lagos Ibadan Railway. Did you remember when Oshibajo went to do the groundbreaking event for that railway line?
The financing was perfected by Goodluck Jonathan. Amechi told us that. Do you want me to go and get that video as well? Amechi told us that.
No. Have a minute, please.
No, hold on. Let Akim land. Let Akim land. Carry on.
How can Amechi say the funding was perfect when they were borrowing money from the Chinese government under this Buhari administration to build that railway? Was it not ECC that built it?
Yeah, because they claimed the inflation.
So was it not part of the agreement when Buhari traveled to China when he newly became president? Have you forgotten?
Have you
forgotten the trip Buhari went to China with some of his ministers and some people the very first time he came into power? When they said Nigeria is going to be using
what you have to understand, Akim, is that a lot of these contracts, these people, they go and renegotiate it to embed their own corruption into it, but the money was already in place. But then they didn't have their own corruption in it, so they refinanced to embed their own corruption into it.
So what about the railway line that's supposed to go from River State to what's it called to Borno State? So sorry, to Benue State from through the east that Amechi started before he started his presidential campaign. Were you not aware when they were trying to pass the funding in the Senate, and then it was complaining that they were holding down the funding in the Senate? So I don't understand all of this. The Jonathan administration on that second Niger bridge, even Fashola said it. He said the agreement that they had on ground was for a private partnership agreement. The federal government did not put forward their own part of the money, and the guys that they enter agreement with could not fund the project. They had to go into the bond market, the Sukuk funding to come and build that second Niger bridge. That was Fashola's word, and he was in charge of constructing that bridge. He told us how he funded the bridge. If you say he's lying, I would rather take his word because he is the minister in charge of the bridge.
Well, yeah. Anyway, the same principles apply. It's really just what I said. When you might not see it on that Tinubu, but if Atiku, let's say, had won the election, he would have gone through all of the juicy contracts awarded, and then told us that the contracts are that it wasn't in favor of Nigeria. He would have renegotiated, refinanced, and then embedded his own team's corruptions into it. So all the Buhari administration did was to refinance financing already in place to embed their own corruptions into it. That's all they did. In my opinion.
That's what happened. They started for example, the power this thing that Abia went to this thing to resign. Buhari came and canceled that stuff. We have to pay billions of dollars. They went back again to negotiate the same stuff, pay billions, put their own whatever they want to put to loot their own money. Buhari was they were against Jonathan regime, discredited anything Jonathan was doing at that time. And when they got to power, they continue it like this one is not good, this one is not good, and they canceled it, put more money in it, and did the same thing. No other new thing. Continue where Jonathan stopped, and we are here arguing who is more corrupt. I don't really understand.
You're saying Nigerian government signed an agreement with Siemens under Jonathan.
Give me to space now. I'm one man, please.
All right, carry on. We're listening.
Okay, good. I mean, sometimes it's very, very. I don't know how to say when we begin to turn story and say things that are completely, outrightly, ridiculously untrue. That there was a CMS Nigeria project under Jonathan and Buhari came and cancelled it. How I don't want to use the word. How low. Then the second Niger bridge, that's groundbreaking and photo ops that you just showed us. Can you tell us what date that was? I can assure you it was a few weeks or just a few days before the election. It was just a photo ops, and the only money they paid, according to them, was for the consultancy, which amounted to a whopping.
Bishop, were you there when they were doing the groundbreaking?
Why was I not there? Am I not in Nigeria? Am I not in Nigeria?
Because you are everywhere. You are in Marina, tomorrow you are a farmer, next tomorrow you are.
No. Let's leave the personalities out of it and leave it with the conversation. Bishop is entitled to his opinion. You can attack what he says, but not him. Carry on, Bishop.
John, how many days to the election did they do that groundbreaking? He said he promised it before election in 2011. Just tell me in concrete terms, how many days to the election did they do that groundbreaking? If you can just tell me that, I will own up. And there was nothing. It was just a groundbreaking for photo ops. It was there in all the newspaper and the television. Now, to come here and say that there was a project of Siemens before Buhari came, and Buhari now cancelled it, and they paid billions of dollars. Come on, I mean. Then that is that Lagos Ibadan bridge. There was
there was Siemens in 2012. I don't know about cancellation of anything, But Jonathan visited Germany about Siemens in 2012. But I don't know about the
But
contract.
Fatai, leave Bishop to be talking. Fatai, leave Bishop to be talking. When he's finished, we'll settle him down like a juicy cook. Let him just be talking because he knows all.
Come on, why do you resort?
Like I said, leave the personalities out and just speak to what he's saying instead. Leave him alone. Yeah. Bring it home quickly, Bishop, and then we move on. Yeah.
I mean, coming to check Lagos, Lagos Ibadan railway line was already paid for, was already started. 60% of it was done. We know under Obasanjo there was an agreement to build a Lagos Kano rail line, and there was a $500 million that was gotten.
Just bring the tempo down a little bit. Like I said, it's not a battle. Nobody said Lagos Ibadan railway service was completed 60%. Nobody said that. But what I said was the Lagos Ibadan expressway was 20 to 25% completed under Goodluck Jonathan, which was exactly the case.
I'm talking of it's not exactly the case, but let's leave that. He spoke about, the person that spoke, I don't know who that person was, spoke about the Lagos Ibadan rail line, spoke that every project that Buhari is building was either 60% or 80% completed. Just a fact. In 2013, Nigerian government privatization of the power sector under Sam Amadi, and it was one of the worst, in fact, the worst privatization arrangement that was carried out, because it amounted to nothing. Buhari came, and in the first instance, those people need money for bailout.
Can you read your screen, Bishop?
If it's too tiny, I can't. I'm emotional.
He's saying, why is this guy yelling? So just bring the tempo down. Like I said, it's a conversation. Just bring the tempo down and then carry on. Yeah.
I'm driving. I'm on the highway. If you feel like if you are hearing what I'm saying and you can make sense out of it, I don't think anybody should say I'm yelling. So if that you don't want to hear my voice, or don't want to hear my options, but you don't want to hear, I'm not hearing.
They want to hear your voice. Just bring the tempo down a bit. That's all people are saying. But carry on.
You know, some people are wearing a very nice headset. Bishop, and you're not gonna bust my tympanic membrane because of your yelling.
Reduce the volume on your set. Reduce the volume.
Okay. Bring it home quickly, and then we move on. Bring it home.
Okay, let's leave Lagos Kano railway line. Obasanjo signed. There was a loan of $500 million for that event. Okonjo-Iweala came when it was time to account for that money. That money was misappropriated, and it was only then converted. Lagos Kano was just now converted to Kaduna, Abuja. That was almost completed. That was the only rail line. The other one in Port Harcourt, money was paid. Nothing was done there. Lagos Ibadan railway line was a completely new project with CCC, ECC. A completely new project. So somebody coming to want to attribute it. Same thing for the second Niger is telling us the money was already done. They have already paid the money. And coming to tell us that the CMS agreement, there was a CMS agreement when in actual fact, the privatization was completed in 2014 or 2013 of all the power sector from PHCN, when they now break it down and now sold all of. What is it?
Oh no, all right, bring it home so we can move on. Land the point, then we move on.
Power agreement between Nigeria and Siemens in 2012 that Buhari cancelled. There was nothing like that. So don't come and just tell us things that we were born yesterday or we were not there when these things happened.
All right. No, that's your understanding. Somebody is telling us that there was an agreement. So, because you cannot be aware, because you're not a government functionary, so you are not aware of the agreement, but nevertheless, there was one. I'll send it in, Fatah, if you have it, then I'll put it on the screen.
One man.
Yeah.
Were you not in this platform? There was time on this platform when Buhari was commissioning one of the project. He was attributing it to Jonathan. You still remember when we played?
That was the I think the Kaduna Abuja rail service or something. Yeah.
Thank you. And people will just come here and start making like we are. I don't understand. I don't get it. We are not saying Jonathan regime is not corrupt. We are pointing the fact this project, most of this project started by Jonathan, either 5%, 10%, or to 60%. And people are coming here to shout like, no, Buhari funded this. And Buhari is coming out to tell us most of this project that he's finishing started by his past administration, Jonathan, for that matter. I don't get what people are saying here. This international platform. We are listening. People are listening. Thank you.
But I just said no, just hold on, Bishop. Hold on. Hold on.
Just say now. I just said that Jonathan almost completed the Kaduna Abuja rail line. Didn't I say that now? So what's different from what you said and what I said?
Hold on. So somebody just sent something in. I just show this and then we'll move on. Yes. So yeah. Let me show this. So just exactly as you said, Fatai. This is April the 23rd, 2012. Siemens signs technical partnership deal for 1,600 megawatt power station in Nigeria. This was April. So I'll post the link in the comment section as well. April the 23rd, 2012. So you may not be aware, but nevertheless, that's the case.
I even read it on Router one time.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I was searching for it, but I don't know.
Yeah. So let's move on. That's why we always say so speak as you know.
One man read it now. You can't read it, right? Read it down.
All right. Well, what purpose would that serve? It says 23rd of April 2012, during a visit to Germany, President of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, and Minister of Power, Professor Bart Nanji, as well as an attached high-ranking political and industrial delegation from Nigeria, visited the Siemens gas turbine factory in Berlin on April the 20th, 2012. In this context, an agreement was signed between the company and the Nigerian Federal Ministry of Power to strengthen their strategic partnership. Under the terms of the agreement, Siemens will be Siemens will, on a case-by-case basis, consider to support the financing of power plants in Nigeria. At the same time, Siemens announced plans to build a new service workshop for heavy-duty gas turbines in the country and will support Nigeria with a study on the integration of renewables in the country's energy mix. Furthermore, the Nigerian company Sky Power and Siemens signed a technical partnership agreement for the construction of a 1,600 megawatt gas turbine plant station at Lekki in Lagos State. Lagos, as one of the fastest growing megacities in the world, is seeking for a significant improvement in its power supply. The decision of Sky Power and its joint ventures partner to build, together with Siemens as technical partners, a modern and environmentally friendly gas turbine power station is an essential contribution to increase the power generation capacity and the security of power supply under the framework of the privatization of energy sector in Nigeria. Michael Seuss, CEO of Siemens Energy Sector and member of the managing board of Siemens AG, said, Siemens has already delivered gas turbines for the power station Afam V and Gerugu 1, which ranks amongst the most reliable and available plants in Nigeria. Gerugu Phase 2 is currently under construction and is expected to deliver electricity to the grid before the end of the year. These power plants, with a total capacity of 1,200 megawatts, were built by Siemens on APC turnkey basis. According to estimates, the available capacity for electricity generation in Nigeria has to be has to be increased from 4,000 megawatts to 40,000 megawatts by 2020 to meet the current demand and support Nigeria's rapid growth. So even the energy, everything is good luck, Jonathan.
Who the one Buhari signed?
No, well, where am I going to put that from? I want to move on from that space.
The person that sent this one to you should send that one too, so that you know the difference.
No, all right. So let me just move on. I think the point that was being made was that there was an agreement signed with Siemens in 2012, which was being disputed, but which exactly is the case.
To what you just read, can we speak to what you just read? Can we?
All right, go on. Make it short.
Can we move on? What's there to?
I want to move on. I don't know.
What's there to dispute again?
What you just read is simple. A private company in Lagos went with in the team Sky went in the team of the president. They signed a deal to come and build. There was no contract that come and do whatever. Those
no. All right. Let's just move on. Sometimes you just have to give it up. This is what kills it. Stay muted, Bishop. Stay muted, Bishop. I want to move on. Let me move on. Sometimes when the point is made, you just give it up. You don't have to labor you don't have to win everything. But let me move on, and let me come in the direction of Ola. Let's bring Ola up. Ola, are you ready? All right, let's come to you, Fatai. Let's come to you, Fatai. Fatai, let me pick you up from this space. Let me pick you up from this space. So Tinubu now effectively the president of the country now, because we're now on the 29th of May, and immediate appointments. Then the expectation, especially key roles. So those key roles then are identified Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Chief of Staff, and presidential spokesperson. So these spaces have to be filled instantaneously because there's no room for a void. But the names jostling for those positions are in the front run. Chief of Staff Femi Gbadagbamila, not everybody's choice, but he's hustling hard. The Secretary to the Government, people speculating El Rufai, and Bayo Ononuga seemed a shoe-in for the spokesperson for the presidency until he started to assault and attack the Southeasterners. So your take on that space, Fatai?
I mean, do you mean whether who is going to occupy the spaces, or what do you? Yes, what direction?
The names jostling who will occupy the spaces, the immediacy to fill it, and then of course the administration starting to take shape. All of that.
Yeah, I think I made my own opinion. Like even like I think immediately or not long after the election, like the chief of staff. I don't see why it wouldn't be Gbadagbamila, right? I think to put a Fashola there would be a waste of his talent. Not for any reason, but I think Fashola would be suited for a more like working, maybe not minister, maybe minister. But I mean, putting Fashola to be going around all about with Tinubu, I don't know. I think Gbadagbamila suits, but he knows what angle he has with everybody. So I would think it would be Gbadagbamila. I said that a long time ago. I don't really believe at that point anymore. But I think the northern. I think when you were reading it about Yari is jostling for Senate president. So they are saying that if you're going to talk about number, then they should be the Senate president. So it's a whole lot of mess in that area. So I don't want to talk about that area. I don't know. Tinubu knows what he wants. As you read, it's kept it secret. So probably it's.
Are you there? Sorry, can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Fatai is there, but is no longer. We can't hear him anymore. Fatai.
Maybe his system dropped or something like that.
All right. I hope you know how to swim, Modest. Now you are going into water because you see white people swimming. You want to be part of it. Don't go. We don't have a lifeguard. Look at this guy. What are you doing, Des? Are you showing? Are you showing off?
I'll be shocked now.
Are you showing off?
No. I'm just walking to the pool.
You know you have to go to the gym before you
me?
start going to the yes yes we can now you can't go to the gym with the pool with the dad body but yeah, back to you, Fatai.
Okay, yeah. I don't know where I was, but I think I don't know. I don't think at this point, like, I mean, there's not so much suspects to wait for. I think it was sweet earlier on discussing the appointment, so it's like speculating about what's going to happen maybe in 2 days. For me personally, I'll just wait. I just relax to see how it goes, because it's so late to spend all your brain thinking about who fits where, I think. But I think what you said, Fashola as Attorney General, well, he's a lawyer. And he probably already is in the administration. So probably he knows where all the money probably knows where all the debts are, all the bodies are buried. I don't know. We'll see. It sounds interesting. I don't know. But I don't know. Fashola has been so much away from law. I don't know whether legally.
Yeah, but I don't even think you probably need law at that level. I think you probably need it's more of a policy position than a legal position, isn't it? And it will have
I know where you are going.
Yeah, go on.
I know where you are going. You're not going to policy. You are going like let me take a jab at the Badalago. You are going and show red direction. Who is going to catch all the people that stole the money? That's where you are going.
Yes, now I don't want Abubakar Malami. I don't want Abubakar Malami to that $4 billion that or whatever that he took. I don't want him to get away with it. Yeah.
So that's what I was saying, that since he's in the government, he's already in the government, you probably know where all the bodies are buried. So so maybe it's good in that direction. Maybe it will fulfill your desire in that direction. You know, I don't know. I prefer to wait and see.
All right, let me just answer. Let me acknowledge Kulata Super Chat. He says, how will obedience cope tomorrow? Are you covering? The answer is a categorical yes. It's be a wall-to-wall covering. Every single bit of that inauguration will be live streamed. Because it's an important, we have to cast the obedience. We'll put the obedience in abeyance for 1 day and suspend them in a suspended animation. Because important things are taking place. So we can bring them back to earth on Tuesday and put them back in their cage where they do their usual things. But tomorrow is too important for the obedience. So we just suspend them in some space, put them on the shelf somewhere, or lock them in their cage. But yeah, no, we'll be...
tomorrow might surprise you. Tomorrow might surprise you, one man.
One man.
You're going to be surprised how you're going to talk about obedience tomorrow.
That's bro. I was going to reference you. One man, I said the way you are speaking obedience, it's like you forgot Des is on right now.
I knew it was on. I knew it was on. I was waiting for him to do the usual ding.
You want to punch one man?
We are going to scatter that stage, one man. They go shoot person that day. Don't worry.
You are in America though, so certainly you are not going to be shot.
I don't other people. Don't worry.
Look at this guy. Be careful, though.
Temple of Truth. Temple of Truth. Yes, you shouldn't have changed that name. That name, I like Pastor. I even Temple of Truth. He said, I am the Temple of Truth. I was laughing the day you were saying it.
That name was because of there was so many lies in the platform. I was like, what's going on? What's going on now? Does people know that truth matters, or is it just lying? I don't even understand.
And as you know, Fatai, that Des is a highly intelligent man. He always tells us every day. I'm a
One
highly
man, one
I'm a
man,
intelligent.
one
trader.
man.
I'm a
Why?
trader. I'm a trader.
One man.
One man. I'm not intelligent. I'm a trader. I've
Yeah,
said it over
trader.
and over
The
again.
traders are the most intelligent person here is a Kene and he's a trader. So let me take you to this headline. Fatai. But Tinubu presidency don't stand in the way of the North. Coalition of northern groups won Yoruba groups. So this seems to me the shaping of the politics to come. Just as we had under the Buhari administration when it was East versus North, under the Tinubu administration, if that space is not handled properly, it's shaping up to be North versus Southwest. So the Northerners now, they are reminding you then just that how they contributed almost to the point of claiming that they overwhelmingly brought Tinubu into power. And because they know the Yoruba so well, the way they will start to throw Ashwabi around the Aso Rock Villa, and they are warning you now that step it down and tone it down and don't stand in the way of our interests. So warnings from the North are Fatai.
Well, I think in my opinion, I think what they are trying to say is what Madam Zita has been trying to say all this while. Like you people, Southwest, now you are all of a sudden Tinubu Promax, but you people didn't give him full support, right? In fact, some people were even working against Tinubu. Now everybody is Tinubu Promax now, but I think Tinubu, I don't think it's that much to worry about. I mean, when what Tinubu was telling Wike the other time, it's not only for Wike, it's for everybody, right? It's okay, you give me you Tobalashe, it's because you be your two now. You say you be kingmaker. You know me say you go Dobale for Oba. You go still call lobby. Everybody go still lobby. All this so on. They probably have a bigger lobbying capacity, but it doesn't mean I don't think Tinubu is that much of a rollover, right? They probably will get most of what they want because of their lobbying capacity, but I don't think it's in the sense of we are north and we will, because even they've enjoyed, especially the northwest. The northwest has enjoyed so much. Like it's the only one zone that can that cannot even speak of marginalization in that Nigeria. Like the bottom of the least marginalized space in Nigeria is the northwest. So all of that, they deserve to give number. So if they give number and they don't even get anything, I don't think they have to complain that much, right? Giving numbers is just is giving back to what they have got over and above what everybody has ever gotten, right? Which zone has produced the president over and over and over and over again, every whatever them over and over and over again. Even here now, okay, let's assume Yari becomes Senate president. They also want to control the whole National Assembly. Even if it's not them, it's who they pick. So even if it's not them Senate president, but it is who they pick as Senate president, and then they will be Senate speaker. And then they want to be SGF.
Fatai, if the North does not control the Senate, then they have no lever at all in this administration. Because of course the executive power belongs to Tinubu. And the only other power structure that can somewhat checkmate the executive is the parliament. So if they don't get the Senate presidency in the North, then they have no real leverage in Tinubu's administration.
No, it's not really. Actually, what is really going on is not really. Look, the APC doesn't have this zoning in their principle. Their zoning is between CPC and action. What was Tinubu's thing that they came. So Buhari goes first, Tinubu comes second, or Buhari president, Tinubu supposed to be vice president. And if Tinubu doesn't get to be vice president, he say, okay, I nominate Oshibanjo. Now, in this period, in this time around, so Tinubu president, Buhari CPC, led by Buhari, is supposed to produce the vice president. But Buhari is so laid back. He said to them, I don't want to get involved. Tinubu is going to be your administration. You go pick your vice president. And so Tinubu says, okay, CPC, give me a list and I'll pick from there. And they give this long list and Tinubu picks Shetima. So the CPC arrangement, they are not totally cool with that, right? So essentially it's like the executive branch is Tinubu's pick, right? In himself and his lover boy, in quotes. And now they want to control the National Assembly, the CPC. But it's supposed to be Tinubu president, CPC vice president, Tinubu Senate president, CPC speaker. But now, since Tinubu is essentially the executive, so they want to have a total control of the National Assembly, and that's what is going on. I think that's why they have a very strong whatever. That's why also they are bold to write it on the list. That list is CPC produced. That's the point I was making. No, Tinubu cannot do anything about the National Assembly because it's overpicked. He picked himself and he also picked the vice president. So it's Buhari and his CPC. Maybe Buhari doesn't want to get involved, but the CPC will produce. So they will have a leverage in who becomes Senate president, even if it's not them directly. They will certainly have a leverage, and they will be speaker. So they have influence. Not that they don't have influence. They have influence, and they will maintain their influence. But it's just not to overshoot it. And even they don't get everything that they want. Because they give numbers does not justify that they will cry marginalization. I don't. You're not marginalized at all. So as much as you get, lobby the president is what Tinubu is really saying. Like, okay, whether whoever thinks that they make me president doesn't really matter. Right now, I am king, right? And when you are king, whether the Otun or OCO or the chief, the kingmaker, so whether they make you king or doesn't matter. They all have to come and prostrate at the end of the day. I mean, not literally, but everybody takes a bow. The king is the king. So the president is the president. Whatever was your contribution, you have to lobby the president. So they have a very strong lobbying machine. You can't this thing that you read is from the Yari camp to try to push it. But there's a little truth there, because we the Yorubas, we have to tell ourselves the truth, right? Not in ethnic, super ethnic way, but at least there was too much. A lot of people. I mean, waiting there, right? There was too much backstabbing that went on against the Tinubu there. But anyway, that one is gone now. He has he's killed the Odo, so it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going anywhere anymore.
All right. Let me take you then to this headline. Peter Obi sends message to Nigerians ahead of Tinubu's inauguration. So a lot of people somewhat are disappointed with the lack of with the lack of directness in his messaging, ambiguity, vagueness. So nothing really substantial. This was that moment yet again when he was called upon to take a leadership position, but a lot of people felt it could not live up to it. Did you see Peter Obi's message to his adherents, and do you think it was sufficient enough to ask them to sheave for at least the 29th?
Whether he sent them message or he doesn't send them message, what difference does it make? They're not going. Nobody who's going to go. So I mean, I will be in Nigeria now, and I'm obedient, and I will go and face the armored tank of a. I don't even know. I don't know why everybody has always been worried that there will be some the country is going to burn this and that. Everybody is just playing. Everybody, you are misreading Nigerians. Nigerians are hustlers now. Everybody is doing their thing now. Nobody is going to go and war. They are going to engage in shooting match with maybe those army, maybe some no. I want to be a little bit stereotypical, but in the fun way. You're going to be engaging shooting match with some aboki in the uniform. Okay, no, allow. No, whether I send message doesn't necessarily the inauguration ceremony will happen. I don't see, nobody, there will not be, the country is not going to burn now. The ceremony will happen, Tinubu will be president.
What is your anticipation for the inauguration? Are you expecting something elaborate or conservative antedate?
Conservative. I mean, there is a protocol on ground now. They will follow the. I didn't witness Buhari's inauguration, so I don't have a good grasp of because there is some changes. For instance, this ceremony that Buhari did 2 days ago, whatever, it was not really. I think it's the first time that is happening because Buhari signed. I think, if I'm correct, I think it's Buhari that signed an executive order for transition for president-elect. So that even reminds me. That's why when people say that Tinubu is a total citizen, ordinary citizen, he's not an ordinary citizen. Even though his role, president-elect, might not be in the constitution, there is an executive order creating that office. So it's not totally the law of the land, but then also there is you can call it almost a law because an executive order signed by the president. So Tinubu is not totally privacy, but that discussion is no longer relevant because anyway, in 2 seconds, he's going to be president. Just to make it so, there is an executive order that all these arrangements follow. So it's not a by Ifa. They are Ifa minipe ima pariwo. My Ifa say cannot shout. No, it's not up. It's up to the protocol that's on ground now. But I think the executive order that Buhari signed, right? Except if somebody understands what it's about, I don't think there is a way to know whether it's going to be the elaborateness of the ceremony. I don't know. I don't have a clue.
All right, brilliant. So this one it's not really heavy politics, but it's just really documenting a space in time. I'll be one of the oldest first ladies in Nigeria. Tinubu, whose wife reveals his real age, only to tell us then is the age that he told us he is. But what struck me is her now being at 63, one of the oldest first ladies. So speculations that Aso Rock about to be turned into a nursing home.
Nursing home for Remy. Remy is sweet 16 now. One man.
Sweet 16. Is it the makeup?
One man. Sorry to interject. I wanted to say something. Sorry, I wanted to say something before I stepped out to drop the trash. Permit me to use my language to talk to Tony. But Domo, Amakake Madame Magboto international platform we expect to go now. Uno Oviedo, Rakim Oviedo, Makaka, Agbayagi expect to go now. You know, I don't get or be that give my mana. Emma, I do my now. One man, please tell Solomon to remove all Tony's comments from there. It's not good at all.
No, I've told Solomon to ban him the next time he makes the next abusive. I mean, you know,
why would Solomon ban him, one man? We there here when Solomon I don't
no,
you wouldn't
understand what Tony is saying. This is not between politics at all. This is about we the Benin, so it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Please tell someone to remove it. If I came Lao as a Tony went to the Bonokin, you know. And Tony Tieme, call me Tony. Thank you, one man.
Whatever that means, just do that. You need to calm yourself down.
To be honest, I've not even looked at the comment section. I don't even know what's there, to be honest with you. So
it's always it's throwing abuse at especially Zeta. I don't know why. I don't know, and then calling people names. I don't know why he does it.
For somebody to be insulting me now.
Is he insulting you as well?
I don't know.
He's always insulting it. I don't know why he does it. It's just I don't understand it, but there it is. So yes. Let me take you to the space. U.S. delegation for Tinubu's inauguration arrives Nigeria. So when the Americans come, the serious business starts. So that space Afotai.
Joe Biden is not there.
Joe Biden is not there.
Joe Biden to come.
Of course, they want him to give Tinubu a French kiss. If he doesn't give Tinubu a French kiss,
Temple of Truth. Is it Tinubu? Is Tinubu been elected? or selected. Since Joe Biden is not here, I think it's still selection.
And they never inaugurate them. We are still waiting.
They never inaugurate them.
We are still
They never
waiting.
inaugurate them. Joe Biden didn't come. Are you? Did you listen Jordan yesterday? I was laughing so hard. He said, "Hey, they will not inaugurate."
But on a serious note here, whether we like it or not, it might be a prophecy. This Tinubu era, if we are thinking that it's going to be anything special, then we probably don't read between the lines. I don't see a way. I mean, it's gonna depend on who is probably gonna elect in the cabinet and all that stuff. But if it's this corrupt people that knows him very well, I cannot see any way that Tinubu is going to perform. I'm telling you the honest truth. I do not see it. Because one thing I know is that those people would want to steal money. That is certain. And Tinubu, already they know Tinubu as a corrupt person. They know the ins and outs of Tinubu. Do you understand?
Hey, well, how do you?
And now,
what? Des, do you have a proof?
I don't need to have a proof. It's just glaring.
Okay.
I mean, I don't need to bring it out and say this is the proof.
Okay.
But
From Sapele Water now, you know.
Within their space, what I mean is that within their space, they know their self. They know what they have done and all that stuff. So
sorry, 1 second. I'm not stopping you. Rational mind, make sure your mic is on. You are not connecting properly. Carry on now, Des.
Yeah, so if someone tries to do something corrupt or steals money, I don't see anything that is going to go wrong. It's still going to be the same old same. So I don't know how it's going to work. I hope it does work because I want my country to be great. But I don't really see how it's going to work. But that's why we have one man here. We're going to, this 4 years is going to be all about who looted what and what looted what. That's what it's going to be all about.
You know that list of 5 that Soludo came out to transform the southeast. I think Tinubu will probably complete the remaining 4 in within 2 years.
I hope so.
Not 2 years might start it, but I don't think they can get completed. They sound like
the only thing that I see will struggle is the is it the gas pipelines or something. But the dredging of whatever that needs to be dredged, that can be done immediately. That's just a spend. You know, that's political will and money. So yes, rational mind. Make sure your mic is switched on and then
that one is baby thing for he has experience from doing from tackling the garbage. So whatever around that, I'm sure he knows. He will have the contractors or how really that area goes. I'm sure there will be some experience doing whatever he did in garbage. So that's all right. The pipeline. I mean, there's already some pipelines going around already. You know, so the real pipeline that's really important is how we're going to take the gas to go to Europe. Really, that's really like Trans-Sahara pipeline, or maybe they want to pass somewhere Atlantic Ocean.
Fatai, this is the list that Soludo came up with. It says over five key fundamental infrastructure provisions will change the Southeast. And if anybody would know, Soludo would know. It says one of such infrastructure is the dredging project, which needs to be executed to enable the Southeast have access to the Atlantic Ocean. So that one, I think it can complete within 2 years. Number 2 is the second Niger Bridge, which Buhari has already done. And then number 3 is the highway from Anambra to Lokoja. So that's easily done. Number 4, the gas pipeline around the Southeast. So that's a big one that he might not be able to complete. And then, yes. And it says, whilst other projects will be executed, the completion of the second Niger Bridge is right. So yes, these are low-hanging fruits. These are things that even Buhari could have done if it was not so busy losing money.
I think did you reach somewhere before where you said Tinubu said don't pity me or something like that? So
I read it. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So no, totally right. Okay, so I mean, from my perception, there are two characteristics you will take about the working. I mean, what you could see from outside. I'm not insider. The way you work. So you get into a Lagos, you get a team together, you have a research. Compare it to we spend $16,000 for some transformer, whatever it is, or turbine or whatever it is, electricity, and we bring them to Nigeria. They arrive in Nigeria, then we remember, oh, the bridge. We have to take the thing needs to be installed somewhere, but there is a bridge that needs to be constructed over that place in order for us to then take it there. But we haven't constructed that bridge. I don't know somebody who does anything, whatever, and doesn't do what do you call it? Initial research to understand where you're going, right? So Tinubu going to the creeks and all of these things and all of it. I mean, everything is being worked out. It's just implementation. I will as on the big project now. Now, if the measurement of Tinubu is how many housing estates is able to complete in 4 years, okay, maybe that's where you want to. But if you're going to talk about the big projects, the transformation, the transformational situation that will turn Nigeria into going in the direction of industrial space, right? It's only to have the philosophical direction. If you have the philosophical direction, it's not all of that complicated. If you do your homework first, right? Not you do first, not shoot, not anywhere below face, right? No, shoot then think. No, think before, do your research. Not buy turbine before
you
you
see.
see.
Fatai, you see this narrative. Even Des was introducing it just then about Tinubu and corruption, and then they be big, and then they will loot everything because they know. I think that's missing the point because yes. So sorry, I just got a text. So what I suspect that Tinubu's plan is, what I think might embolden this space is that he has a map of the economic weight of Nigeria, which he knows is under-tapped, and he knows that because this guy has been permutating and modeling towards this position 30, 50 years. So he has a roadmap already. So he's letting them just loot all you can and get out of the space. And then and then through access of those plans is able to I think he has I'm not sure where I'm going, but I think you get my drift.
One man. One man.
Because Nigeria is maybe 100% undervalued in terms of its economic weight, and I think Tinubu knows that.
Of course, totally.
I'm not saying that he doesn't know what to do. Tinubu might know what to do, but the problem is going to be mainly on who is going to put there to do that job. The people that is going to put there, if they know his ins and outs, because Tinubu has been the only person that's actually come to be in that seat, as in putting himself in places. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Trying to give people, put people in position, use money to do a lot of stuff. A lot of people know him, and those people know him.
Oh, you're saying it's susceptible to blackmail.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that is what I'm saying. So
I don't know.
I foresee it. I'm not saying it might happen, it might not. That's what I'm saying. So now those people you put there might just know your ins and outs, and when you give them job to do, they might just say, "I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna eat the money." When they know your ins and outs, I'm just saying this is just me trying to,
you have to be a bit more, be a bit more sophisticated in your.
One man. Even all this looting, we always like to talk about. It's because the country doesn't run like a system. The system takes care when you have a system that that is on autopilot, right?
That 1 minute, Fatai.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just please 1 minute. It seems that you guys are not trying to understand what Des is saying. Des is talking about the team that if Tinubu does not put together a very good team that are ready, to commit to the development of the country, they are not ready to commit sincerely to take us out of this mess that we are going through. We will run into more serious problem. That is what Dress is saying, that Tinubu might mean well, but if he doesn't put together a team that really sincere, to take us out of this problem, to work with him and help him, because they have to help him. He cannot do it.
That's any administration. It's a team that will decide how well you perform.
Yes, that is what Des is talking about. If his team are corrupt politicians that are around him now, and if he doesn't put the right people in the right place to do the job well for the country, we might run into bigger problem. That is what Des is talking about. So,
Thank you, Majaliko. Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, but I get it. I get it. But the point I was making is that okay. Anyway, okay. I don't totally disagree. What I'm saying, like, so if you have a focused direction, right, for what you want to do, right? Okay, I have 4 years. I'm not going to 200 million housing estates for 200 million people. Like, okay, if that is what you want to do, yeah, there are many corrupt politicians that will steal all the money, right? I want to construct the pipe to Europe. I want to take our gas to Europe. I want to reform the CBN. I want to remove subsidy. You do these 3 things. I want to make sure we have the credit facility system, right? Where Nigerians, like the way it happens in the West, you can leverage the resources of the state to, I am a doctor. I can get money that I will pay back over a long time with not extremely high interest situation. You fix all of these things. I think Patoski will be best to explain that one. But yeah, focus, targeted a direction. You don't need the corrupt politicians. Who cares about the corrupt politicians, right? And when you have a system that runs like a system, right, they will be called. I think even one man direction was even fine. I don't know whether totally Fashola that is ideal. I don't know. I don't know what to do. But if you have a very good justice system, like attorney general or whatever, that also will go a long way also in taking care of who is the corrupt people there. But we are
Fatai,
looking at
those
so
are
much of
still
this.
manipulated by executives. Do you understand?
Yeah, but you have Malami. You have Malami. You have Malami.
The problem that Buhari had. Let me tell you, one of the major problems Buhari had was that when he was appointing, and even when he fired and appointed, the mistake he always made is appoint people that was just too close to him. So even when they do wrong,
sorry, Des. Mike, can you have a look in the private chat? Sorry, carry on. Yes.
Yeah. Even when those people do wrong, it's just like maybe we are best friends, right? Maybe I'm best friends with one man, and one man happens to be the president, and I'm like, bro, give me this job, because of our friendship, you give it to me, and when I lose, the only thing you say, bro, why, you won't actually call me out because I'm your tight friend. Do you understand? So that's the problem that Buhari had. Most of the people he was appointing was either in his cabal or people from his side, people that was close to him. So even when they are doing all sorts of things, he wouldn't have that, willpower to do what he needed to do as a president. And that is what I foresee, exactly what I foresee in this
brother.
Buhari's,
Yeah, I get you,
yeah.
but the analogies you are making analogy from up to a period where the country is not like anywhere but faced, right? When you have a country that runs like a system, you don't particularly need Jesus Christ to be running things, right? You have a system that deals with all these things, right? You don't need Jesus Christ to be the president of America, or who is the Biden? Is Biden going to employ? Who is going to be transportation minister? Is it corrupt or not? For the trains in America to work, for the supply chain to work, right? This thing, the system takes care of. It's because we think, oh, Buhari doesn't know all these things now. Buhari is just a security person. So if you want to really judge Buhari, is in the security area. Buhari does not know what he wants to do with Nigeria. So that's why he can employ all people all around here. But when you know you have a targeted project, right? Well, I mean, I don't really like the term too much, technocrat, right? But let's use just for the sake of the discussion. These are technocrat jobs. Now, you want to build a pipeline to Europe. It's not some minister, politician turned to minister that's going to do all these things for you now. You understand? People that know what they're doing are going to be there. I mean, and it's not even so much of speculation, right? The man has a body of work already. It was in Lagos, where it was transformed from an 600 million space to billions and billions. That even it's not regressing, it's progressing. The accumulation of revenue is progressing year on year. So these are jobs where you need technocrats. These are not jobs where you have to worry, politicians, who is going to be minister, who is going to be this. When I look, I don't even care about the ministers, really. Some few key ministers, but who cares about the ministers, right? The ministers are not going to be the one to. All I want to see is I don't want to see against subsidy, whatever they call subsidy. I want to see a central bank that doesn't work like a commercial bank, because what we have essentially is a glorified commercial bank that we call central bank, and we put a machine there to print papers, and we write naira, and we pour and sometimes we pour new ink on the naira and we make a new note, and then we crash the whole economy. I mean, I've never seen any sort of so we want, and then we want to reverse whatever they call gobbledygook. One man let me borrow you. Gobbledygook, they call Nigeria air. I've never seen.
You know. When I said that the corruption of the Buhari administration, it lacks sophistry. That Hidi Sariki is a good example of it. He just goes and borrows a plane from Ethiopia. He says he calls Momotiu from down the road to bring a can of paint and paint Nigerian colors, and then he say, "Come and take photo." Look at that. And everybody is mocking him. You know, the plane went back as soon as that photo was finished. The plane went back. As soon as it finished, the plane went back. As soon as... how much did they even pay? Maybe like about $500,000. Just borrow me the plane. I will paint it and paint it back to your colors. Unbelievable. So it's the lack of sophistication. It's just...
don't talk too much. You want to... My stomach is hurting now. I don't want to laugh too much now. One man, they say, see, I remember my if animal want not this thing, not snail. If people want colonize Nigeria, now Ethiopia go colonize Nigeria. Where some come to Ethiopia to come and colonize Nigeria? This guy, what is wrong with this minister now?
Fatai.
Yes. Babami, Mongoyin.
I'm not sure if Bishop is listening to all these things that one man is saying now. Is Bishop at home?
Is
Bishop in the house?
Baba?
Where is Bishop? How can one man be talking like this? We can't hear response from Bishop.
No, it's off the screen. That's why.
No, Babami, Bishop makes it hard to defend Buhari.
One man.
Right? You can't.
Yeah.
It's not. You can't tell me when he was defending the Nigerian air. Was it 2 days ago? There, but
Let
I'm like,
Fatai line then come in. Yeah.
I'm like, how can you be you? Okay, he's defending like it's the most perfect thing. Is Jesus Christ that brought it down? Okay, I think the way I see Buhari is that he's like a Wizard of Oz. He doesn't know what is going on, right? Or he doesn't want to get involved. How much is really part of the shenanigans going on? It's really complicated to know. I would like to take him, right, to look at him from the innocent angle.
Sorry,
every,
Fatai, to interrupt you. You know, Buhari has always said that they can probe me till the world comes to an end. Because you know,
yeah,
Buhari is a simple man of simple needs.
yeah,
He says
yeah,
this is all I own, and if you probe that guy till the world ends, you won't find that he stole a kobo.
No,
But
no, yeah, he won't. His sister maybe stole, or his brother.
He sees all the stealing going on around him and he ignores it. But he
Ignores
knows they looted the whole place dry, and he
One
just
man,
said,
you know,
I don't care. Just call me Mr. President. That's all I'm after. You know?
Yeah. And you know, even what is really disheartening, right? They know that the guy, he doesn't know these areas, right? So if Emefiele comes to you, he wants to do this thing, and he tell you velocity of money, but you don't know now. How can you query or over query a professional when you don't even have a clue in this field? How can you over query a minister of aviation when you don't know so much there?
You know, when Emefiele says to him velocity of money, Buhari will say, "Can we shoot it?" Emefiele will say no. He will say, chicken go and do whatever. If you can't shoot it, I don't have any chicken you know.
Sure.
Can we shoot it? Yes.
He was so impressed, like, sure.
One man, sorry, sorry.
Supreme Court.
Fatai, sorry to interject. Yesterday, I was listening to, I don't want to call the name anymore so that you don't think I'm attacking his personality. I was listening to him defending the airline. And yesterday, I was listening to Prince Adewale saying the obvious. And I wanted to come in yesterday to just ask that my brother of the first today, and what Wama just said, that the flight went back. Can a plane, Fatai, please answer me, can a plane fly international flight with 2 double signal? Fatai, please, can you answer me?
Brother, when you write Nigeria Air on that aeroplane, right? Nigeria Air is not, wait, brother, let me even make the letter. When you have Nigeria Air is not an operating airline right now. How do you fly international with Nigeria Air? How do you, like, you are coming into a country, you send signal to the whatever they call them. It's only Ethiopia Air that can fly international. So right now, showing us that aeroplane there, it means you just painted it today. Maybe it's painting 2 minutes before, because there's no way the aeroplane flew into Nigeria with that color as a Nigeria Air. It flew in as the Ethiopian Air. What kind of a joke is this? The joke is so incredible. It's unbelievable to believe it. You don't fly.
Unbelievable to believe it. Another one from you.
So Fatai, let Rational Mind come in. I think he wanted to come in. Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
Yeah, well, thank you, Woman. Thank you, everybody. Greetings to everybody.
Greetings.
Yeah, I think you see, I hope I just wish Bishop is here so that we could really speak more. Ever since we've been coming here defending this issue of the Nigerian air and all of that, you would think maybe he has something in it. I mean, I understand how he comes here and then he talks about some narratives about Nigeria, especially when we
rational mind. Don't only Bishop. What of Simba and of Benny?
Simba.
All of them.
Simba.
Yesterday on Friday.
Love Nigeria jù wá lọ now. Love Nigeria jù wá lọ. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ gan-an? Àdẹ̀ní lè sinmi àdílé mi.
Fatai, wọ́n fẹ́ pa wá ń jọ yẹn now. Kí ló dé?
Kí ló dé?
Yeah, so some people will come here and then they will.
Naija no for them, not on the scene now.
All right, Rational Mind.
They believe that they are more patriotic than you, because if you take a stand that it seems like doesn't see eye on eye with their own views, it seems like to them you're not patriotic. But I don't know. Some of us are here. So anyway, let me go back to us. So, but then I don't know if you guys have ever tried go online to look up Nigerian Air. Now
It doesn't have a website, so you can't find it
imagine.
online.
You see, the only let me just say this. Maybe I'm going to rest my
No.
case here with Tinubu matter. You see, the only way Tinubu would make me seem differently is if he comes in, which I doubt. If he comes in, he probes every one of these people during in Buhari's administration. If he comes in, he probes them, and is able to get money back from them, and is able to do what really the masses. He really works for the masses and not for those cronies. Because I heard some of you talking about when you were talking about the people that are going to work with him. You see, all these dogs that you see barking, everybody, the likes of Kiyam, all of them, FFK, all of them barking. For me, I just believe that it's because they are coming in, not because they really want to come and serve. They are coming in to come and loot because it's their own turn now to loot. So anything that would prevent them from coming in and loot through Tinubu, that's going to be an issue for anybody. They will fight anybody for that. So that is why I doubt if Tinubu is going to work for the people. But anyway, talking about the Nigerian Air, you see, I just don't know. Buhari is the most incompetent, clueless president with Nigeria has ever had in the history of that country.
Rational, before you go, let me just impute this thing without Nigeria. You can carry on. Do you know actually there is a court order that tells them to maintain status quo? They should not do anything, and this man is going in violation of the court order to be bringing in this aeroplane. The court says, wait first, and he's not waiting.
Yeah, I think there was a court order that I think somebody was saying there was a bishop.
Patai, thank you. I think I was saying it that day. Sorry.
Yeah.
You remember I was saying it that day that the National Assembly is not. The National Assembly are not on board. National Assembly officials or people that are probing them are not on board with them. They didn't give them go ahead, but yes, they went ahead and carried out that Mirage show on the last day in office. You see, it's just very, very shameful. And we see some of our people defending this. That
somebody here saying that one man his bishop is just saying he's giving it. No, he wasn't giving his opinion. He was making references that very day when he was telling us go and read this place. He has one article. Femi, look, we're not here. We don't come here and just these people here. We will talk about things that we see, the way they speak it. The way it was sounding that very day here, it was sounding like he wasn't in know of what was going on in that area. So Bishop, I respect your view if it's your view, but then my point is that sometimes we should be balanced when we try to defend these criminals in Nigeria. For me,
if we are balanced, what's the fun in that? We have to have wild opinions now, so that we can rile people up.
Balance in the sense that
rile people up. That's what we do. We rile people up.
Don't be too extreme in your defending these people, defending these criminals, because I come to realize that sometimes you cannot. So let me just say this. You see, for me, I just want an attorney general that would not even look. I would not even care whose ox is God in this matter. An attorney general that will come and that will prosecute these people, because I think for us to be able to get, I don't want Tinubu. Whoever is going to be the president to concern himself with the prosecuting of these criminals. Let the attorney general face it. You don't interfere. Let him face these people, because you see, I don't know if you people have seen the list. I just saw it on Sahara Reporters. The list of people that Buhari conferred, I don't know if people discuss that, conferred these national honors on. Mama Dahara was there. This Adi Sirika we're talking about, this Minister of Aviation is part of them. I just don't know how we're running a country like.
I think it's his family. It's all cousins.
In fact, both of the people on that list, they are APC people. BC Akande is there. All of them, they are all there. How do you start?
Emefiele is there.
You start wondering, what are these people done?
Tinubu's wife Remi is there.
Yeah, Remi is there. So what are these people done to merit So it just tell you the kind of person Buhari is a real total waste of our life.
Remi wa kúrò ńbẹ̀ o.
No,
Yẹ má fi ẹ má
Remi
kún ọmọ wọn.
Remi gone. He's not even worthy of it.
But
Ẹ fi Remi wálẹ̀, ẹ fi Remi
why was he
wálẹ̀.
said it? Bill will look past.
The video is there too, though. The video.
What bill? I mean, the
Mommy.
I can understand the video. Listen, I can understand the video. The video is an artist. You know, that guy has put Nigeria's name on the map. That guy has done a lot of things. This is what we talk about. The people that you are putting on that list should be people that are achievers, people that have contributed to that country, who has been ambassadors in some ways, maybe through their art or through their talent. These are the people that should be given honor. What does BC?
It diminishes the honor when you are giving it to Remy and all of. Yeah, it diminishes it. I said it diminishes the honor when you are giving it to Sidi Sariki and all this kind of.
You see, let me say this, and I'm going to attack some people here. You see, if Tinubu ever gets there, I want him to be able to do whereby no northerner will ever control that place again.
Please, Rational Man, why are you saying
hold on? Because you see, let me say this. Let me just say this.
Don't say if it's there already.
He said what? Well, we don't know. But anything can happen from now to tomorrow.
We are already in tomorrow.
I'm ready. National mind.
I'm worried now. We shall see how that plays out.
Is there already?
Information that I'm getting here from here is different from what you are getting from there. We shall see how it plays out. Don't worry.
Oh, you have an ear to the ground?
He said what?
You have an ear to the ground. You hear everything.
Don't worry.
Give us some info now. Baba,
Rational man, have plan.
Don't worry now. There's no plan.
I hope you have plan, Bisha.
One man, we are going to distribute it in the platform.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, including you, Rational Mind. I think there's been a response to that your comment from the Tinubu camp. I'm just hearing from one of my correspondents on the ground. So I think there's a message coming in. This one is for you, Rational Mind.
Ole your right. Alákànjí tiwa. Ole your right. Aṣíwájú gbéra o. Gbéra go get your vision. Mo ní kò kálá. Kálákàrá ìtẹ́ lọ́wọ́ lùtà. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹni jọ. You don work, you build leaders. You suppose to dey jai. Kí ló kàn ẹ́ kan person matter? Person wey your mind on it. When you land softly on Abuja floor. So far so good, kò ní bàjẹ́ APC. Yes, APC. Yes. Aṣíwájú. Àbọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí. Àbọ̀ Fọláṣadé. Àbọ̀ Olúwaṣeyí. Àbọ̀ gbogbo Naija. Káwọn jọ APC. Yes. APC. Yes. Aṣíwájú. Àbọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí. Àbọ̀ gbogbo Naija.
Rational Mind, Buga now. Why are you going to Buga? We have to Buga. We have to Buga. Rational Mind, Buga.
Did you see Rational Mind? I Buga for Rational Mind. Rational Mind.
You people have so overhyped this Bola matter. I mean, I was surprised. I mean, in fact, I'll be number one to come on your platform, one man.
Ominira today, say Ominira today.
What freedom has come?
One man. I just sent you a new song. Can you play that on your WhatsApp? Check it and play it.
No, all right.
Just check it.
I'll have a look.
This was why Buhari was overhyped in 2015 when he entered. Somebody had to walk all the way from what was it called? What state was that? Maybe from Lagos or to Abuja to go and meet him. I mean, look at what you see. It's becoming so ridiculous to me. Like this guy, get in there and let's see what you want to do. The other guy's dead you now. Let's see. I say my point is
Rational Mind. Rational Mind. Àti jẹlọ náà o, wọ́n lè bá wa. Àti jẹlọ, ìfìyẹ́lẹ̀, àti jẹlọ.
When are you going to Buga now? You have to Buga.
Woman, can I say something?
Go on, please. Sorry.
Yeah, let's hear from Zeta. Zeta, come in.
You know what is ridiculous about the whole of this thing? I had information that churches are going on all night, that Tinubu doesn't wake up.
Yeah.
That is the ridiculous thing. Just as Rational Mind said, it's becoming really, really ridiculous. Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, all night.
No. AI. Zita, you said
it's becoming really ridiculous. I hear you, Rational Mind. It's ridiculous.
What has become ridiculous? Can
Madam Zita, don't worry. We have started the party already. We have started already.
Hold on. You asked a question, Rational Mind. What is becoming ridiculous? Let me say.
No. Woman, don't do that, please. Let AI answer that question. I want him to answer.
No. It's not even me that is going to answer it, but there's a better answer. Watch this.
No. That we serve. That is going to and choose deliberately. To not wickedness. On the people of Nigeria. All leaders. Send your assignment. That one.
Arise and swallow them. Pray against Mahmoud and swallow them. Pray against Mahmoud. Pray against Mahmoud. Pray against Mahmoud. Arise and swallow them. Arise and swallow them.
Is it not getting ridiculous, Rational Mind?
What are you talking about?
These are the people leading Rational Mind.
Listen. I'm not here today to do any of this crap. I don't want to do this crap.
Please, this is mental breakdown.
Well, we are telling the truth now.
Let me ask a question.
This is mental breakdown.
Mama hate you.
Zita.
Rational
Mind. This is mental breakdown. These people are having mental breakdown.
All right, let's hear from Rational Mind. Yeah, go on.
I want to ask Zita the question. All I've said so far here, what have I said that is ridiculous? Or you are trying, like, one man is trying to equate to what these people you just showed us now.
No, you said this thing is becoming ridiculous around the man. That's what you said. We can rewind it. That was why I said yes.
This thing, in what context was that? No. What I meant,
it's becoming ridiculous in the sense that a lot of things is ridiculous around.
Okay. Now I get you.
Yeah, and I gave you an example. People going to do all night since Friday in the church. That their fellow human being that had an ambition and got his ambition should die. Is that not ridiculous?
It is. Okay, now I get you. I was thinking maybe you felt it's okay, let's just forget it. Because I was thinking I support what they were saying, what they were doing. I didn't support what they were doing.
What is
I don't see
anything. I don't see anything wrong. The problem is that Buhari's government has made a lot of people very skeptical. Like, this administration that is just passing through has made a lot of people afraid. So when you see people acting this way, this has never happened before. Do you know that? You've never had people coming out and praying or, people doing all this kind of stuff. It's because of what they passed
They did it with Buhari now. What are you talking about? They were saying Buhari was dead.
No, they did not. It wasn't. No.
They did not say Buhari was dead.
No, I mean, when
they were saying it, but they were wishing death on him. This Nigerian democracy has exposed Nigerian Christians. He really exposed you guys, man. You claim to be the holiest people.
To me, I think this is.
Hold on, everybody. Let's hear from Princess. Mike, I sent you a message. I sent you a message.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, go on, Princess.
I think what's going on in Nigeria, I think people are having a lot of mental breakdown. This is mental crisis. This is not normal anymore. This is gone way beyond normal. I think they are having mental breakdown. So may God help us. Because if this prayer they've been making, if they've been making it for Nigeria, then Nigeria shouldn't be in the situation it is now.
Are you
God bless you, my dear.
Are you kidding?
No,
let's get something straight.
This is mental breakdown. I'm telling you, they're having some mental crisis.
Let me say something, yeah? See, this has been the past 8 years of people being skeptical and afraid of what's going to happen tomorrow. Don't equate it because of Nigeria is one of the most prayerful countries for their country I have ever seen. I've never seen such country that pray for their country in my life. Nigeria pray every day for their country. So don't say they don't pray for their country. This thing you are seeing, do you know statistically 175 people die every day in
I
the
don't agree.
Buhari
Nigerians
government?
don't pray for their country. They pray for their pocket and they swear for the
Let me
country.
say
That's what me I
something.
know.
175 people die every day in Buhari's government. Do you know what it is? For 8 years, 175 people die every day. Do you understand
Hey,
the amount
brother,
of?
there's these statistics. Where it come from now?
No,
I'm telling you, I'm not saying.
Hold on. Let me answer that question for him. 60, is it 63 or 67,000 people?
55,000 died.
65 that died during
Yes.
8 years. So if you divide it by
Bros,
So it doesn't mean
human beings
every
die
day.
every day in human
Yeah, but it
society.
doesn't
No.
mean
This is a
People
different.
die every day in human
it doesn't
society.
mean
You're talking
Guys, don't use that this
no,
thing.
no,
You see, Mike, you do something a lot. You don't.
Bro,
no, no, no. That's
listen.
not the
In
point.
America, people die every day. Human beings are supposed to die.
The problem
But
with you. You don't listen. 65,000
listen to
people
what? What are you
died.
trying to? What point are you trying to make? Human beings live forever.
Okay,
People
all right.
die, or illness, accident, things like that. It's
Okay.
natural. In
But
America, 45,000
Let's
people
look
die
at
a
the
year from gun
claim.
violence
Let's look
alone.
at the math.
Talk
Let's
like
look
not
at the
illness,
math.
but just gun violence, no accident, nothing else, just gun violence
This is
alone.
not
So stop
accident.
it.
Would you listen? Would you please listen?
Mike, they are not talking about gun violence. They are talking
They're
of
not talking. They
cases.
want to do the math. Let's do the math. It's the math I'm talking about. I'm not saying
Rational mind. Let rational mind land that point. I think he's struggling to land the point because he's overwhelmed by
The point
rational mind.
Thanks. What I'm trying to say is this: we're not talking about people who died in accident. People who died in the hands of criminals, like the herdsmen, the kidnappers. That's what we're talking about here. Things that are preventable. If Buhari had done what he was supposed to have done, it is preventable. That Abuja bombing of that train, people that are being kidnapped on the road and when they're traveling, this is preventable. Because it was playing. I mean, what was going on in Benue State, the killing in Benue State, he could have prevented it if he wanted to prevent it, but he did not.
Okay, explain to us how we
The
prevent it.
numbers, the killing in southern Kaduna, he could have prevented it if he wanted, but he did not. He played.
Tell us how you will prevent it. Tell us.
Dude, I'm not here to come and.
You use your oracle to know they are coming, Abi, and then we send you there. We're gonna stop it.
Listen. If you want us to discuss that, I don't.
You can't stop human being from what they want to do. If somebody wake up one morning and wants to go and shoot people, nobody can stop that person. Stop blaming president for everything. God damn. How can a president know that someone wants to wake up and go and shoot people? How can he know?
Now, Mike, what did you just say now? You said I should get out. What did you say?
Open your ears. You hear what I said. Don't be asking me to repeat myself.
Mike, you're misunderstanding what's going on. See, let me explain.
You guys are doing propaganda.
You're not.
How can he say the president could have prevent somebody waking up one morning to go and shoot people? Even America cannot prevent it. And you saying America cannot prevent the 45,000 people that decide to kill people.
Listen,
Mike, let's be on the same page.
What rational mind is saying is very clear. The president is the one in charge of the security of that country. So when you have a country that that the security of life and property is not secured and people are killed every day.
For example, look at the Kuje prison break. They had information quite some days. What did they do about it?
They didn't do anything. From villages to villages, we have various villages that have been destroyed, taken over by terrorists, and millions of Nigerians are living in IDP camp. This is what Rational Mind is talking about, that all these are preventable if government have put in place a good security infrastructure on the ground. They will have prevented all these deaths that are recorded every day. So we are not saying that crime doesn't happen, like armed robbery, like what do you call it, gunshot, or what do you call it, within individual,
maybe motor accidents on the
motor
road.
accident. No, those one. But we are talking of preventable death due to insecurity. Security infrastructure that are not put in place by the government. That is what the rational mind is saying. So don't let us model it up.
All right, all right, Fatai. Land that space. Actually, let me just play you this. I want to play you a clip and then a brief commentary on it, and then I want to move the conversation on. But if you want to land up, do you want to round up this headline first on the screen, or do you want me to just play the clip?
I think I mean, what I would just land it is like I think what do I even want to say? I mean, it's been so much I don't even remember what I want to.
All right, let me take you to the clip then. So I'm inviting your thoughts then on this space. The inauguration now today in my time zone, probably tomorrow in other people's time zone. But this clip that I'm about to play you, a lot of people are inviting that it should be incorporated into the inauguration. But there are proprietary right issues that has to be surmounted before this clip can be incorporated into the inauguration process. But even if they are able to surmount the proprietary right issues, do you think this clip should be incorporated, or the substance, the message of this clip, do you think it should be incorporated into the inauguration ceremony?
When they bend them, is a sweet us. When they sweet us, is a they never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet us.
It'll be a travesty, wouldn't it? If they don't play that song on that day, it's a travesty. Yeah?
One man, I'm repeating it. You are pretending like you don't know that death is right here. You don't know that death is right here.
It's a River State something.
No, this time around, death is the pain. When Tinubu, death and rational mind, especially rational mind. You go pay rational mind tomorrow. The guy don't collect baton now. And they don't hand over here, relay. Relay Tinubu go become Usain Bolt tomorrow. Usain Bolt now go be in
Why
limbo.
go pay me now? Why you go say go pay me?
We don't say go pay you now. We don't say go pay you. You go
pay me.
You guys, you've been in church, bring for the man to die, and if the man doesn't die, you pay you now.
Man alone, no. If you can't beat them, you join them. You're gonna join them. Don't worry.
Mike, you need to stop doing something here. You don't play this your batified madness with me. When I mean madness, trying to
it's banter now. It's banter.
Well, I can understand it's banter sometimes, but sometimes they go off course sometimes. Like,
am I going off course? We know truth now. We know that he's paying you. There's no way he was not paying you.
Look at you, woman. You're defending this guy.
Are you saying he's not paying you?
He's telling.
No. That's this will Mike. Don't go.
There's no obedience in this world that is not paying.
Don't go too hard.
We can see it in your voice now. We can hear it in your voice. You can see the pain in your voice. That's why we are saying.
All right.
He's paining me too, Mike.
Mind. That's the way he is. He's not showing. I don't think he's paining him. Please,
I don't think rational. Hold on. I don't think rational mind cares that deeply. All he wants is a better country, really deep down. What rational mind actually wants is Yoruba nation, or you'll be surprised.
Yoruba nation, yes. Yoruba nation, what rational mind wants. And also for him to say,
rational mind wants a working Nigeria.
Leave me alone, Joe.
A working Nigeria, not Yoruba nation. A working Nigeria.
Yoruba nation for sure. Yoruba nation for sure.
It's a Yoruba nation. It's one of Koiki's gang.
Yeah. And they say, Simba, did you go to school at all? This Fatai, what this spooing with your mouth? Rational mind, leave me alone. No, rational mind is okay now. I don't want a champion now. One man.
Rational mind is probably, I'm not sure, between him and Ajande Koko, the longest long member of this platform. Since we were only three of us are just talking nonsense, it was rational mind, me and Ajande Koko.
Rational mind, you might be given a position in this government to be ready or be prepared.
He will say he doesn't
I can't work with criminals.
It's a lie. You take it and go and sabotage the government.
Change them now. You go in there and change them, right?
If I can't beat them, I will join them at the end of the day. and I have my name.
And you're gonna sabotage it.
You said what? Oh, sabotage me? Is that what you're saying?
If Tinubu give you position, you definitely go there and sabotage everything. Just to.
Why would that? You see what I'm saying? You see, you just read me into whatever. Like, okay,
You hate the man too much now that you wish him to succeed. So you rather go there and sabotage everything so he can fail and you can be happy.
Mike,
I mean, if you guys can be praying that the man should die, I mean, what else? I mean, what can be worse than that?
You see now, you see telling me I'm wishing within me that he should die. Why should I wish?
Didn't you say we should wait? What else do you mean when you tell us that tomorrow we should wait?
All right. Let's leave Mike alone for a moment. Rational Mind brother alone for a moment. Rational Mind is like I don't know. It's like the comical villain of the platform. Anytime it turns up, they are just saying,
like don't worry, I will call Miss Dupsy to come on board and come and defend you.
Dupsy ló lè ṣe. Rational Mind, Dupsy ló lè ṣe. Gbogbo tá ń pariwo igan, you no need that. Just call Dupsy. Rational Mind go calm down.
That's the elixir of a rational mind.
Rwanda president Paul Kagame. He just landed too in Abuja. He's coming for the inauguration.
Yeah. It's actually turning into a big deal.
Is the Cameroonian president coming? No,
Rwanda.
See, Cameroonian come.
No, Pobia Olewa.
Which one?
No. I mean, what's his name?
This Sudan, Sarah.
No, Sudan. Okay, no,
Cameroonian don't need dementia.
Gabon and Cameroon, both of their president, they are just invalid. They are both invalid. Yeah, so I don't think any of them is coming.
That one is in is it in vegetative state in France?
Which of them?
Which one? Is it the one of Cameroon or which one?
Cameroon too is both of them. They're not just.
That one is a French.
The Cameroonian has dementia now. The Cameroonian guy has dementia.
That one is there.
Gabon has
because
stroke.
of France.
Something Bongo, Omar Bongo.
Rational Mind.
Yeah.
That Cameroon one is a special case. That one is there because of France. That's who the one. That one is
France just like
what France is doing to that country is a disgrace.
Not just that country, the African continent. They are just they're still colonialist.
No, I think the problem with is that they don't want to handle this. What's it called? Like what happened in Iraq after the death of Saddam Hussein, whereby there's law and there's lawlessness everywhere. Like you just imagine if Nigeria now, anything happen in Nigeria, oh my goodness, they should be ready. The whole Europe should be ready to start taking in refugees, and they don't want to handle that. They don't want to start.
No, Rational Mind, no. They should let them. Small picking when them born now, go crawl before it start to the work. They will fall and rise up now. Leave them.
What are you talking about? Them live. Also now. I mean,
you say Francis
cannot afford to have Nigeria disintegrate. I mean, make Nigeria go into anarchy like a whole total full-blown civil war. They cannot allow that. They will not allow that. They want to maintain
status quo. Because of that, they should keep colonizing us.
Yeah, they want to allow. Yes, they want to maintain status quo. Whoever got sworn in is not really.
So we are two children. We cannot grow up. And if they don't, so forever now they will be giving us diaper. So they should be in Cameroon till eternity. When are they going to get out?
This discussion you're having, I don't think you're just trying to make it. I mean, to you, do you think the EU and America and Canada, do you think they can afford to have Nigeria to go into chaos?
Rational Mind, the same people
they don't care, man. Didn't do the Congo.
They do care. I think, Mike. They do care because the mass of the Nigerian, Nigeria, they already know the route through the desert into Europe. And then in terms of strategic mineral resources, if that country implodes, it will affect the global economy and even global movement. I think they want to hold Nigeria as it is. That's what I suspect.
But one man, Nigeria is not close to their border now. The one close to their border, Libya, they destroyed it with their own hand. So
No, but
what
it
do they
doesn't
care
matter.
about
Look
what
at
is
the
going on?
constitution of Nigeria.
If Nigeria breaks up, it will overwhelm into neighboring countries and it will cascade all the way through
Look at
Italy.
Nigeria's population
Libya, they
now.
just
Nigeria
destroyed Libya.
the population in
That
Nigeria
is
is
close to
huge.
them. One man.
All right.
We don't want them to keep in our. Anyway, it's a discussion that goes everywhere. So maybe it's not really the forum for that. But all I would say about that is, if they care that they don't want refugees or whatever or neighboring country in their country, they shouldn't have destroyed Libya. They destroyed Libya. You know how many Africans died?
You know how that backfired for them
as a result of that destruction of Libya.
But you know how that has affected Europe. I mean, what happened in Libya?
Who caused them? How we affect
I
you?
know. We know that they cost
you can't compare Libya's population to Nigeria's population now. I mean, Nigeria is a huge country. Look at the population.
Do you know? You know?
I know, but what
you
is
know how America paid dearly for
that?
it? Hold on. Do you know how America paid dearly for it?
But that is not what Libya's people is doing now. It doesn't mean they will colonize Libya now.
Saying that
they destroyed Libya. So what is the correlation? The argument.
The correlation is this. If you
but the thing, they destroyed Libya.
No. One voice now. When somebody is one voice now. The way the conversation chops up sometimes. Yeah. Sorry, carry on, Rational.
Can you guys?
Yes, you have the floor. Yeah.
All right. So I just want to address Fatai. Des, you call me later. So what I want to say is that they paid for it. If they knew the plan that whoever maybe Barack Obama had was just to go in there and just topple Gaddafi, but they never had another plan B or who is going to take over from Gaddafi. That was what they messed up. The same thing they did in Iraq. That was what they did also in Libya. And so see what happened to them. Now they lost their ambassador during that whole madness. They lost their U.S. ambassador. I mean, and ISIS were going there to train. They were training there. And a lot of things were going on there. So it was what they caused. If they knew that was what was going to happen at the end of the day, I know that maybe they would have probably not have even toppled Gaddafi. Or maybe they probably would have another plan B of having somebody who would take over from Gaddafi. But they never, all they just were concentrating on was that they wanted Gaddafi out of that place. And so the point is this, that if that happened in Nigeria, Libya's population is just not even up to that of I can't say Ondo State alone. Maybe Abia State has population more than the whole of Libya. I don't think Libya is up to 5 million. So you can imagine the large chunk of it is desert.
No, I understand your point, rational mind. But
you
what
can imagine when you have about 180 million people dispersed out of that place. You know the humanity.
I know. My point is with the discussion about French, whatever they are doing in Cameroon. What does it have to do with them leaving Cameroon alone or the other African countries and not be stealing their resources to be powering their own electricity and letting them choose their president? That's really the point. It's not. I'm not saying that if Nigeria is destroyed, it will not be a problem. But what does it have to do with let the people rule themselves? That's what I'm saying. What does it have to do? Anyway, tomorrow was you now was you song. Now I care about tomorrow. Is
it Wasiu's song or this song that World Peace are sent in? This one.
Baba don't we know we must do so Baba you. Obi the shots, Obi the cry, Obi one the them must do so Baba you. Baba don't we know we must do so Baba. Obi one day, Obi one king, Obi one king. Every day cry, them must do so Baba. We must do so Baba. Abego. Now look at don't throw away your face.
Obi-Wan,
even the Amugbos are celebrating. Even the Amugbos are celebrating. Look at that. But then Tinubu is a drug baron also. So even the Amugbos.
Where did you find this one now? Obi-Wan.
That guy now, the guy from Edo State.
Tony Kabaka.
One man is
Tony
Zazu going to
Kabaka.
perform. One man is Zazu going to perform.
Hold on. I'm not sure if he will. So let's ask him.
Nigeria, my people, they don't leave me. Now me they shout up and down.
Enough of all that. More of that tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be last galore. He's going to be.
I used to think this guy to be very. I used to think this guy was a very illiterate guy until I hear him.
Is he not? Is he not?
I don't think it's.
All right.
No.
He's an illiterate, man. He's just street smart. He's a street smart guy. That's all. He's just street smart. That's it.
Yeah. He's not.
He's not illiterate. I don't think it's that guy. The guy seems like sometimes I've listened to him. It speaks it speaks like someone who understands, who knows things.
He's street smart now. How can you grow up in the street of Lagos and not know anything? What's rational mind talking about? How can you grow up in the street and not understand anything?
No.
Daniel Koko is saying he went to a higher institution.
He went to a higher institution, Polytechnic of maybe Laro Polytechnic or somewhere or something like that. Oh,
wow! I didn't know he's that red though. I thought maybe he's maybe primary school dropout.
Or maybe Lonnie Polytechnic or something like that. Yeah.
What I'm saying is sometimes when you pronounce certain English word, you pronounce them very well. That's what I'm saying. So I believe somebody like all this kind of like Pasuma, even you know how Pasuma began. This kind of Pasuma and all those kind of people like would say they don't really understand English. It's the way they speak English.
This generation, virtually everyone in this generation know how to speak English. In Nigeria today. Virtually, if you go to Nigeria today, if you go to some states, like for example, listen. But for example, when I go to places like Osun in the 90s, they can't speak English there. But if you go there today, all the youths there can speak English fluently. So this generation, English has become very spread in Nigeria now. So it's not like back in our time where it's just a new language where people struggle to speak, But now everyone knows English very well in Nigeria. Trust me. It's like this generation.
You know the person that disappoints me somewhat that is not it doesn't have a real grasp of English. It's actually the leading Yoruba actor Odunlade Adekola or something like that. That guy he can't speak. It would have been a great star if only although they said he's gone back to learn now.
A lot of them are going back to school too. A lot of them are going back to school. I think Pasuma too went back to school. I think he had degrees.
But you don't have to speak English very well for you.
Well, yeah.
Look at Ogunde. Ogunde wasn't well read, but I mean he was a great artist.
I don't even think English is a parameter you should be using to measure someone's intelligence. To be honest, in Nigeria they will say, you can't speak English, so it's dumb. Most of the Oyinbo children, you don't speak English. They are so dumb to me. Like most of those kids, I can't.
Yeah, but you speak English, Mike.
No, I'm saying like in Nigeria, like when I go to Nigeria today, those children, those Ajebo children, they are speaking English. Even and they can't speak any other language. They tend to be less intelligent than those kids. They actually speak other language and speak English also. Because that's what I noticed. Like they don't know too much. They just speak. This is speaking that Nigerian English, and it's so disappointing because in Nigeria today there are some children that can't speak another language except English, and if they leave Nigeria, their English is not understood by anyone else. Because they have that Nigerian accent. So if you go to an Igbo country, Igbo man cannot even understand their English. So what's the point of only knowing how to speak English when you can't speak another language?
It's not a barometer.
But in Nigeria, they will give you a job because you can speak better English. Now someone else.
But somebody to pronounce very well, like this guy. I've had him speak, like this guy was talking about, this Zazu. I mean, I've had him speak. He pronounced certain English words right.
I'm a baboon. I'm from the zoo.
So no, but
that's rational mind's good pronunciation of English.
No.
Because the guy pronounced baboon and zoo.
Okay, let me just leave this conversation because maybe.
No, we're just mucking around now. The session has taken on a life of its own. So whilst I just have this window, let me acknowledge the super chats that have come in. Alexander Gomez, celebratory mood at Tinubu. Joining in the celebration all day. wanting me to audit the space, world pace, Kulata inserting when it's not on the screen, usually via super chat, and Kulata carries on still the conversation and still carries on the conversation. So that's Kulata right there. And still on Kulata, RB then joins Kulata in the super chat space. So he actually invited, so I went to dig up in the suite them in the pain or something. So thank you. And then, of course, to document Ayo with the buy the coffee, you know he always does, and he does again. So thank you, Ayo. So thank you, one and all. So gentlemen, Adele Coco is up next. Adele Coco, are you ready?
Okay. Anyway, one man, take care.
Yeah. All right. Yes. So stay with us after just for as long as you can. But let me take you.
Is going to stay with us to celebrate the inauguration now.
Fatai Olobikoko, Ishoru is on Ishoru tonight. Ishoru.
I mean, not like Wasiu.
Agbo Wasiu. O ti ṣe $1.
Àkànbí ewé ayò ewé túnbẹ̀ ṣe ìtúlú nìkan tí wọ́n ṣe nǹkan tí Wasiu màmá kan lọ́la nìyẹn Àkàndé. Màmá jó sí Wasiu lọ́la màmá jó sí Wasiu ṣé ní dẹ̀ nù. Ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra ẹ fà wẹ́ national mind gbogbo ayé ẹ bá wa fa Tinubu mọ́ra o kó lè rí ṣe o.
Wasiu ló jẹ́ kí Tinubu really win ilẹ̀ Yorùbá because Wasiu is one guy that's super big in Yorùbá land. Wasiu can command crowd. He's probably the artist I know that every Yoruba person loves. The moment Wasiu started endorsing Asiwaju, that was it.
But you say Wasiu cannot make him win now.
Which role? He didn't see the song. Well, let me find that video. I just go so he didn't know. Wasiu calling now? He sang song for Asiwaju. He composed song for him. Asiwaju ló Yoruba ló kàn. There's a song he composed for Asiwaju.
Ọmọ Igbo tó sọ Yorùbá.
No, I've been in America for so long now. My accent.
How long have you been? Have you been here?
I'm not dead. I'm not saying. Come on, sir. Come on. You think he's.
Let me ask Mike a question.
To be ashamed.
You said you've been here for how many years?
When it comes to the Yoruba language,
I'm sure Mike.
The words, the Yoruba words that I know that you never heard in your life. If I start bringing them here, you'll be confused. You don't know.
Mike, you sound more like an Okoro than
Mike is from Anambra. He's from Anambra. That's
Yoruba now.
Someone down original Yoruba left when we all go.
Is it true Mike is not from? I thought Mike is from Lagos. Somebody said.
Mike is from Mike is from Ugeli.
I don't know where he's from. Maybe he's from Kwara.
He's from Ugeli.
Mike is a Ijebu boy now. Ijebu, Lagos born Ijebu now. Lagos born Ijebu.
Look at that.
Anyway.
All right, let's go to Ajanle Coco and see if we can. I wonder if we should even go to the topic or just be having the fun. I was enjoying that. But Ajanle Coco, so Tinubu now to make immediate appointments, secretary to the government of the Federation, chief of staff, and a spokesperson. So in the course of our conversations, we've concluded that Bayo Ononuga has somewhat discounted himself from that spokesperson for the presidency for those unguarded comments he made towards the Southeasterners during the Chinedu phase. Adale Koko, your thoughts?
Thank you, Mama. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. He has to make that announcement as quick as possible tomorrow morning after the inauguration. The position of chief of staff is very important. He's the gate man between him and the president. He coordinates the presidency, and he manages the affair in the presidency. So that one is important. Then head of service is equally important. The presidency must have somebody as the head of service, person that is overall head in the federal um, ministry. So that is equally important. So the president must have somebody to coordinate all the PAMSEC in all the ministries and in preparation for the announcement and the approval of the ministerial list by the announcement by the president and the approval of the ministerial list by the assembly. So somebody must be there representing the president as the head of the um, ministry and parastatals to coordinate and get the administration, um, performing and directing the affairs of the state. So, and the third one, which one? The spokesperson. Yes, you said Bayo Nunuga as. What did you say? You said what did he do?
Remember you remember some of the unguarded commentaries that he made during the Lagos State gubernatorial elections.
Yes. What did that? What would that take from him, from being the spokesperson? Are you saying that because of that statement, he might not be appointed by the
Yes,
president?
I think that will somewhat disqualify him if he's trained himself to be an ethnophobe.
I don't think so, one man. If it couldn't be dropped down by the president-elect when you make that statement, you remember we all called for him to be taken out of the team. Tinubu did not take him out of the team. He is still with him till today. So I don't see him not. I don't see the president-elect not making him the presidential spokesperson. He qualified for the job. He's a veteran in the field of journalism. He's well known. He coordinated the medial activity of the campaign team, and I believe that he will be rewarded by the president-elect to manage the media affair of the incoming administration. So I believe that he will be appointed as the presidential spokesperson, and he will have a young person to assist him. It might be that guy from the South, that light-skinned guy.
Let's just remember, Adulali something, that guy, the one that looks like an Arab. Let's remind ourselves, Bayo Ononuga, the spokesperson for Bola Tinubu Presidential Campaign Council, has doubled down on his ethnic slur against Igbos in Lagos, insisting the Igbos are existential threats to Yorubas, are criticized for his controversial and divisive ethnocentric statement. Mr. Ononuga, in another tweet, said, "Let me make myself abundantly clear. The view I express on Twitter are my personal views. I don't owe anyone any apology for addressing the existential threats of our people. I am, after all, first of all, a Yoruba before being a Nigerian," he added. Earlier on Sunday, correspondents report how Ononuga, in a tweet, pushed outright exclusion of Nigerians of Igbo extraction from Lagos politics, marking an escalation of ethnic controversies that enveloped the governorship election March the 18th. Very, very controversial figure. It says, Igbos are aliens in Yoruba land. They should never come near Lagos politics again. Bayo Ononuga, Tinubu spokesperson. It says, let 2023 be the last time of Igbo interference in Lagos politics. Let there be no repeat in 2027. Lagos is like Anambra, Imo, any Nigerian state. It is not no man's land, not Federal Capital Territory. It is Yoruba land. Mind your business. So I don't think as somebody that holds this extreme view can be the spokesperson, because of course it's not the spokesperson of Yoruba land, it's the spokesperson for Nigeria.
Can you compare what he said to what the vice president said? Have you listened to what Shetima said about the Igbos one time?
Now we have it. Shetima.
I don't think exactly. I don't think Tinubu will care, man. Because Shetima said worse now, so I don't think Tinubu will care how Igbo people feel. To be honest, he's just going to do whatever he wants.
All right.
Thank you very much, Kunle. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Honestly, I accept your congratulations, even though I'm PDP. Because you remember one time when the fighting in Borno, when our people were being killed left and right. Then what is it, I said, do you remember one time when our people were being killed in Borno State, left and right, Bauchi, Gombe, everywhere in the north? Of course. I remember you were saying that was there any Southerner among us? We were the one killing ourselves. I always remember this statement, Mr. Kule. But look at this today now. Today our brother is in charge, and I'm sure he made it clear to the world. The first thing he said was that he was moving the command of Nigerian army to Maiduguri until when Boko Haram is over. So if not your brother as the president, who will do it for you? But we could have done it to anybody in Nigeria. But you can see that some people refuse to do it for us. So really, really, today I understand why we have to have the presidency, honestly. No, it's like that, Kule. Kule is like that. Because how can anybody convince us that some miscreants cannot be dealt with by Nigerian army? Why can't we believe it was deliberately left? Even if there is no involvement of government hand in it, why can't we believe that it was deliberate? Let them kill themselves. Well, it has come out even very clear, because it was at a point in our campaign, they were saying that by the killings of Boko Haram, there will be no population again. In fact, let me tell you why the North insisted that Jonathan has to go, because we had the plan that if Jonathan continues, the same problem will happen in Kano, the same problem will happen in Sokoto, the same problem will happen in Jos and Ebro until when our population is depleted. No. We have had a wonderful experience, honestly. In order to avoid the problem, that's why I said the issue. So whether he accepted or not, the North was clear voting now. What could he have done? You remember what Babangida did for us? Babangida, you see, what happened was, even when Babangida did it, you understand? Do you get me? The bulk of the population that voted was from the North. And Rini said it. Since Babangida was in Abuja, Governor Rini of Kano State, then, former governor of Kano State, he said, if there's Siwa in Abiola in Lagos, Abiola Babangida will have said it is Yoruba that did it. So Abiola should fly to Kano, they will swear him as president, and they'll stand their ground. Before we know, they rallied around Abiola, they said, don't go to North, if you go, they will kill you. Maybe so happened. Do you understand? No. So, but I'm coming now. So Babangida got the... And then, has incarcerated him for many years. I'm coming now. I'm coming. Before we are talking about the cancellation now, the cancellation of the elections. And two, didn't you not see that even from the West, there were people who supported there are big men who joined in the cancellation of the elections. But whatever it is, at that time, it was nobody was killing the Yorubas left and right. Babangida was virtually betraying everybody. And today, have you not seen him on TV? Have you not seen how he was looking? Is God not wonderful? Did you not see Babangida? Even though I have promised as from today, so long as he's my brother from the North, even if he's eating everybody in Nigeria fresh, you come out with Nigerian man leg eating, I will not say it's bad again. Because I have learned how to support my people from what I have seen with Igbos and some people in Nigeria with Jonathan. Man, you must thank God for Yoruba. Yoruba supported Buhari, otherwise we wouldn't have come. No, I'm coming, please. I'm coming. Let me tell you one part. I'm coming. Listen to me, Kule. A section of Yoruba supported Buhari. Listen to me, please. Let us make this thing clear. You understand? We are all politicians. Yes. The Tinubus, since 1960s, since the Oyibo left the country, Yoruba was told one word. We are first Yorubas. You are first Yoruba before you are a Muslim, you are a Christian or Nigerian. Yes. So or not so? Yeah, you are right. Abi? Yes,
Okay.
you are right, Alhaji.
Now, all along, a Yoruba man, whoever he is, whether Muslim or Christian, preferred anybody in this house to rule him than a Hausa man from the north. That's the truth about it. So, fortunately, I'm coming, sir. Let me land. Fortunately, the center is controlled by non-Muslim, non-Northerners. Are you getting me? And Jonathan, fortunately for the North, Jonathan decided to use religion and slice the Yorubas to the extent, for the first time, Yorubas were divided religiously. To the extent Muslims, Yorubas stood their ground and said they were not supporting Jonathan. They even refused to attend the meetings of the Jonathan. The papers are there, their statements are there in the papers. So or not so, sir?
No, I like this.
Read it, it's there. That's the truth. It's there. Even when he went, there were some few Muslim leaders who met Jonathan. The Supreme Council of Islam of Western Nigeria or Yoruba land came out clearly and said no, they disagreed. Do you get me? We know the population of Yoruba, close to 80%, or let's say close to 60% are Muslim. This man constituted a national conference. This is the Yorubas that were saying it. We read it and we had them saying it. So that succeeded in dividing the Yoruba themselves. Now, two, the humiliation, whatever they did to us, our own was that let them kill us and reduce our population. But at least they still know that we are significant politically and they allowed us to maintain some position. But in the case of Yorubas, they were sliced out of the whole system. So or not so. That was how Tinubu and
the issue of Boko Haram, if we have to talk about Boko Haram, it's not from the south now.
I am coming now. Let me forget about Boko Haram now. We brought about the Yoruba politics. Now, Tinubu and the Yorubas generally carried what happened to them and went to Kaduna and met them in Kaduna and begged them that we have to put our head together. Look, sir, let me tell you the truth and find out. At a point, the Yoruba, being humiliated under Jonathan, were even considering to cut off and put their Oduduwa Republic. But they realized if they do that, the Igbos were completely in charge of finance, civil service, security, and everything. If they dare do that,
now East and the North, they enjoy
exactly. I'm coming now. The Yorubas now.
You didn't benefit at all.
I'm coming, yes. The Yoruba at a point, the Yoruba intelligence at a point realized that if they cut off, the Igbos will finish them. If they stay as it is and Igbo continue ruling, they will be completely finished. Before Jonathan, significant part of the economy, who are the accountants are Yorubas, who are the judiciary and lawyers are Yorubas, who are the civil service are Yorubas. Today you can't find any one of them. So or not so? So that's why the Yorubas say, even if we want to leave this country, we must get this power out of the hand of the Igbos and reposition ourselves.
Jonathan, the Northerners really benefited from that Jonathan too much, Alhaji.
Hey,
we have the calculations of the government.
We agree. What can he do? He must now. He must. He wouldn't do to us that. He must. He knows that we can do it. He must deal with us. So that was why the Yoruba said no. Whatever it is. So, but what I assure you,
let's keep on praying for President
Buhari. Oga, we have learned our lesson.
We have been in our area here now. They be praying for him.
We have learned our lesson. Kule.
We pray for the prophet because and even our daughters.
No, to tell you the truth, the northern people, notwithstanding the presidency, honestly, the trust at least of the southeast is finished. And I assure you too, in Yoruba land, listen to me. I am coming.
This really helped Northerners in 1979.
I am coming, please.
They helped Shagari.
Listen to me. Not that they help themselves, gentlemen, please. We don't need anybody in this country. They help themselves. Let me ask you a question, sir. Let me ask you a question. Between cars, industries, and human beings, who are more in number?
I did not Northerners now.
Not number. I'm not talking of population. I'm talking of economy now. I'm talking of cars, the motors that we drive.
Yes.
And industries that we have. Yes. If you put them on one part and you put human being on the other part, who are more in number?
Cars are more.
Cars are more than human beings?
Human being.
Good. Two, if you put
All right. So that was what you were referencing, wasn't it? Although I remember when Hassan came here, he said that clip was heavily debated in the North, and they concluded that wasn't Shetima's voice because the accent is wrong.
Why would they not say that's not what Shetima's voice? I mean,
It doesn't sound like him though. The accent was
yeah.
because Shetima is a bit more polished, but the sentiment, nevertheless, is very northern.
Well, I mean, that sounds more like Shetima to me than anything. I know some people might want to debate some things that were said, but that's to me. I think that's Shetima. It sounds more like Shetima to me. So that's there's this inflection. There's this inflection that Shetima has, and you can see that inflection, the way there's this tonality, there's this way that Shetima speaks, and that's what you can see in that video, in that audio. So yeah.
Rational mind. The truth is that we can debate this here to tomorrow. That is definitely not Shetima.
Okay, so can we hold on? So can we now say that the one that they released, yes, Daddy, that was not what's his name? Peter Obi's. I mean, dude, let's not stop doing all of this.
That was not his. Don't let us hear not comparable. That is not.
Oh, it's not comparable, right? Because it's not comparable, right? Oh my goodness. Here we go.
So what are you?
We can accept one. We cannot accept the other, right?
Now, oh my gosh, it's okay if you say it is. I mean, good.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go on. You're saying something. We're trying to say something. Go on. I'm just trying.
Using it to Peter Obi, yes, Daddy, or something. Even Peter Obi, that was not his voice. But I'm not comparing whether it's Peter Obi. I'm saying this, what we just had, we've had it before, that this is not Shetima speaking. But it's okay for anybody to believe what they want to believe. That's what I'm saying.
But even if it's not Shetima, the sentiment, nevertheless, is very much typically northern. The sentiment.
But are you so sure, Bishop? Are you so sure that's not Shetima? I mean,
it didn't sound like him, to be honest. You know his accent.
It is very obvious.
I mean,
that's what? That's Shetima.
That is not Shetima. It is very, very obvious.
Why is it obvious? Can you see it? It's obvious.
Shetima voice is more thicker than that.
Obvious as well. What do you mean obvious? Can you even see the
his pronunciation of English is different from the way in that video, in that audio. It's very different. It's very obvious to everybody. We should just take a settlement apart from this.
Woman, can you take old Shetima's speaking? Not recently, because as people age, sometimes their inflection also goes. But then take it back.
Rational mind. Don't let us even go too far. Look, this man Shetima never came out to debunk that audio. Why? That is the question. Why? Obi confirmed his own audio that yes, I was the one. But this guy, this audio was everywhere. It never at one time.
Yeah, but Ajale Koko, Shetima's voice is more refined than that. Because that what we heard was a very thick northern accent. But Shetima's accent is a crossover accent because of the Lagos thing.
Have you heard Shetima speak?
You could be right.
Where every single day we hear it.
You've not heard him. He has heavy accent too. He has this heaviness to his accent. That's why I said
one man now.
One man you could be right, but for such a sensitive audio that targeted at generality of ethnic group, I think he should have spoken to it. He should have spoken to deny it. That look, I'm not the one here. But he haven't said nothing since then. And it's going to be very hard to say he's not the one because this thing has been on for a long time, and this man
I gotta go. Long time. Even before Shetima was nominated, even before we even knew.
Yeah, listen to this, Rational Man.
That was how.
Woman, this is a recent one now.
President-elect Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu emerged as the flag bearer of the APC. And as H.S. Aga said, the truth that sets men free is most often the truth that men prepare.
Yes, no, Ruchetima is more refined than that guy.
No,
And he almost has it almost sounds like he has a lisp as well.
No, woman, this is a recent one. Go
Yes,
back.
radio
If you can dig back to when he was like governor, when he was governor of Borno State, you can find it on the channels. Dig it out. Okay, just dig out when he was addressing the Chibok girls matter. Let us hear him speak on that. Now, let's not compare it, because when people age, I don't know if you understand that. As people age, their inflection or whatever, how they speak also becomes a little bit different from when they were much more younger.
But Shetima he has a lisp now. He has a lisp.
He has a lisp, he said. Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying to you. Go back and let's dig it out. If you can, that is if you can do that. But if you cannot, no problem. I understand. But for me, I believe that is Shetima. However, I want to, because I've heard him speak even recently. He's becoming more refined, and I think the reason is this. I'll tell you the reason why he's becoming more refined. Now, let me say this. This audio you played was even released way before we even knew that Shetima was going to become Tinubu's running mate. Nobody even had any idea it was going to be. So people should not be saying
that was in around about 2016. That audio.
So that's to tell you that not because people say they doctored it, they brought it up because it's now Tinubu's running mate. No, that's not it. It has been there a long time ago. So, but people bring it up just to like prove a point that this guy is a bigot. This guy is both an ethnic and a religious bigot. So my point is this: that with this audio is that if you can dig way back like 2016, 2015, 2016 or thereabout, when he was addressing this issue of Chibok girls, when it was said that under his watch they got missing, bring it up and let us see. And let's compare that first.
All right, I'm not going to dig that far because that would take a bit of search, but nevertheless, the sentiment still remains the same. Let's get back to Ajan Lekoko as we try to get back on track.
Yes, so Baya Yonoga, when he made that ridiculous statement, if we are people or Tinubu is a person that is so sensitive to ethnophobia statement, I think he should have taken that guy down. But he didn't do that. But rather kept him as the head of his, media team. And he's still with him till today. So if he couldn't do that then, that tells me that he will not punish him this time around. So I won't be surprised if he's the one that would be named as the head of the media team in the Aso Rock. So what he's going to be doing is just to speak to Nigerian on important information from the presidency, and whatever information or step or whatever they are doing to the interest of the country, he will, speak to the country, to the people on behalf of the president, and that's it. It doesn't mean that because he has made such statement before, he will be denied this opportunity this time. It should have been, kicked out from the campaign team, but the man kept him and still with him today. So everybody should just expect him to be the head of the spokesperson of the president to be tomorrow or maybe today, later today. So that's the way I see it, one man.
All right, brilliant.
All those three positions are very key, are very important. They will prepare ground for the what do you call it? For the list of ministers that will come in and start kick the governance running. So those three positions are very important.
All right, brilliant. And speaking of matters to happen tomorrow or today where I am, Peter Obi sent message to Nigerians ahead of Tinubu's inauguration. So Peter Obi, then a lot of people, they thought the moment will come for him to just douse the tension amongst his followership. So now, firstly, the timing of the thing, just a day before the inauguration. So he was trying to seize the moment. A lot of people, he was trying to take the sheen of the inauguration. Some people suggested that, but then the utterances, they are so watery that it didn't really. There was too much ambiguity in how he phrased his message to his people that is still subject to them having a misinterpretation and acting in a manner that we fear they might do. So what are you making then of Peter Obi having a leadership moment again when it's called forward and somewhat failing to seize charge?
What did he specifically said that warrant that you are referring to as convoluted, or how did you do? What did you say? What did you say that is wrong?
It was having because we actually streamed it. He had a town hall earlier today, which we streamed. Bishop was here, but the outtakes from some of his pronouncements. He says, "We must continue to live on the path of peace, religious harmony, ethnic harmony, coexistence. That's the most important thing for now. Let's have a peaceful, quiet Nigeria where government will concentrate on caring for the suffering of the people." He said, despite there are issues with the last general election, Nigerians need to work together in peace to confront the common challenge of insecurity, poverty, education, and other important aspects. So that was what he said, I think, somewhere in the north. But our subsequent pronouncement is still talking about our court cases, and he's still fighting for his mandates and all of that. So a lot of people felt that it should have been a bit more frontal and a lot more decisive and a lot more directional towards his adherents.
Well, for what you read now, I don't see anything wrong in what he said. He was specific. It was very direct, and it was, and was it gave them a word of assurance, hope, faith. He told them to keep faith in their country. He gave them word of assurance that, look, we want better nation, and let us keep hope alive. And he urged them to be calm. So there's nothing that he said that was wrong or that was very intimidating or very that constitutes any security threat, or he didn't call on them to go on the street to demonstrate. He didn't make any ridiculous statement as far as I'm concerned in what he read. So he actually did well this time, if I have to go by what he read. So, and he told them that, look, we have election petition we are pursuing in through the our judicial process, and he urged them to calm, to remain calm. So what would it have said? What would it have said better than what you read? Nothing. So he didn't do anything wrong in this state. It actually did very good as far as I'm concerned. One man. So we should commend.
Ajay Koko, what are you making then in some quarters? There's the suggestion that that Peter Obi should be detained for the period of the inauguration in a sort of take the head off and the body will follow sort of thing. So what are you then making then of what people are putting out that at least just for the period of the inauguration, maybe Peter Obi can be temporarily retained at some DSS facility?
People calling for that are actually enemy of the country. What has Obi done wrong? What has he done?
Is he not some sort of form of a rebel leader? Is he not some form of a rebel leader?
He's not a rebel leader. He contested an election. He felt he was.
But woman, I didn't go. But woman, you are the one who said now that why did he come frontally? And now he didn't come frontally. Oh my goodness, woman.
Were those not watery words? Were they not watery words? Kọ́lọ̀ jò fún sínú túnbú fọ́sẹ̀ kan, kọ́lọ̀ jò sínú túnbú.
Ó dá wọn mà lóhùn, bá dà má gbàbí má gbàbẹ̀ ni wọ́n máa ṣe ni. So look, those people that are calling for him to be detained are enemy of the country. They are people that want to create unnecessary problem for Tinubu incoming administration. And I believe that Tinubu is smarter than that. He will never do that. He will never pick up Obi for any reason. As long as he acting in compliance to the law, as long as he does not constitute any action that is a threat to the security of the country. So so far, he has never make any statement that constitute threats to the security of that country. So it's going to be very senseless to say, let us go and pick him up because we don't want him. In fact, if any government should do that, we should be very, very worried. And that means that, what we have, the right of us as people, as guaranteed in our constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of, movement and all the rest, will be in jeopardy. So that should never happen. So people calling on him to be detained so that Tinubu can have peace are actually calling for trouble, inviting trouble for Tinubu. So it's a senseless call as far as I'm concerned. Those people are enemy of the country, not Obi.
All right. This headline, Ajanle Koko, don't pity me. I have no excuse not to perform. This is the boastful words of the incoming president. So do you think those words are somewhat misguided or misdirected? Because, of course, it doesn't give himself then the room to wriggle and wiggle. And then it doesn't know what he's going to find when he gets in there. And already this boastful words. So do you think these words were somewhat miscalibrated words by the handshake?
Look, a very specific statement, a statement that should be noted by Nigeria, noted in the sense that we can use it against him in the future if he failed to perform. we just passing through, or maybe we're almost passed through a very, very incompetent, most corrupt, insensitive, the worst ever administration in the history of our country now. Buhari said a lot of things before he was elected as president of the country. Even on his inauguration day, he said, "I will be for nobody, but for all." I cannot remember that phrase very well. I will be for nobody, but for all. If my memory serves me well, maybe I didn't put it right. So, but what did he do? When he finally sat down, he said in an interview in the United States, "I will not give what I'm going to give to 5% of people that voted for me will be lesser than what I will give to people that gave me 95% of vote." So these are the ridiculous statements that Buhari made before he was elected. So Tinubu is making this statement now that he is, what do you say? I have no excuse not to perform. So Nigerian people should hold it. They should note that statement. And when he couldn't perform as expected, he couldn't perform in line with all the promises he made to better the life of our people, then we can have to use this statement, to hold him accountable. So it's a very directional statement, very specific, and a statement that is telling us that he knows what to do. He's telling us that he have a clear understanding of all the problems that are ravaging that country, and he will put everything right. This is what he is telling us, and that if it should fail, we should hold him accountable. So, journalists, if we have press that function well, this kind of statement should be kept very safe somewhere, and they can start to flash him against him in the future if it's going in a different direction to what he promised the country. So, but it's a good statement on the other side, giving us confidence that he have a clear understanding of what is happening in the country, and he will perform well. He will do well for us. So it's we can keep note of it on one side, and on the other side is showing a positive, the statement is positive to it's very a positive statement of giving us assurance that how we do well for you Nigerian people. So that's my take on that statement, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajalekoko. So, Ajalekoko, I want to take you back to just the last story we were discussing. There was an element of Fashola in it, and a suggestion that Fashola should be the Attorney General Minister of Justice for the Nigerian state. So is that a role? Because for me, when I read that, I just thought, yes, I agree. But although Fashola has been out of active legal practice for quite a few years now, even a few decades maybe, governor of Lagos State, then onto the federal space. But in terms of that ministry, I suspect it's more of a policy place than actual legalese. But Fashola, as the Minister of Justice, Attorney General, is that a feat that you would like to see?
I'll be very disappointed if he come out to be the minister, the Attorney General of the Federation, he's not qualified for it.
SAN?
Forget about the FCN given to him. When last has he practiced law? When last has he, been to law court to defend anybody? When last has he done any advocacy or anything whatsoever? Let's forget about it.
I gotta go. Let me ask a question. One man, can you allow me just ask?
Yeah, carry on.
The question is this. First of all, there are two questions I want to ask you. You just answer them. First of all, what do you think? Who would be your best? Your best person to fill that position if Tinubu will allow?
Sorry, rational mind. Actually, can you hold that question? I apologize, Ajanle Koko, as well. Ask the question, but ask it in your authority as the host, as I ease myself out and hand over to yourself and Mike, who is going to assist you.
Okay.
So Mike, document that you're still there, Mike. But I can see him on the screen anyway. Ajanle Koko, I want to ease myself out and hand over to Rational Mind, who's going to ask you those questions. So thank you, everyone. Join us again. Definitely join us tomorrow, where we shall do the inauguration and then play a bit of this. So, Rational Mind, with your permission, I cannot resist this. So let me not resist it. Let me use this to ease myself out. Only one question for you, Rational Mind. Do you have your dancing shoes on?
Ole your right. Ole your right. Alákànjí tiwa. Ole your right. Ole your right. Aṣíwájú gbéra o. Gbéra go get your vision. Mo ní kò kálá. Kálákàrá ìtẹ́. Kálákàrá ìtẹ́ lọ́wọ́ lùtà. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹni jọ. You don work, you build leaders. You suppose to dey jaijaye. Kí ló kàn ẹ́ kan person matter? Person wey your mind on it. When you land softly on Abuja floor. So far so good, don't need budget. APC, yes, APC, yes. Aṣíwájú, Àbọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí, Àbọ̀ Bọ́lá Ṣadé, Àbọ̀ Olúwaṣeyí, Ìfà gbogbo Naija. Jọ̀wọ́ jọ APC, yes, APC, yes. Aṣíwájú, Àbọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí, Ìfà gbogbo Naija.
All right. I don't know. One man has escaped. So, Ajanle Koko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, don't mind one man with his APC. Anyway, so the question I want to ask you is this. So, who do you think would be, besides this guy, if he ever gets considered, Fashola? But then another question is this: and if Fashola has to be considered, do you think that that position really requires somebody? Because mind you, you might say, when was the last time he was in a law court? You can't really say. Maybe he has ever been. I know he's a politician, but that doesn't mean, because the Ministry of Justice, they have lawyers there. Malami does not do the whole brainstorming there. He has lawyers that sits around him. If there's a case that comes in front of his table, they will all sit down and they will put heads together and they will look at the legal implication or whatever. So I don't think there's anything much.
Rational Mind, before Ajanle Koko reply, can you just give me a minute when you finish your thoughts?
Okay, go on, please. Ajanle Koko, please. All right, go on.
Okay. I have a friend of mine during the 2000, after when they were appointing ministers first under Buhari. He is a very senior engineer, and we had problem when they appointed Fashola as Minister of Works, and he was insisting that, he's supposed to be an engineer, blah, 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 blah. And I told him that, look, it is purely administrative. He has professionals that will assist him in whatever area. It is just to show direction and to lead the way. He is an engineer, still today. And the last time we were talking, at least I knew one Minister of Works under Jonathan that I was a little bit close to. And the last time we were talking, he confessed that out of all the Minister of Works we have had in Nigeria, a lawyer that is not an engineer had actually outperformed all of them. Not because he is an engineer, but because he can track. So it is about administrative capabilities. If he is made the minister, he doesn't need to be just provide direction, policy implementation, and the rest of the things we follow. If he could succeed as a Minister of Works, which has always been an exclusive preserve of engineers, I think he will succeed as a Minister of Justice or Attorney General.
Please, can I say something, Mr. Rational Man? Please.
Okay, is that
go ahead. Yeah.
Is that
okay? Thank you. For me, why can't they put him in a place where they would bring? Please, can you
I can
hear
hear
me?
you, Ajani Koko. I can hear you. But let Rosie just land that thought, and then we'll go back to you, please.
Okay. Thank you. For me, why can't they put him in a place where they will bring out the best in him? Because I mean, I feel he will perform better in another position than this one that they are giving unto him. I don't know if it's because Tinubu wants him to be. He's been very faithful to Tinubu, and he's going to be, be there to back him up in maybe when things come up. But I think they get the best in him. That position is not a good fit for him. Thank you.
I feel the same way.
Actually. Like where?
Let me see.
He's a lawyer. He's a son.
Like it doesn't matter. Like works and housing, or
Exactly.
I mean,
Just because he has been tested, That's why you are saying this. If it were to be in 2015, will you say they should put him in work and housing, being a lawyer?
No,
but let me say this.
But when he was the governor of Lagos State, he did very well.
And that means he will be able to excel in anywhere. That is what you should say. So he's a lawyer. He has administrative experience.
Hold on. Simba. Let me say this real quick. Simba, I don't think you get a point. She's not saying he can't perform as a Minister of Justice. What she's saying is that it's better to have him in an area where it can be more effective. Where not just effective, but effective for development or for the country. Like
thank you. That's exactly what I mean.
For example, being the Minister of Infrastructure and stuff, we saw how he, and of course that's what we need more. We need most. But as a Minister of Justice, the most he can be doing is just prosecuting. But that, really, we don't need a genius to be in that position. We can find someone else.
That's what I mean. To put him in a position to bring out the best in him,
where you can oversee everybody else.
No, sorry for Bonti. I think we are missing it up. We need a whole big lot of work to do in our judicial sector. There's a lot to do there. A lot. Not just about brick and mortar. We need a judicial reform that will help this devolution of power, or what do they call it? Restructuring we are talking about. It is all embedded or really situated in law. We are talking about, we want our constitution to be reformed. We want our this. There is a lot of work. I'm not saying there are no other work in other places, but don't let us look down on the justice ministry. There is a lot of work to be done. A lot of work. If you want to restructure Nigeria effectively, that is where it is. If you want a judicial reform, that is where it is. If you want effective devolution of power and what have you, that is where it is. So there is a lot of work there that requires not just an everyday person. That's my view.
You have a good point there, Sha. You have a very good point. Well, that may be right, Okay.
Okay.
Please.
Look, why I'm saying that I would not like him to be Attorney General of the Federation is because at the moment he's not a practicing lawyer. He has been in politics for all this while. I don't know if he ever even read his law book for several years now. So at this critical moment we found ourselves in that country, we need a constitutional lawyer, a very sound constitutional lawyer who can take up that job and start to reform our judiciary system. It can put up some initiative that, the justice system, it can start, to make it look that, yes, we will govern that country in a constitutional manner. So, but if you have a politician like Fashola there, whose politician can put pressure on from so many quarters, the job will not be well done as expected for the interest of the country. You see, whoever that must be in that position must be a man that really have a clear knowledge of the Constitution, that can interpret the Constitution clearly and can offer, guide, can defend the interests of the country when it comes to constitutional matter. You understand? Even if the president is trying to act on constitutional matter against the interests of the country, he can stand up against the president. And as a matter of fact, he is the only person that can investigate the president other than the assembly. He can investigate the president if he feel that the president is not acting in line with the law. So,
but Ajadegoko,
yes.
Let me say this real quick. Sorry, you continue. But you and I know that the way Nigeria is, although the constitution, I think that's the only office that the Nigerian constitution, I think I read it in the Nigerian constitution, that's the only office that the Nigerian constitution created, the Attorney General of the Federation. Maybe Attorney General and one other, but I think Attorney General, that's the only one I can remember. But let's just set that aside. But now my point is this, but you and I know that office is highly political. It's very, very political because number one is this, that the president wants an attorney general that will be more or less like his own personal. We know that that's, I mean, attorney general is not the personal attorney or lawyer to the president. But the way Nigerian system has been run, the only one I see that was a little bit different, that was the early part of what's his name, Obasanjo, when he appointed what's his name, Bola Ige. That's the only time I think that there was a little bit of independence of the judiciary, and I think that's one of the reasons why maybe they killed him, maybe part of one of the reasons. But my point is this, that you need to understand that office, for the fact that the Constitution created that office, it tells you how political of how highly political that position is. And so you will expect any president that comes in to have an attorney general that is more or less like his own personal, more or less like his own personal lawyer, that will not just defend the nation, but also even defend him, which also is one part of what the attorney general is to do. But he won't be able to. I mean, you won't bring in no president, not even the way Tinubu is, the way how corrupt he is. You expect him to bring somebody that will come and defy him in office. So whoever is going to be Tinubu's attorney general of the federation must be somebody who is body with him, who will just look the other way, like we saw with the current president that will be going out in a few hours' time. So I just want you to put that in perspective too. But I understand what you're saying, that it should be independent, but in the way Nigeria is run, especially that constitution, the way it's framed and everything, It makes it look like
Rational, can I answer your question?
you will. Okay, go on. I get go if you allow him, please. Adalogo, are you there?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, go on, please.
Okay, you started well when you started asking those questions, but you know, like your usual this thing, you handled it in the way your emotion normally puts you. What I want to say is this: you know, if you look back, usually I'm a professional, and then one of the things that Baba said earlier, I cannot be a doctor, and you said that okay, before I didn't practice for some years, I won't know about medicine again. That is not true. So for Fashola now is even better suited for that job than a lawyer who has not had any administrative experience. Fashola now is a blend of both, who has both administrative experience and even the legal experience. So he will be better suited for that position than just to go and bring one lawyer who is just to go into court, and he will be lost when by the time he get to that ministry. From experience, I've discovered that professionals who doesn't have administrative experience actually don't do well when they give them political posts. They don't usually do well. That is one. Two, when you look at that ministry, as a bishop said, it cut across. You know, the way we look at ministerial position in Nigeria, it's as if it's an isolated position. All of them, they intertwine together. You will be surprised that the kind of policy or legal things that they will turn out from the Ministry of Justice or from the Attorney General of Federation will have an impact on Ministry of Finance, on Ministry of Education, and on. So you need somebody who's rounded in that position so that it will not affect, because we are just looking at it as if it's an isolated ministry. It's a very crucial ministry. In fact, when you are talking about one of the most important ministry is this Ministry of Justice or Attorney General of Federation. So we should not be looking at it as if it's an isolated ministry. The only thing they turn out, whatever they bring out can make or mar our country. So that's the way I want us to look at it. Then the other thing I want to mention is that the other time when they asked Baba Angelico's question and he was mentioning something about head of service of federation. It's just a correction. Head of service of federation is a civil servant. They choose head of service of federation among the civil servants of the federation. And you cannot remove somebody who's there who has not reached the age of retirement. It's not a political position that the way we look at it. So it is not among those things that Tinubu can say, I want to choose in the next 2 days. We have a head of service now who is there. She will be there unless something happens and they remove him. She will be there until when she reaches the retirement age. So that's what I just want to say.
Well, I think the three positions mentioned by woman, he mentioned presidential spokesperson, he mentioned chief of staff, and he mentioned the other one. Is he head of service or secretary to the federation, rather?
Yes.
It was secretary to the federation. No, I was a slip of tongue by me. It was secretary to the federation that I was trying to mention, not head of service. Yeah, that's a mistake by me. So it was secretary to the federation. So, but let's go back to this judiciary matter. So why I'm saying that, look, in that country, if we don't learn to govern according to the law, then we will never get it right. And my reason for saying that Fashola should not be the person in that position is for the reason for Tinubu to have a new face, a new person, that a constitutional lawyer, a well-grounded constitutional lawyer, that politicians will not be able to manipulate or influence against the interests of the country. A man that will be able to put some judicial initiative forward in order to reform our judicial system and use the instrumentation of the law to better the country. Because when you have lawlessness, at the governmental level, when lawlessness is perpetrated at governmental level, then you won't have a well-governed country, particularly in our own country that is a constitutional democracy. We are constitutional democracy. We are not just electoral democracy. Constitutional, but we are too, electoral and constitutional. So you need a person in charge of the law of the country that will drive the country by law. The president will not do it, but he will do it and even challenge the president at any time that the president is trying to constitute illegality in the running of the state or any organ of the government. Even when the...
can you cite an example of any time in Nigeria since 1991?
No. What I'm saying, look, when we are going back to this system that you are referring to, that a attorney general must be like a lawyer, attorney to the presidency, then we will never get it right.
I totally agree with you. I agree with you on what you said. But the way Nigeria is structured, that's what I'm saying. Is it realistic? That's the point. Is it realistic?
It is realistic if the president
Bishop,
want to give him.
It will come after
It is realistic if the president want to give him a free hand to operate. But it will never be realistic when you have a corrupt man as the president. He will never want an attorney general that is not attached to him to be there. You understand what I'm saying? He will never want the attorney general who is not under his control to be there, because, like you mentioned earlier, is the only position mentioned in the constitution of the country. Is the most powerful position in that country, other than the president that have the commander-in-chief of armed forces, and he can probe the president. He can probe the president. So if he function well, the police will function well. His performance will trickle down on the security services in the country, and he is the strongest position that can fight corruption in that country and put sanity in place in governance in that country. So, but one rational mind, your concern is, it's unfortunate. It might never happen in Nigeria to have an attorney general that will function independently from the presidency. So, and as long as we don't have attorney general that will function independently from the presidency, we can never get anything right in that country. It's the center point of justice. Is the center point of justice. And when the center point of justice is not when you don't have a right person controlling that center point, look, I mean, every other.
I have a question after Bishop, real quick. I think Bishop has a question. Let me ask you real quick.
What
Yeah.
Bishop?
Yeah, thank you very much. Ajani Koko, you missed something when what you said earlier on, that it cannot probe the president the way it is presently constituted. What we have been advocating for is to separate the office of the Minister of Justice from that of the Attorney General of the Federation. Now, if we separate that office, the Attorney General is more independent, and it will that office will act like the office of the ombudsman. Ombudsman, how do they pronounce that word? The ombudsman. It is in that place, in that office, that you can now have an independent prosecutor that can take up any case, whether it is against the government or against the president or against anybody. You know, that they do appoint the other. So if we don't separate it, and the Minister of Justice and the Attorney General of the Federation is still an appointee of the president as it is presently constituted, we cannot go forward. And that's why I say one of the areas that we need so much reform is in that judicial sector. Ironically, a lot of people know what needed to be done there. It is just the courage to do it that is lacking, because nobody, I mean, let's be very sincere with ourselves. Under this government, people will say, I've come again with this government, is the only government that has reduced the power of the federal, of the president. Buhari has done so. He has signed away a lot of things that have been in the exclusive list. So if we have a president that can separate that power, then you have an attorney general that is above board, that is not afraid whether the president is going to remove me tomorrow or not. Then we are moving forward. As it is presently
Can I ask you a question, Bishop?
Yes, please.
I know you wanted to ask, and I end up asking you the same question. I mean, asking you anyway. So, as it's practiced here in America, here we have Secretary of the Department of Justice here. I think that's how they have it in America.
DOJ.
The DOJ, yeah, the Department of Justice. Then they have Attorney General there.
Mm-hmm.
But then the way it's going to be, even here in America, the Attorney General cannot, if the Secretary of Department of Justice does not sanction some cases, they dare not. So if, say, like for example, Biden appoints Mary Garland, that's the name of the president, the Secretary of the Department of Justice. If there's an Attorney General in that department, is under Mary Garland, which is the secretary, which is the minister, more or less like minister. We call them secretary here in America. So now in the Nigerian factor now, if we separate the two, like we have here in America, we have Minister of Justice and we have an Attorney General. That Attorney General will have office within the department. I mean, Ministry of Justice. So if he brings any case before, because he has to work in concert with the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Justice is an appointee of that president or maybe Tinubu or whoever. So if he brings any case, if the Minister of Justice says no, I won't sanction this case, how does it come? How does it work? So I don't see that as a panacea. Or
Even though the way you
okay, go
ahead.
No, I'm done.
Even though the way you narrated it is a little bit convoluted, it's a little bit confusing, but the straightforward of it is this: in a layman, from the layman point, my argument. Now, you have agreed that the Minister of Justice is a political appointee. The Attorney General is not a political appointee. So the Attorney General is independent. Now, the Attorney General does not need the approval of the Minister of Justice to prosecute a case. If there is a case that is...
It does. It will need the... Yeah.
No, it doesn't, man.
No, it does. Okay. Okay, go on. Let me dig out. I will dig out some
Attorney General.
Rational mind. I don't think we are derailing already, and we are going to a field where we don't even have experience.
Yeah, let's go back.
What is relevant of all this now we are discussing about American?
No, Simba, calm down.
Where were we, sir, before?
You said what?
I said, where were we before we got here?
We're talking about Attorney General. Attorney General of the Federation. That maybe Fashola,
But
like
that's where we are right now. I'm saying we were somewhere before. I mean, before
yeah, that was what we were. We're talking about that ministry called Attorney General, Minister of Justice. In Nigeria, only one person does both. And then
now,
Bishop is suggesting to us that we should separate it. Maybe that will make it function better. But I'm trying to tell Bishop that it makes sense if we have a very egalitarian society like other countries, like countries where it works, like America here in some ways. But even in America here, the Attorney General of the United States seems to have to work in concert with the Department of Justice. If it brings
nobody is arguing that. I don't think he's arguing that. It's
hold on,
almost like
let me give you an
it's not
example.
just any argument.
I'll remind you guys. Let me remind you of a case in point when what's the name when they were investigating Trump at some point. This guy, what's his name? Forgotten that guy's name. He's not an attorney general, but he was.
You have to remember, America is not Nigeria, man. To be honest, like this always in parallel between America and Nigeria. This doesn't make sense.
No. Dude.
We are going to get lost in this, and we'll be wasting a lot of time.
Let's keep it simple. The question was, where we got here was that people were asking whether
I
it
think
makes
we were talking about Fashola's
Fashola,
compatibility with
whether Fashola should be it makes sense for him to be the attorney general or be something else. That's why we. I mean, I don't know how you have to discuss.
Guys, can you come? I mean, Bishop was making a suggestion here, a way to go to that let us separate the both of them. But I'm just saying that it's not a panacea. Even though it looks like it can.
Do you support separating both of them or not? Simple as that.
Well, I mean, I will support it. Why not? Sure.
Okay, fine. There's no argument here now. I was dragging it outside, going around, going to America, and going everywhere.
Would you calm down? Please.
Okay, Mike, there's already a constitutional position by a lot of people, by the system, to separate the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General.
Where's the original?
So under the proposed restructuring and constitutional review for judicial. No. Hold on. Let me finish. For the judicial system, there has to be an overhauling of the judicial system, and the proposal is already on the table. If you notice, a few months back, the NBA chairman submitted a comprehensive report to the federal government from that encompasses the whole restructuring of the judicial sector, from things like their judicial remuneration, compensation, budgeting, and all of that. So there's a compendium of all those solutions ready that has been submitted to the federal government.
But is the separation of the Attorney General from the Minister of Justice?
Yeah, it is. It's part of it. Yes, it's part of it. Yes.
All right. Now over to you, Angelico, please. I mean, Bishop, you want to conclude real quick so that Angelico can.
No. That's what I just wanted to say. Because when Angelico said he can take on the president, if he's still an appointee of the president, he probably will not be able to. Just wanted to check that in.
Well,
okay, rational mind. So what I wanted to
add, it can only correct the president. It cannot take on president.
Hold on.
Can only correct.
You will say that when it's your turn. Let us just let Angelico go. We're targeting him a lot, please, guys. Let's Angelico go, please continue.
Well, maybe we need to go and read the his function and the power allocated to that office. He can probe the president of Nigeria by the power given to him by the Constitution. Attorney General can probe Nigerian president. But will that happen? It will never happen in Nigeria. Because Nigeria is a different place entirely when it comes to the way government is run. Buhari appointed Abubakar Malami to that position because Abubakar Malami has been his long-time political associate in CPC. It wasn't that Abubakar Malami merits that, but he put him there to serve him, is serving well, and we saw where we are today in that country. I don't know that there are several cases that federal government were beaten seriously at the law court. Even on the Nnamdi Kanu case, several allegations put against Nnamdi Kanu were struck out by the court, and that case was pursued by Attorney General of the Federation. So, and that is not good enough, that you don't have an Attorney General that is very competent, that can carry out his investigation very well before taking up a case on behalf of the state against an individual or institution. So, incompetence, people that are incompetent, when you have them in such a sensitive position, they will not deliver as expected for the interest of the country. And that is what Abubakar Malami did throughout his year there. I'm not saying that he didn't do good in some cases, but most sensitive cases, he failed. The nation was defeated. So what I'm saying, that why I'm recommending that Tinubu should not use Fashola is because Fashola has been out of touch when it comes to, he's not a constitutional lawyer, number one.
He's a constitutional lawyer, I think. Is he? Is he
He's
not?
not a constitutional lawyer.
What is he then?
He's not a constitutional lawyer. Maybe he's
what is he? What is he? What is he?
I know he's not a constitutional lawyer. Go and investigate.
I think I remember he was telling me saying he was a constitutional lawyer, if I'm not mistaken.
So I want a constitutional lawyer to be there. We are facing crisis. We need a lot of reform to be carried out. A person that really understands the law clearly, constitutionally, can really help us, in taking us in the right direction as far as our justice system is concerned in that country. I would like Tinubu to retain Fashola in the present position. He should retain in this present position. He did a marvelous job for 8 years. Is the most performing minister that everybody can see what he did in terms of infrastructure. He did his job meticulously. He did his job, accurately well. And he gave us updates on the way they are building the infrastructure all the time. So for continuity's sake, because we know the importance of infrastructure in modern world. So if we want to advance or continue to move in the direction of a modern world, we should keep this guy there. If Tinubu can keep him there for the next 4 years or maximum 8 years, may God spare his life, maximum 8 years, do you know how many infrastructure this guy with the wealth of experience he has garnered now, being the, Minister for Works, with the wealth of experience, with, the knowledge, the vast knowledge that he had now on this job, in that, ministry and what he's doing presently, he can take us to we can improve better on the deliverance of infrastructure. It can help Tinubu better, So I would suggest for Tinubu to keep him where he is. If he has to beg him, because this guy be saying that he's tired, he wants to leave, is there. That sounds like political statement. Politicians, they say all sort of things. But Tinubu, I would like Tinubu to keep him. Tinubu should go and look for somebody else. New face, sharp, brilliant constitutional lawyer to be the Attorney General of the country. That will give Nigerian confidence that, oh, Tinubu is bringing new team, new faces. And this is what we are all, not politicians. Politicians should not hold strategic position. Attorney General is a strategic position. No. Give it to practicing constitutional lawyer that are smart, that when you push out his CV to Nigerians will say, wow, people really want that joy. So that's my suggestion, rational man. I don't want him there. It's too close to Tinubu. It's going to be party government. No. Let us have new face so that we can start a good reform that will benefit the country in the area of, judicial services and, how do I say it? Justice system of the country. So that's my take, rational man.
Thank you, Ajele Koko. Yeah, thank you so much for that. I don't know if there's another point I want to raise up.
You say, let me say one point. See,
hold on. We'll come back to you, Ajele Koko. Let's just
not Ajele Koko. It's me. It's not Ajele Koko that's talking. It's me.
Yeah, we'll come to you, please.
Let me just say something real quick about.
Hold on, Mike, please. So Ajele Koko, we'll come back to you if there is more that story to discuss. But let's just sample the whole thing around so that everybody has.
No. I'm not saying much. I just want to make one comment about one reason I think that should not take that. Anyone that wants to take that position as Attorney General, I think anyone that has a political future of political ambition should not hold that position, because for one, unless you don't want to perform, if you go there and you don't want to perform, you will make a lot of political enemies, and that might hurt your political future. So that's one reason why I would think Fashola should not take that position, to be honest. Go ahead, Shabai.
Yeah, thank you. So, Simba, you were saying something earlier. I don't know. Sometimes you come across as being wanting to be confrontational. I only made the comment, and you're saying to me that I was being emotional. Can you cease and desist from this using this word on me every time? I don't know what you're talking about. Being emotional about what? So please, I will appreciate it if you always not preface your whatever you want to say with that. If you want to say so to the issue, speak to the issue. Don't tell me I'm being emotional about what. Have you even seen me in person to know if I'm emotional? Is it the way I spoke here, or I speak here rather? Is that why you come to that conclusion? Please, give me a break on that, please. I beg you, please. So, do you have anything to say, Simba, on that, on the issue of Tinubu's Attorney General, whoever becomes Attorney General? Is there anything you want to say on that, Simba?
After you spoke to him like that, now you're asking.
I think I made my. It's allowed. Don't worry, Mike. It's allowed. There's no problem with that. I don't have any issue. We are just talking. He has made the statement. I made mine. So everybody will go and think about it. So I think I've made my own this thing about this. To me, I didn't see anything wrong in picking Fashola as I think he has both the legal experience and the administrative experience. And then because we are coming from the angle of say, okay, everybody is corrupt. If he's there, is very close to Tinubu. Let's give him a chance. He will work with the so-called most corrupt governments in Buhari, and he still perform. So we should not be always, the one thing that I realize that we're always coming from the negative angle. So if we remove that one, I don't think he doesn't qualify. He's qualified for that position. I don't, from what I've learned in administration and from experience generally governance, if you have not tested somebody, you cannot determine what that person can say. So I don't know where we can go and say, okay, what to go and bring. Is this somebody like one constitutional lawyer or something? I don't even know what to mean by being a constitutional lawyer. All lawyers know about constitution. Even people that doesn't read law know about constitution. So to me, he is best fit for that position. and then we should give him a chance. So, but if you are coming from that angle, say he's very close to Tinubu,
Simba,
Tinubu
no
is
be all
corrupt and all
lawyer
those things.
know about constitution. Some can
To
interpret the
me,
constitution better than the other.
if you have worked,
Like
if you have
Keyamu
worked,
is a constitutional lawyer. Festus Keyamu is
if
a constitutional lawyer. Femi Falana is a constitutional lawyer.
if you have worked in the ministry before, you know that in the ministry you have the paraphernalia. The Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, you have a lot of lawyers, even some that are working
Hold
there.
on. Let me ask you.
Simba, hold on, Rational. Simba, between
Look,
Fashola
Simba.
and Keyamo, who do you think who you think is better to be the Attorney General?
No, there's no debate about that. There's no debate about that.
Between who and who?
Between Keyamo and Babatunde Fashola.
It's Keyamu now.
Okay.
Keyamu have a vast knowledge in law than
Keyamo is hard to. He needs to be a real prosecutor. You know, Keyamo has more experience as a prosecutor, so that position is more like a prosecutor kind of position. You have to be willing to prosecute, and Keyamo seems to have that personality. You know, Fashola maybe
Attorney General of Federation is only about prosecution. It's only about prosecution.
Are you really being
To me, there's no debate. There's no debate. If Babatunde Fashola, to me, is better in that position than Keyamo.
You think it'll be better?
Yes.
Go and read their CV on their go and read their CV on their practice.
Ajalekoko.
Yes.
We have to factor in maturity too into this. It's not just enough. You know one thing about my mom used to say something. My mom was a blessed memory. She says, "And me some people they just walk out when walk polo." It's that I think that applies to Keyamo. Keyamo just goes through the school. You might know all the
no, because don't defend the Tinubu against Obi. That is why it's offensive. Don't defend the Tinubu against
No, not just that. I know Keyamo lacks the maturity.
No, I disagree with that.
So let's maturity of that. In what sense?
Go and investigate several cases that guy handled.
He can have all the
you will give praises to him that he's a brilliant lawyer.
He's
a brilliant lawyer.
Ajalekoko. Yoruba used to say Tabasoko Amariro. Keyamo lacks the temperament.
That's what I'm saying. The maturity, the temperament, the maturity. Yeah.
I never had any record.
Don't you think that's a good attribute for a Attorney General? Bishop.
Can I say something?
Hold on. AY.
Yes,
so,
say
Mike,
something.
What did you say, Mike?
Say the temperament. Don't you think that's a good attribute for an Attorney General?
If you look at
AY, please hold on. AY, please. Let us hear. You come after Mike. Please. Let's know Mike. Okay, Mike. What did you say, please?
When he say he lacks the temperament, I'm saying like, don't you think that's a good attribute for an Attorney General?
Do you know the meaning of a temperament?
It's not.
It's not. So Attorney General has to be this gentle, calm person that will just
I don't know, Mike. You come across as somebody. Let me not use something words.
You won't. Okay, on what? You will talk as if you want to make sense. Okay, talk as.
I don't make sense now. Make me. Sorry.
Rational mind. Let me come at you. So you have to be temperate, very temperate. Anything they throw at you, you take it. You are the moderator.
I won't come at you like that. Me and Rational mind have history of,
Hold on. Let me say this.
Okay, Bishop. I just asked Bishop that question, Jack. So don't you think it's a good attribute for an Attorney General?
Not a good attribute, no.
It's not really. Based on what? On what basis?
No, you don't have to be. You don't have to be making noise like a rabid dog, like somebody will be say ajabuje, like vibrating like. I mean, I haven't seen him speak on what's it called on TV. The way he talks like from every side of his mouth.
He goes after people.
Hold on.
He goes after people.
How many cases have you won for? Okay, let me ask a question. Go and dig out whatever he has done, your accomplishment with EFCC. One single case like this.
Was he ever working for EFCC?
He worked for EFCC.
Okay,
yeah.
Mike.
He worked for EFCC.
When now?
No, before you Mike. Okay, let me.
Bishop,
he was not an employee of it.
Bishop,
you are going on now, Bishop. Yeah, you're going on now. We can't hear you.
Your something is deep in and out.
Sorry.
Rational mind.
Yeah, it's still.
Rational mind. Can you hear me?
We can hear your large Let's just address it, Bishop.
Okay,
Bishop, can you go in and come back? I'll bring you back in. Just sign in and sign out. So
let me go.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, Ola, we are listening.
See, what I even wanted to say the other time is when people are saying Kiamu has experienced more than Fashola, I'm just wondering where we got that.
No, we didn't say experience. We
that's
say,
going to be.
No, based on personality, kind of. It's all we meant, no experience. No one can tell who's on. But as far as it seems like he was more in the prosecution that field than longer than Fashola, because Fashola was more of a governor for a long time. He was a governor at 40, and he's been.
When did Fashola become a son?
No, I'm saying, he became a lawyer a while back. But what we're saying is,
no. It's not a matter of whether. When did Fashola become a son? When did he become a son?
I know probably in his 20s, but what we're saying is from two. Okay, well, wait now.
Fashola didn't become a son because when he became the governor, right? So if he became a son even before he became
before he became a governor, but since he has been a governor, he hasn't been practicing law like that. Now he was a governor, and then he became minister.
It doesn't matter. It's just like you say because an engineer.
You're talking about the experience part, and we're telling you that during all that time, Kirayama was in the field. Practicing law, so that's what we mean by and he was the entire was practicing as a prosecutor. So that's why we're telling you he has more experience, but it doesn't mean he has more. He's better.
Waiting now.
Ola, I've never heard of any case that Fashola handled at any law court before.
Exactly. No. Then how did Fashola become a son? Was it by just dashing him or whatever?
He didn't say he's not a son. He's not a good for anything. That's not what we are saying.
It was because he's a governor now. It was because he's a governor, and that's
why he became a son. Is he the only lawyer that has ever been a governor in the country?
It is political appointment. It is political distance.
He has been a son before he became governor. He has been a son before he became governor. He has been a son before he became governor. Baba.
See, the thing is this.
When was he a son? When was he a son before he became governor?
Okay, when did Fashola become a son?
Huh?
When did Fashola become a son?
It was when he was a governor now.
They
awarded him that time by this thing. By
stop, Ajaneko. No. What are you talking about?
When did he become a son? Was he a son before he was?
He was a son. He graduated in 1988 from University of Benin.
Fashola became a son in 2004. Fashola became a son in 2004. So
2004, while he's in the office of the governor, while he was
you don't say this. You said it because he was a governor. So we are telling you it's not because he became a governor. No, there are so many things that we say that we don't justify. We just say it's just to make
rational mind. Can I give?
He was working for the governor when they make him stand.
You see one thing is this. I know we can be political, but then respect we still have to be accorded accordingly. You see, it's not every like a person like Fashola needed not to advertise himself as at the time he became that governor or whatever. Unlike Kiamu that still needed to advertise himself, especially when he's using this issue of what's the name of the issue of this Bola Ige and this guy on Oshun during that case of Bola Ige that one of his brother was exposing him. So a person like that, because he will come out and act like an artist, does not make him a better lawyer or even a stricter lawyer or even more a better activist than even Fashola, because there are some activists that they are diplomatic the way they behave,
But when it comes to tackling the issue and solving the problem, they can even be stronger than Ganifa of this world, or even Fenvalan of this world. So because of different character, different personality. See, there's no lawyer that doesn't know about constitution. And the only thing that we know that some people, they have specialization. You know, some will just call themselves business law, bankruptcy law, constitutional lawyer, criminal defense lawyer. So everybody will have his own specification. But at least all of them, they call themselves something of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, whatever. When they call them to the bench, all of them, they know about constitution. And the case of Attorney General of the Federation, we need all those things that you have to be a constitutional lawyer to do that. You can always arrange the team of the lawyers with different specialization. Okay, we want to handle constitutional matter, you have a lawyer there. We have to handle something like, say, maybe criminal defense, you have it there. Business, all those of you have it there. So even immigration, you can have, so you can have people with different specialization. It's just like in the field of IT, you have a database administrator, you have software developer, you have dev support, and yet you still have
what are you arguing against, Ola? What are you arguing against? The fact that, so what are you proving? What are you saying this to prove that who's more experienced between Keyama and Fashola? I mean, what is your
Fashola is more experienced politically, and when it comes to legal, because it's all encompassing. Because Attorney General of the Federation is not a technical position, it's a leadership position. Because
how do you come to the conclusion that how do you come to the conclusion?
I disagree with you. Sorry, let me take you up on this. I really want to take you.
You've not even let me land there. What exactly are you disagreeing with?
I'm disagreeing with the way you are saying Attorney General is this position is more of administrative, you construct a team.
Wait. Let me land there while you will talk. At least I've stayed here for 6 hours and I'm talking for the first time. Look at it this way. It's just like you are saying the president of the country. Because you are the president of the country, you must know about oil and gas, you must know about all this, about that. That's exactly the same way you look at the minister. Attorney General of the Federation is like a ministerial position. So it's a leadership position. It's just like you put a business person that has done, okay, for those people with MBA now, you know that we call MBA jack of all trades, because you are not supposed to be an expert in a particular field, but you are supposed to be able to supervise the experts. That's the basis reason behind MBA. So the thing is this:
you're not making point at all. Like
you're off point at all. You're off point.
That's the thing
I will quit the same for you.
Allah is not off point. He's making a good point. That is the way it is.
No, he's not making
the way it is.
I will leave the screen for you. It's not the most for me to talk. If I can wait for 6 hours and I want to talk now, you don't let me talk. It's not a big deal. I will just quit the screen for you, and you talk and continue. The thing I'm telling you is this: don't look at that position as if Fashola will now be the person to go to the whoever become Attorney General of the Federation will be the person to go to the court and start.
And we'll be in court every day prosecuting offenders.
That's macromanagement. It's a ministry. That particular position, see as a ministry, then you have staff working for you. You understand? So it's like you want the president to be an economist, you want him to be an engineer, you want him to be everything. No, you just want him to be a leader. So I will say the experience of Fashola is enough to hold that office, having experience in law, having experience in how governance is supposed to be in Nigeria. So that's it. He had that experience above Keyamo in the sense that Fashola has been a governor, has been the chief of staff, and he has been the minister of the Federation, and he's a lawyer. He's had his own legal practice. So
he was the chief of staff.
All he needs to do is to coordinate.
He was the chief of staff to Tinubu after this guy resigned. What's his name? The Minister of Information, the current Lai Mohammed. Yeah.
So he has that experience. All lawyers are supposed to be constitutional lawyers. The only thing that they are not specialized in day-to-day constitutional listening. All lawyers in Nigeria, they are constituted. They are supposed to be constitutional lawyers. But when you are now talking of specialization, it's another thing entirely. You can't tell me that Fashola doesn't know about constitution. You can't tell me that any average lawyer in Nigeria doesn't know about constitution. No, it will be wrong. The only thing is that they don't matter.
all lawyer cannot be constitutional lawyer. Constitutional lawyer
That's not what I said.
Especially
that's what you said.
That's not what I said. All lawyers are supposed to know about constitution. They are supposed to be constitutional lawyers. I'm not saying all lawyers are constitutional. All lawyers are supposed. Because
it doesn't work like that, Ola.
That is part of what you learn in the law school now.
No, that one you learn in law school.
You went to law school, Ola.
It's different.
No.
When you are called a constitutional lawyer.
Ajale Goku, as someone with background in engineering, you learn a lot of wait now. You learn a lot of engineering.
Constitutional lawyer can interpret the law better than any other lawyer in all fields of life.
That's not technically correct, Baba. That's not technically correct.
Okay.
All lawyers understand how the law works. All lawyers.
Now we know all lawyers understand how the law works, but all lawyers are not constitutional lawyers.
Now I just have like 5 to 10 minutes to talk, and then I quit the screen for you now. Leave me. Let me just talk and laugh. I hope. Even if not rubbish, you can criticize me later. See, when you say it's an insult to an average lawyer, someone that went to the law school, to say they don't know about the Constitution. Technicality of defending the Constitution when they attend the Supreme Court is another thing entirely. You argue your fact because it's what you practice every day. All electrical engineers, they know the basics of electrical engineering. And the thing is that some of them at the end of this one will become
doesn't mean you know the entire engineering field. You can't say because you're an electrical engineer, you throw into the chemical engineering field, you build, because I'm an engineer.
Giving an example of electrical engineering. Don't go far from what I'm talking about.
It's the same thing in the law field, you know. You can't say you know everything. You can't say a real estate lawyer.
Wait now.
You can't say because engineer, you study mechanical electrical engineer, and they throw into the chemical engineering field. Oh, you know it because you're an engineer, I can perform there. No, it doesn't work like that, my friend. Come on, stop it.
Why are you interrupting when you don't even understand where I'm going? Why are you interrupting?
I will listen to you. I know what you're saying, and you're
not listening. Then if you are listening to me, then that's not active listening. You get active
that's what
listening
you said,
you respond. I just make specific example now that someone study electrical engineering. It doesn't mean that you don't know the basics of electrical engineering, but some will later become a telecom engineer under electrical, some will become a computer engineer or a computer software programmer, or still under electrical, some will become control engineering specialists. But when you put them together, are you say they know about that? Yes, they know. But when you now get to managerial level, you don't now go to one department, okay, because this engineering department, so you have to get someone that's head of telecom, head of instrumentation, head of computer. No, you can see have an engineer there that will see have everybody under, because all those telecom, computer engineering, computer architecture, and all those things, they still belong under the same field, but they still have a boss then that coordinates all those people to work together, and everybody will still come under the umbrella of electrical engineering.
So in that case, I have a question for you on that. So where is the aspect, where is the part of the Ministry of Justice in this case, with the description of what you are giving? Because you're already streaming, you're already matching Attorney General office with the Ministry of Justice. When we're talking about Ministry of Justice, when it comes to generality of the law, we can talk about things like that. But when you talk about Attorney General, the specific office of Attorney General is like the bulldog of the government. He defends, and what's the government? The Nigerian people. He defends the right of the people, and he attacks the right of the people. So, for instance, Attorney General is not meant to be your friend. Anyway, he's a prosecutor by nature. By the nature of his office, he's a prosecutor. He goes after whatever he smells that is not right in the government. Whoever is going, he goes after governors, goes after politicians, and that's where you ought to see that in the right sense of administration. Agencies like the EFCC, the ICPC, all those agencies ought to be under the Attorney General's office, because once he smells something, he goes after it and he gets whatever he needs to get. And if there's anything coming for the government in case of contracts, agreement, and all of that, he goes ahead and defends that. No. So in this case, looking at, and another thing I wanted to attack, looking at the background of Fashola and Keyamo. Fashola is like a solicitor, is the public lawyer. He's not somebody that goes after something. Keyamo has been like that since 1993. He has been an activist, and his activism has propelled him to actually take on big wigs in the country. And we've seen him do it time and time again. Are you telling me that the latest thing he had on article, the latest smelling on article, what was Malami doing with articles case? that came up with that audio. What was the Attorney General's office doing? It was dismissing it. But rather, it was someone like a Malami's officer how to take the case up right there and take it out. And you could see that in the whole country, the only lawyer that could respond was Keyamo. And that shows an attribute of a good Attorney General. When there's something that is not smelling right, who is that? The person that will be personified as the Attorney General should be able to pick it up and go get to the root of it. So in that case, if you look at the personality, their careers, the way they are modeling their life.
AY, do you know Wole Olanipekun?
I know Wole Olanipekun, but the guy is
how
not.
How will you describe Wole Olanipekun?
Wole Olanipekun is, of course, he's a private lawyer. Of course, he can take up those cases.
Is he a constitutional lawyer, or how do you
Wole Olanipekun is more interested in elections and tribunals. That's where he's.
But when you go into his profile, they will tell you he's a constitutional lawyer. So how many times do you see him regarding like?
No.
Is there a specialization for constitutional lawyer? Did they do that specialty in the university?
There's nothing really called constitutional lawyer.
So it's just by name, giving dog a good name and says we are just being. I don't know.
Let me put a balance to it, because we don't have a constitutional court yet. Now, when let's say we have a constitutional court, which will be higher than the Supreme Court, to deal with things of constitution.
We are making it to look as if it's a specialization. What is constitutional lawyer?
It's actually a specialization in other countries. Yes.
Yes. Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer?
I'm not a lawyer.
Speak like as if you understand.
No. Listen. I'm not a lawyer. I don't need to be a lawyer to understand.
Can we leave and let us discuss another issue? We've been on this for more than 1 minute.
Finally, what I want to say.
Let's go back to the original topic of the show.
Hold on, guys, hold on. So, AY, can you quickly just land your thoughts real quick?
Okay. So when we look at Fashola, why I actually wanted to talk about Fashola and Keyamo, what you need to look at is not really dismissing who came first, who became this first. No, what has been their career path and career experience. Attorney General's office does not necessarily need administration. Of course, we expect that it needs administration, but just the minimal required administration. What it needs, that office needs litigators. I mean, people that will take you to court on everything. That is not politicians, agencies, anything. You need litigators, people that are personal lawyers that have the personality of always wanting to go to court, to take strong cases to court, and to take big wigs to court. And not really more of administrators, of arbitrators. Fashola is someone like that. Okay, let's arbitrate.
Let me say something to you. See, Yemi Oshibajo, since Lagos State, this is just my personal statement, so don't take it as the truth and only the truth. This is just my opinion. When you see the work of Oshibajo as the Attorney General of the Lagos State, that he reformed everything around the judiciary in Lagos State. He's a professor of law, and we don't know of his PhD in law, but he wrote a lot of, he contributed a lot. Let me just put it that way, to the legal society. Now, I'm not sure whether the man was even has been a constitutional lawyer. All you can say is a professor of law. But see his landmark in Lagos State. What brought him that is managerial skill, is administrative skill. So when you look at that, look at it at the federal level too. Look at Attorney General of Lagos State and Attorney General of Federation. Put now interchange, and look at, okay, it's going to do the same thing.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree with you.
Let me before you disagree. You don't disagree.
Forget his past. No, wait. Oh my goodness. Wait, I want to give you fact. I want to roll out fact.
Let someone laugh before you disagree. You say this thing. Let me land it. Look at every look at the office of any Attorney General as a normal legal chamber. You can have a legal chamber and you have series of lawyers there that handle different specialties. It just says some people will handle government business, some people will handle number private, and you have a lot. So look at the office of Attorney General of the Federation too as a chamber with people with different specialties. But we are talking of the executive, the MD of that particular legal firm, or this, that is what Attorney General should be. So I don't have a problem with having a like of Fashola that has been a governor, that has been a minister, and that has even have private practice himself. If that experience is enough to carry him along. So all this idea that because Kiamu can shout better, I'm not saying Kiamu is not good though. In that comparison, that's where I came in though. But that that Kiamu can shout on top of his voice, it does not even make a better lawyer. I will even look at. I will ask Ogbeni when he comes here tomorrow, because we have some lawyers in this country today that since they've been priced, they've never lost a single case. You understand? We need to look at the case they handle. This thing is not in the public. Maybe the like of Ogbeni we know. So we can't just say because Fashola is just like Fashola is not a gentleman if you know anyway. He can be talking softly, he can this thing. But when you are talking of someone that can even be dangerous, Fashola, go and ask people that they bought the shop in Oshodi that time before they are doing. Go and look at all those unpopular decisions that Fashola took in Lagos State. Look at that person. Does he look like a nonsense person to you? This man will not talk, but be very careful when you are dealing with Fashola, because by the time it comes at you, you might not like it. So, but some people already talk. You already go and prepare your defense. But like of Fashola, we just be looking at you. By the time the guy will react, we act, it might just be too late. So the best thing that when you are dealing with Fashola, stay by the side of the law. But some people will even give you warning ahead, the like of Kiamu, because they will shout on top of their voice. But Fashola will be talking gently, boss. Just like Oshibajo too now. You're talking Oshibajo will be talking gently and she'll be doing all those things. But when Oshibajo acts according to the law, you go even confirm say this one I bring. So don't let us say any of them is qualified, but don't tell me I don't want to tell this thing that Kiamu is a constitutional lawyer and better than Fashola. Where did we even get that thing from, sir?
No, so Ola, I was not comparing both. Any one of them that takes on the job will do a very fantastic job. No doubt about that. But I was just looking into more of what they've done. You know, like what I mean is, if you are saying, let's say you are trying to employ two people to drive for the job of a driver, and one has been a long distance driver, at least he has driven more long distance than another person. Sometimes you might want to have that preference for that, because if I look at some of the cases that brought Keyamo to limelight, it are cases of that looks like activism and all of that, you know. And another part is the part of Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo too, when it was the Attorney General of Lagos, of course, Lagos had a lot of legal fights, and they were able to win those fights because of Oshibanjo. That ran from Tinubu having that fight of his legal fight, Lagos State against the federal government, and all of that fights like that. So Oshibanjo was also instrumental in their win. And so, well, anybody that takes on the office would do well.
Can we move on now, real quick?
Can I have my own? Just
please, before you move on, rational mind.
Okay, Bishop, can you really
just
say this real quick so that we can go to Remy and then we'll just move on to another
topic? Number one, Oshibanjo is the name, not Oshibanjo. Oshibanjo. Now, secondly, of course, I know that we have one thing we have in common that makes us to spend hours and hours on this platform, is so that Nigeria can move forward and become the country we want Nigeria to be. And we're not taking anything away from Nigeria. We have a lot of bunch of talent and people that can make things happen, even though there are little impediments here and there. But the last speaker, or the person that spoke before him, said it all. There are quite a number of things we want in the judicial sector. Most of them are not going to be popular. So if we get a lot of people, this one have his own idea, whether it is 5%, joining to another person that have 10%, another person that have 15%, another person that have 35%, another person, so that we bring out the best. But I know very well that we need a lot of reform in almost every sector, and the foundation of it is to have law that will back those reforms, so that it is not something that somebody will just do today and another person will come tomorrow and feel, oh, I'm not comfortable with them, and will throw them away. Immediately it is entrained in our laws and people see it as the grand law, of course, that is what our constitution is. We'll move on. So, what's his name now? The minister of the outgoing minister of state. What's his name? The what we're talking about now. What happened to me?
Kayamo.
Kayamo has what it can contribute as ditto Fashola. The only thing is that looking at both of them, when you listen to them talk, you will see what I said about temperament. Fashola has a more matured temperament, is very meticulous in his approach. He probably will not offend people if he grants an interview for 3, 4, 5 hours. If Kayamo grants an interview for 3 hours, he probably will end up offending 100 persons. And that is what I mean by temperament. It's not that they don't have their competencies and things they can contribute, but you know a little bit. Kayamo is a little bit acerbic. Probably Kayamo will respond with some, very hard response in a situation whereby Fashola will calm you down and give you facts for the matter. And that's what I meant by having the right temperament. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Bishop. So, Rami, yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and we look forward to a very colorful inauguration today. And for me, when I look at Fashola, because Fashola has been an administrator for the last few years, and I think he has finally found a home as a work and housing minister. Generally, to me, I think he does not want to be a chief of staff to Tinubu, because he thought that that work involved, although it's a very good position where you have to be very versatile. Of course, it's very versatile, but it also needs a lot of control. I mean, you have to submissive to the president. I mean, so I think he does not want something like that. If I were Tinubu and I still need his services, I think I would just let him continue as a work and housing minister, where he has laid a very good blueprint and he knows what he's doing, why he can continue. If you don't want you to be a work and housing minister, I think I'll probably transfer him to a transport minister so that I can continue about the train revolution in Nigeria. I see him in any of these two roles as a minister. For Keyamo, he can be loud, but he is also very good. He's a very good constitutional lawyer. And I wouldn't mind him to be the Attorney General of the Federation because he's patriotic. I think he can be a better candidate too for an Attorney General. Although he might be temperament, but when we get to some position, because in this kind of position, he is not going to be dealing directly with the opposition here. He's going to be fighting for Nigeria to repatriate some money or for prosecution, which he has been doing with EFCC successfully before. Even before that, he has been a very good lawyer. If you look at his answer, he is very vast and very knowledgeable too. To me, I think Keyamo would be a better Attorney General than Fashola. The reason why I said this is because he has been Keyamo practiced more than Fashola. Fashola is more about administrator and also about problem solver in any field. I think we should just let him be to continue in that ministry. So, or maybe transport minister, where he can also do his magic to improve the train revolution in Nigeria. I think that is my little say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I think every one of us has expressed our views on as to who we want or who we should not want or should not occupy that office. We don't seem to see eye on that, but well, I think Tinubu or whoever gets there will decide. Who is is that one man? Is that one man trying to play or something here or what?
Tinubu is already there now.
Oh, that's Mike now.
Rational mind. What are you saying? You say Tinubu.
We shall find out now. Yeah, watch out.
Èní mà ni ọmọ àti bọ́sí 29.
Tó bá ṣépè fún lẹ́yìn la máa mọ̀ ẹ má wọrí.
Kí ló tún fẹ́?
Tó bá ṣépè fún
Ajalegoku, just the look at rational mind. Rational mind sees they believe say Tinubu will not be there.
Mike, what are you showing us now? I mean, you're taking over the whole thing. What's going on, Mike?
The inauguration now is going on. Just
Is that what you're showing us?
yeah, hold on.
No,
Just give
this
me 1
old
second.
one, Buhari Lele now. This is Buhari.
No.
I'm making no shape of boy now. All right, let's just continue. So, yeah, Thomas Shekwe from Lenny, I'm maybe Thomas
No, rational mind. The question is this: what even made you believe? Because to me, I know that the way I see you is, I see you as someone that you provoke people thoughts to see people share the idea so that we learn from it, and even those people that want to listen, they can even take something. But in the real sense, don't make me feel that you truly believe that Obi won that election, because Obi himself.
We go again, huh? All right, go on.
No. Now Obi himself knows that he didn't win that election. No, that Obi himself knows that he didn't win that election. Joke apart. Because
how do you know he does not win that election? How did you know? With the manufacturer
Prince came here.
No, what video now?
Prince came here.
What's the video now? We're not hearing anything now.
What do you know here?
We cannot hear it. I mean, can anybody hear that video?
We can't hear anything from the video, so I don't know. I don't know the purpose.
I don't even know the purpose too. Yeah. So go on, please.
So the when you look at what Prince said, he's a politician too, but he's a kind of politician that quickly honed up and even told us about some secret thing went on and how some people suddenly wanted the interim government. You start wondering. Look at Solomon. Look at that biblical woman that were fighting on the child in the Bible. Someone never mind that. Okay, they should divide the child into two equal half, and so that they can settle case. But the real mother of that child will not even listen to that. That is telling you now. How can you believe that you won an election and suddenly you won an interim government so that you will prevent someone to get there?
Dude. Okay, hold on. You see, you people like to do this a lot. All of you, or you batified people. I don't know.
No. I'm not badified. I'm just a realist.
Okay. Let me take it back.
I'm just a realist. I can't say because I went against Tinubu last year because of Yoruba Nation.
Hold on. Now, I understand where you stand. No. I know you're a Yoruba Nation like me, but my point is this: the way you're speaking the mind of the batified people, likes of Koka here and the rest of them, and Simba, our people from Middle East. So anyway, my point is this: that
Simba, our people from Sudan.
Sudan. So anyway, I don't even forget what I want to say. So anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that you see, the point is that Obi has never come out and tell you that we want interim government. I don't know where you're getting that from. You see, that space, I will tell you, I can tell you that's my own belief. Let me use the word my own belief, that the Tinubu group, either Tinubu know about it or his minions, they also utilize this opportunity of the opposition of Atiku and especially the obedient. They infiltrated them, acted like they are the same people, and propagate this idea that yes, interim government. You can't tell me that all this thing that is going on, that APC does not have a hand in it too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying. No, hold on. I'm not saying that.
Do you have your facts on that?
Here you go.
Give us one fact.
You have your facts to that, right? That's what you're going to ask me.
Yes. Today, rational mind.
Oh God, you guys let me land, please. You heard me. I don't know if you're listening. Maybe you're doing selective listening. I said that is my own view. So don't ask me for facts for that. I've said it to you. That's my own view. That I believe, because I would take what's his name? The loud-mouthed guy from Ugeli. What's his name? Ugeli. What's his name? Kayamo. He says we'll meet them. Is it propaganda? We'll meet them propaganda for propaganda. So, and we saw that in 2015. How they did that in 2015. So I won't put it past.
How did they do in 2015?
Dude, I don't want to go into all the same place.
Was it not a prominent vice presidential candidate that specifically mentioned unconstitutional government and suggesting interim government? Was he not a lawyer?
When did he suggest
when
did he suggest
that? Rational mind.
You guys, I'm not even landed. Can I land? Can I land, please? I know you are itching to talk.
I thought you already finished.
Yeah, because they were targeting me. So the point I'm trying to make is that I know the APC to be as it's because they never thought that the obedience will match them. That was why they felt like we never
said they didn't even match themselves.
They did. They give them fire for fire. They gave them fire for fire. Because that was why they were like so mad. Oh, let me talk. So that was why they were so mad that so you people could even rival us like this.
So insulting people is fire for fire.
You Mike, you came here and you were spewing crap here earlier. I wanted to correct you on that.
Which crap?
Yeah, the crap you were spewing is that you were saying that the obedience were wishing Tinubu dead. Now,
did they?
Yes,
am I lying?
They did. They did.
Okay, fine.
So it's not crap. So take it back.
They did. They wished his wife would poison him. We saw the video. We saw the evidences.
AY, can you allow me?
Can
you allow me to speak, please? Can you allow me to speak?
No, you need to take it back. You say I was speaking crap. So they just put you down.
Would you allow me to speak? Because
why would I allow you to speak when you say I speak crap and you can't? I just prove you wrong.
I don't want to do because I'm anchoring there. I said I'm have to hand over to you because I don't want to do what happened a few days ago whereby I had to leave this place because of you guys were just railing on me. Would you allow me to speak, please?
You are the one chasing yourself away because you say you are people of things and then you can't prove it.
So let me talk, please. I mean, if I lost my I even lost my thoughts already.
How will you lose your thoughts?
I will get it back. Just calm down, my friend, and just.
You need to stop spinning, man, and stop making wrong accusations.
Rational mind. I think today is a day of joy for most.
No, maybe for you, it's a day of joy for you.
No. Let me.
That's why it's frustrated.
Can you allow me to talk? I'm not even.
Don't you want to talk? Can we talk too? Huh?
You are the moderator.
Mike. I think rational mind is the anchor right here. So
no, actually, I'm the anchor. To be honest, I'm the one woman gave it to, boy. Because
were you here? What did one man say?
No. He told me. He listen. He remember in the show when he told me to DM him on Instagram. Okay. And he asked me if I want to take over the show. He said he want to hand the show over to me today.
Okay.
And when he had wait. When he was leaving, remember, when he was leaving, he called my name. I was awake for a second. So when I didn't answer, he now said, okay, rational mind, take over. But Mike is in charge, but he's still
thank you.
So it's over. Well, I'm not here to compete with you. Who is in charge?
I've had you.
Just letting you know, we are both in charge.
Hold on. You might not see it. I'm also an anchor here. I mean,
yeah, give me that respect. Also give me the same respect. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'll be allowing you to anchor more. So do that. It's not like you sound,
Mike, can we speak at one at a time, please, without interrupting? I know you said it, and I had one man when he said it. When he said he was going to give me your DM, let me DM you. I had all of that. You don't know what is the way he's texting you was texting me.
Actually,
bro, it doesn't even matter, man. We are all equal here. It doesn't matter.
Hold on, gentlemen. Hold on, gentlemen. When one man was leaving, he said, I am yielding to rational mind. To
exactly.
No. He said Mike. I'm leaving.
And hold on.
And he was calling Mike. Mike, why I didn't answer because I was away. Then he said, okay, Mike is not here. I'll let rational mind just take part until Mike comes back.
Let rational mind stop.
When I text him, told him I'll step away for a second.
Mike, just let it go, please, Mike.
I'm not fighting over some anchor. I'm not even, I'm not even. Have I even tried to anchor since?
Okay,
I let him anchor now. Mike, take charge, but don't try to bully me. Don't be telling me I was talking crap and telling me not to respond. Okay, that's the only issue. I'm not anchoring or anything.
Because you do this a lot.
When I say explaining,
you interject a lot.
What did I do wrong here? He said I was talking crap, and I told him to explain it. And he told me.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Mike,
let it go on and on talk. And do allow that to talk.
No, after you let him, you need to apologize.
Okay, please, just a minute, please. Just a minute. See, I think for one man to hand over this thing to us to continue after him, he must have invested a lot of trust. And I think we should do this to honor our audience and one man. So we don't just have to look like we can't even coordinate ourselves, and we are discussing on how we have to fix the country. To me, this is not telling anything good about us. So in Yoruba, Oshebi owo eyin agba, tewa ni pini. So if someone behave like Ewure, some will behave like Agutan. I'm not, that's just figurative. I'm not really comparing anybody to all those characters. The thing I'm saying is this: let us please be organized. I know that Ajalekoko has been trying to intervene, and funny enough, we are not listening to him. I think Ajalekoko is one of those people that we should even listen to, and just to make sure we steer the shape of this thing. We are here to learn. Let's stay like that. So let's please.
We need to iron this out first. Let me get you so my mic on.
No, rational mind. We can iron it out. We can iron it out at the backstage.
No, okay, we'll do that, but so that we don't repeat this again, because I like us to get ourselves understood. Mike, the same way one man was texting you, he texted me, he told me, and I said to him, I might not be too long here. And he said, okay. That was the last thing he said to me. Okay. And then he was telling to you, give me your, I saw it on the, when he said, check the private or something and give me your DM and all of that. And I know he has been communicating with you. And he said, yes, I was going to hand over to Mike. He said that. But when he was calling on you, you were not here. And he said, let Rational Man take over. When Mike comes back, then you can hand over to him. That's what he said. That was what Ajaleko was trying to tell you. But you only hear the part of maybe your name. You didn't hear the other part. Maybe apparently you did not do that. So
okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not even fighting over who's anchoring. I don't care. I would have responded the same way even if I wasn't anchoring. You know who I am. So it's not really because I'm anchoring.
We have to do it with decorum here. That's what we're saying.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Constant interjection, and I mean, hammering on each other. I don't want that.
Rational mind. Please let it slide. Please let it slide. Please.
All right. I fact, what we're even talking about, I even forgot what we're talking where we were. So anyway, so now let's talk about this matter. I think one man must have brought it up. Where what's his name? Buhari said this to the opposition. Look at it. I want everybody to listen to it. It says, accept cost judgment irrespective of outcome. Buhari tells opposition parties. Now, my point is this: why would you tell opposition party to accept the outcome? Why didn't you say the same to Tinubu? That if the court says that, and this is the winner, Tinubu accept it, step down. Why tell? This is to me. I just feel like this is a kind of like you are preempting what might be the outcome.
Okay, can I quickly respond to that, please?
Yeah, go on, please.
Okay, I think if Tinubu have lost this election, nothing he can do. It will move on. He can't be just eating up the political terrain unnecessarily. No matter what you do, if you don't accept the defeat, what you can do is to take it to the court of law, where they will educate on it. But the reason why a lot of people are not happy with the OB or the political terrain in Nigeria, some people are unnecessarily eating up the policy. Now, let me look at it this way. This is your home. When there's a fire, you can rebuild it and you can still live in that home. Or do you want to burn down the house entirely so that you don't have a house to live? What I'm trying to say is this. If you love that country and you still want to be the president of that country in future, don't you think people will look at what you have done in the past to judge you in the present? Now, the election has come and gone, whether rig or no rig, whether it is good or worse or bad. The referee have pronounced someone as the winner of the election. If you love your people, the best thing you can do is to go to court of law. And remember, there were 18 candidates that went for this election. Why is it only one candidate making maybe him or his supporter, wherever the case might be, are shouting and making a lot of trouble? And moreover, he is not that the second position is third. What about all other candidates? APM and some other political party, they went to court of law. And when they at the tribunal, they withdraw their cases. APM does not withdraw, they're still there. So what I just think is this, all this noise that is coming from the obedient, I just ask myself, you want to rule this country, but at the same time you want to burn it down. So I think if Tinubu have lost this election, what can he do? Nothing he can do.
You said he was burning it down. How? How is it burning it down?
What I mean is that when they pronounce him as the president, and you said Buhari said that everybody that lost should just accept, or maybe what he's trying to say that you should accept it, but you can go to court of law to say, okay, you are not satisfied with the result. It is not eating up the polity, like what you said now before, like a few minutes ago. You are even telling us we shall see whether they will swear him in as a president today or not. Do you have an information in your hand that you want to foment trouble, or do you have anything in your hand that you want him dead, or so? What exactly is the beef? So he has been. They have pronounced him as elected, and if everything goes on to fine, the only thing that can happen to him today is that if he dropped dead, that means God does not want him to become president. And if he dropped dead, that is his time. Even if a lot of people are,
we hold rational man responsible for that.
I mean, a day before the inauguration, I mean, the only hope is
that. In that situation, nothing we can do. And if he died, it does not mean that they will give it to Atiku or Obi. That means Shetima will become the president. So why the fault? Why
it's not going to be Chetima, please.
Can I say something? Remy? You see, you guys, I've said, I don't know how many times I will be saying this, and I hate saying this every time. I don't know. I mean, that's why I said you batified people here. You come here, you just want to paint people that doesn't see eye and eye on you. Either you blackmail them with
the narration.
Hold on.
What I just said
hold on. Remy, we're not fighting. Let me just correct something real quick. I know I have to correct this every time. That you have to say either you tell me, oh, you come on the premise of, oh, you are emotional, you're talking emotional, and then you're not saying that.
You also accuse me of being emotional.
Let me land. You can bring that up. Let me land. Now you said that not you. I was talking referring when I say emotion. I was talking to Simba earlier. Now I'm talking about now. You said now that in all what you just said now that I see if I have something planned out. Even what I said.
No. I'm talking generally. You mentioned before you have an altercation with Mike. You mentioned that we shall see.
Remy, there's something I want to say.
Can you allow him land, please? Before
you mentioned that time that we shall see whether they will allow him.
We shall see now, Remy, Abi.
That's what God willing. You said to me when you say something like that. Today is the inauguration day. Whether you like it or not, it's a game.
Okay.
Everybody.
You make it sound like maybe I have something planned.
No, listen, rational man.
I have a sniper ready there somewhere.
Come on.
Let me finish. Rational man. No matter what you have in your mind or whatever I have in my mind, he's the candidate I prefer, and you prefer your own candidate. Unfortunately, your candidate did not win.
Okay.
So I will not, and I am also a Democrat, and I accept if he lost, fine, I will move on. Whether they rig or they did not rig, because I know that election everywhere in the world, they were not perfect. Even the so-called the biggest democracy in the world, like India and America, they always have a lot of flaw in their election. So and I was quite happy with the result of this current one because we have a lot of new leaders now, and it's not so easy like before. This year election was very competitive because all the three major tracks they presented the candidate. That is why it was like that. And
please, if I may come in for a second.
Let me say this real quick. Hold on, give me 1 second, Rosie. So, okay, today is Sunday, right? Inauguration is tomorrow, Monday. Wait, give me a second. There's a quick statement. Today is Sunday. Inauguration is on Monday. We all know the courts are closed on Sunday.
They are in Monday in Nigeria already.
I know. I'm just saying, like, when he made that statement that we shall see. Okay, so if we're telling you that, okay, inauguration is tomorrow, there's nothing that can stop it other than the courts. And we know the court is closed on Sunday. So there's no possible way a court could have stopped it on Sunday. and you tell us that we shall see. What does that? What other thing can we see besides wishing that what other thing can stop the inauguration besides the scrutiny?
No.
Or court stop it. Those are the two things that can stop the guys. We know. Wait, hold on, wait now. We know that the court is closed on Sunday. So what other things do you think we assume? We assume that you are wishing the man. If you say we shall see, I mean,
No. I think it's extreme to be extrapolating. I mean, I think we are giving it too much a deep interpretation than necessary. I don't think that is fair. Yeah, I mean,
Bishop, we need to, because it has been going on for a long time. Starting
I
from
think we should not take this. For the first time, I'm defending rational mind, though.
Yes.
I think we are stretching this
for a long time. It's been for
I've
a long
never
time.
seen eye to eye with rational mind on any issue. But don't let us stretch
Bishop, I want to
Bishop, it's been on for a long time.
I just want you to consider
can you
this
allow
while
people to
speaking.
speak already, please?
Bishop, I just want you to consider this while you are speaking. Remember that Mike is a security man, he's a military man, so you can understand where he's talking from. When someone is talking without the legal backup, then that means you have another alternative. If court will be closed on Sunday and you are threatening that which I see, because it may look like that which I see that is just a statement, which I see, then a security personnel will want to know what is it there for us to see by Monday. So you can understand where Mike is talking from.
Yeah, I understand.
Hold on. Let me. Okay. Go on, Bishop. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think we are giving too much a deep meaning. It's in a passing statement. When it comes to pass, let's wait. Let it come to pass first.
Bishop, please, I'm sorry to interject you. I just want to take attention to this.
You just had somebody just said, what are we
Bishop, you know what? People wouldn't have bothered at all. People wouldn't have bothered at all. But the space online, there is a lot of threat, there is a lot of intimidation. And you cannot say anything cannot happen. So why are the SS, the GSS, the police, the army want a lot of people who want to foment trouble?
My brother, you have been.
I am not saying that.
Bishop, please, can I say something, please?
I'm not saying that.
I think we've been on this kind of issue we discuss here. We've seen each other talk many times. This is not what rational mind is saying. I don't agree with him on things. We're always fighting on things.
So
but I think
me right. Also, I'm not accusing him of anything.
I think we should not take
it. But the situation is this. I mean, this is a platform we all come in, we chat, we talk about. Okay, now rational mind is talking like, do you think rational mind now is going to set up and go and cause any destruction?
Obviously,
we're just talking face to face now, so don't take it.
Rosie, do you know how many people listen to us too? And
so whatever rational whatever rational man says now is going to instigate people to go down and bring down the inauguration ceremony. I mean, this is just for conversation now. Don't add more minutes to it and take it out of proportion.
I agree with whoever is speaking.
Princess.
Let's move on. Let's discuss other things so that we don't continue to.
No. Let me. We say this thing before we go. Abeg.
And then please,
if I happen to be a security person, and if rational mind talks that way, I will want to know why and what is assuring him of the statement. See, we can see some statement that they are light. This is not particular to rational mind now, so bros, no fear. See, for you to make some kind of
on what legal ground do you want to know from rational mind why he made that statement?
No, I was just asking, what does he know that I don't know? I'm not saying I'm going to arrest him. I will just.
What is your local standing in this matter?
I'm giving up. I'm giving up, bros.
And then the other thing is that, like Simba is saying, I think you are saying like this because you said the outcome of the election is favorable to you. If it wasn't favorable to you, I'm sure you won't be sounding like this.
He might be making that statement in anticipation of his belief that he won't be sworn in. So, because that rumor is out there that they don't like Tinubu, they're not going. Buhari is deceiving him, they're not going. So it might be one of those that believe that he won't be sworn in. So on the basis of that, he's making that statement that we shall see.
Have you been listening to all this? Rational mind, have you been listening to all this?
I'm still here. I'm listening.
Have you been listening to all these prophecies? Because a lot of pastors have been prophesying that.
Okay, let me make myself. Let me make myself clear on this matter. I believe anything can happen. By anything, I'm not ruling out anything. But do I wish him dead? No, I don't wish him dead. I believe anything can happen. But until when I see him sworn in, then I know, yes, nothing happened. So don't take my word to mean like maybe I have something planned or I have some people I'm gathering anywhere. It's up to whoever wants to think whatever they want to think. I'm here. I have all my, well, I don't need to just say anything on that. So my point is this, that I believe in the impossibilities happening. So it could be a coup. It could be something somebody just, I mean, people said, oh, tomorrow is closed. I mean, we've seen instances whereby Ministry of if they have to go and raid somewhere, they have to go and get a judge to sit and give them an order. They could get an order from wherever and just get an order. Okay, we are stopping this inauguration. Do I believe that can happen? Well, it could happen. Do I believe it cannot happen? It might not happen.
Anyway, the good thing is that
anything can happen. That's what I'm saying.
Rational mind.
I think rational mind is right if you really listen to him.
Baba Jale Koko, have you seen the report?
Are you serious?
Have you seen the security report in the last 48 hours of DSS covering plots?
Hold on, let me make this statement.
Dude, AY, please, you have to calm down, please. I don't.
Look, Nigeria is a country where you cannot predict what is going to happen in the next 1 minute. Look, we have seen every effort made to stop this guy from becoming the president. So if you want to base it on every effort made,
that means they have a sinister motive.
It was not only obedient.
Let's say the truth.
It was not only obedient that made effort not to make him come.
No, I'm not referring to obedience.
What about Buhari and
what about Buhari? Why can't they say something like this? This is not good.
Mike, you are the moderator. You and Rational Mind.
I'm not referring to obedience. Obedient did not make any effort to stop him. I'm talking about Buhari himself and the cabal within the party. Every effort they made to stop this guy from even getting the ticket of the party, and after he fought his way to get the ticket of the party, from even winning the election. So after winning the election, a lot of people still doesn't believe that they will hand over to him. So the rational mind, you can't say what is doubt about handing over to him. You can't kick it by the side at all. It's normal.
I watched my watch yesterday, my brother.
Yes.
And I saw some people still thinking like this in their millions. So it is not out of the realm of possibility that there's a large segment of people still thinking along this path, to be frank.
Yes.
Because sometimes I don't think I stop listening to people that agree with me and try to listen to those two that doesn't agree with me. That made me yesterday to go back and check the data available. Was there any possibilities that Obi would have won that election? And from interpolation of data on my table here, it was not possible. That is my own summation. But there are a lot of people that still believe.
Okay, can I say something, please?
Yeah.
See, I think at the end of the day, when we're saying maybe a rational mind knows something, at least we've been able to see that rational mind knows something. It's potential. I know it's not active, and it's rational thinking too when you look at it. Rational mind you cannot just wave what is said. We can't just wave it away and say, oh, this is not possible because we are talking of Nigeria. But the possibility is another thing. How easy it is. We should know that even in as much as Babangida destroyed that country, he still did something in that country that has made overthrowing the government in Nigeria to be difficult. And followed up by Obasanjo when Obasanjo retired the political soldier. So since that time, I think those people with the experience of this thing we are talking, they no longer exist. Even when some people were even saying, no, the military should take over, even the military quickly distance themselves and dissociate from them from those because they are not stupid. They know. If it was that easy, Mustafa would have even stayed in Cuba and before the Absalom could even take him away. So yeah, this possibility, but don't let us just think that because it is a possibility that is going to happen. Like one thing I learned is that 80% of our negative thoughts, 85% of our negative thoughts sometimes we never come to pass. It's just like a fiction. It's just what we imagine that we think is going to happen. So at this point now, if anybody will have taken over, that would have been done since Buhari moved away from Asho Rock to take over. I don't think their intelligence, they are so weak because the military themselves, they are not sure of what the DSS is gathering. Because our intelligence is not something that is centralized. You have some kind of information with the DSS, we have some information. So it's not going to be that easy. Truly, some Kabadi didn't want we didn't want Tinubu there.
Why are they even wishing for coup in the first place?
But you see, in the good thing about all this is that
let me
God
land
we
now.
have this
Just
platform.
give me 10 seconds. Let me finalize.
Okay.
So the body language of those people that would have bought into this, the body language is saying, no, we want this man there. So when the security people, I mean the executive governors, outgoing governors or whatever you call them, when they are backing you up, those people who are supposed to be part of the Security Council, right? They are telling you that this is what they want. This is not June 12th. In the next 5 to 6 hours, you won't be talking of President Buhari again. We're talking of President Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu. We will not be happy with it, but please, it's going to become our president in the next 5 to 6 hours. Let's just forget about this.
So the good thing about it all. I'm sorry. Can I just say something?
You will say this. You will
Please.
continue. Just hold on.
Please.
You will.
Okay.
Let me just land. Please. Guys, I just don't want us to. For the fact that I don't believe that Tinubu is my president, does not mean I wish evil on him. I don't wish evil on him. I don't know what. I don't know.
That is if you are not in Nigeria. If you have share your passport, once you're in Nigeria, you're president, so that you can't deny that.
Simba, please, spare me this.
Whether you like it or not.
But bros, Tinubu is your president. Nothing can do.
Hold on, let me say. When I say something like debatified, you people like to get other people into trouble. You want to paint other people as like you people are the most patriotic people in that country than others. I don't.
You like are wishing for a coup? Are you patriotic?
You said what?
You are wishing for a coup now.
A coup.
Yeah.
I mean, why would I wish
are we not letting me go again?
It was even wishing that Tinubu should die. He said it on this platform. So what are we talking about?
When did national man say that? Simba, don't say things.
He said it. I'm not the only one that heard it. He said it.
Now you want to make this.
He said it now. Why are we lying about? He said it. He cannot deny it.
You know what he said. Why are we helping him to spin? Now let the man do his own spin.
Hold on. Simba, you said I said
you want the man to die. So we know what you want. So don't try to spin us around like we don't know.
Mike, I'm getting more security conscious on this platform because sometimes when we talk, we don't understand that there are already security. If you have read the security report in the last 48 hours, you will know that DSS has uncovered many plots to truncate this inauguration, and we are discussing this time like this and openly. Sometimes
am I the one?
No. Sometimes when we have discussions like this, we need to be security conscious. Personally, we're in a democratic dispensation. Yes,
God, but we are. I think
listen.
wrong allegation. Hold
on,
guys.
Simba and Mike, both of you are making wrong allegation against National Man. He never said
you are here.
National Mind, let me finish.
No, AY, please, hold on, please. I don't know because it's very late.
Rational Mind never called.
You bear me witness here. Let us ask Mike and Simba. When did I ever say here on one man's platform, or any other platform, if you know my voice, I said I wish Tinubu died? Where?
Okay, what you said just a few seconds ago was, we asked you what does that we shall see mean. You said he can die. You said military coup. So those are your wishes, and that's what I'm telling you. That those gotta be your wishes. When you're telling us we shall see, and we want to see that we
Please, Rational Man, please, I beg you. I've listened. Please, I beg you. We are friends, we are brothers, we are compatriots. We may disagree. We want the better of Nigeria. Can we just move forward and drop this topic?
Exactly. Let's move forward and drop this topic and talk about something else. I'm not ready to get myself, my guests, involved in security concerns.
Please,
really,
can I
because
just
there are a
say
lot of
something for
security
a
reports
second?
going on. Normally, as a patriotic citizen, we know that this is the process. Let's follow the processes. We should stop talking and imagine things outside the processes, especially on this is where the security is heightened.
Can I say
just
something,
let me finish. Let me land. The NSA guy, the National Security Advisor, issued a statement like whenever, if anything will be talked, when dignitaries are around, everybody should be patriotic. When they leave, we can start to say whatever we need to say. We heard that. He said it loud and clear. Now, other citizens of other countries are in our country, and we are debating these things and trying to initiate give perception that is not quite right. We should be careful. Of course, we have platforms. This is a global platform. And
bro, what we are saying here is not.
And you will see people they see dubious, and you say it's a lie.
Simba, I don't care. I don't care. When they carry what everybody has.
AY, listen. If you go to Obedient channel, what they are saying there, what we are saying here is not even compared. It's not even anything. I don't even think DSS will be concerned about.
Everybody can face their music individually.
Bro,
that's what I mean.
Bro, I'm seeing these people pray not only the name of Jesus, in the name of everything. Say the kind of things they are saying there. My guy. The one we are saying here, trust me, DSS.
We are not them. We are different. We are different.
I didn't say we are
as much as possible, we want everybody any one of us, at least not to be used as an example.
Bros, be accountable for what you are saying. I'm accountable for what I'm saying. I'm not the one calling for Tinubu's anything or any destruction.
Let's just move on.
So what are you telling me to stop talking? I will talk. I'm not the one calling for anybody's anything.
I'm not saying you should not talk in line of patriotic.
No, every man be responsible for what they are saying. Don't try to come here and be telling what people will say. Do you say what your own? Be responsible for what you say. Don't be coming here and saying, don't say anybody that wish you want to say something that will get him in trouble.
Okay, gentlemen, can we move away from this? Can we move away from this argument?
Mike,
what do you guys want to talk about?
To something else.
Please,
let's move away from this.
Let's look at
Rational Mind
economic,
and Mike.
how he's going to do it. Babajale Koko, please.
Rational Mind and Mike, let us move away. Let us go on to another topic. Let us move away from this.
Before we say Jack Robinson, it's one day into his presidency, because barely looking at it is about 4 hours from now. So before we understand, before the sun sets today, we already count 1 day into his presidency. So let us discuss the economic that is going to affect our people and how we should move on from this point. That was my submission, please.
All right, yeah, because the reason why I've just been quiet is I'm just dumbfounded by what I'm hearing from some people here. I know we need to move on, but it's looking to me like some people are here just to catch you. They have this gotcha kind of mentality, just to come in and just listen to what you have to say and use that against you. I'm so appalled here by. That's why I'm just dumbfounded here. Like, what's going on here? I'm just texting one man now to come online. I mean, that sometimes we will hear things here and then we just want to because I don't agree with you, I don't see eye on high with you, and then you have to spin my word and even read more meaning to it than what I've never ever said. I mean, it's appalling to me. It's oh God, yeah. So well, we need to move on, but then we need to stop this this attitude that some of us can bring here.
So rational mind.
Please.
Stop playing victim. Also, you also
playing victim. What are you talking about?
Okay, Mike and Rational Mind, please. Let's moderate. Let's move on, please.
I will leave, Ojare.
Remy.
I just playing victim. What do you mean?
Take over Rational Mind and Mike. Please moderate. Let us move on, please. Let us move on from this topic.
Please, can I say something for a minute, please?
Right.
Go on.
But Princess, not the same topic. I beg you. Rational Mind, please.
What I want to say is this. Thank God we have this platform. We all come online to chat and to discuss. Tomorrow is going to be another day. We're going to come back and continue to discuss, right? So let's move on. Let's not be attacking each other. Let's just take this as a platform to converse and, talk about how Nigeria will move on. Thank you.
Okay, so let's go on some of the list of the topic where one man sent me. Say 9 things to expect on May the 29th as Bola Tinubu Ahmed takes charge as Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian states. So I'm assuming he's saying things to expect as Commander-in-Chief. I'm not sure if it's things to expect that day or after that day. Okay, that day, let's assume maybe we have all these foreign people coming there. So, or whatever he's going to say, whatever he's going to promise. So I guess that's what he meant by what to expect him to say or what to expect.
I think the challenges of what Tinubu should expect, like the economy, like the removal of fuel subsidy, and the so many trouble with our country. That is exactly what he wants us to discuss about now. Because being a president of Nigeria, there is a myriad of trouble or problem in front of you. How do you solve them? How do you go about it? So that is what I think he wants us to discuss about.
For me, on a lighter note.
Okay, Mike. Princess.
Please.
Mike. No, sorry, Princess. Mike, do you have a list and just put the list out and let us discuss it? So, thank you, Princess.
Yeah, it's okay.
But I think it's going to be very difficult for us to discuss it just the way you said it, Ola. I think how Mike is bringing it up should be the way to go. Just bring up a topic and then we all discuss it. I think that's.
Please, as for me, on a lighter note, there's going to be Owambe party all over, dancing, drinking. That's for me on a lighter note. That's going to be the beginning of it.
Are you suggesting Abuja invasion?
No, I'm not going that way.
The video I was trying to play for you.
There's already traffic in Abuja.
That video I was trying to play. Tinubu supporters are flooding Abuja. They're saying the hotels. That was the news I was trying to play earlier. I just couldn't get the audio.
All those hotels in central area were full.
Hotel prices have gone up. Most of them are already partying in Abuja. Like a lot of the supporters from all over the country, they are all going to Abuja to do celebration. And they say hotel prices have gone up. The vendors are making money. So, I mean, that was what that news was saying earlier. And that's what I wanted us to kind of talk about. Like, hey, the supporters are flooding Abuja.
That's what I'm saying. Now,
has lots of well wishers, but failures are not fun.
When we saw Asari Dokubo and his crew, they all went there to do their own celebration. Support for the inauguration.
So that is telling us a lot. That is telling us a lot, because the way I see it is that the first, the early days of Tinubu, I expect the market to respond positively because when you see the way the foreign leaders, you see, with all the noise we are making about how that election was bad or those things, you will see that the foreign leaders, the foreign countries and investors, they are trying to position themselves because it seems like Tinubu has some kind of commands some kind of respect when he, at least by perception, when it comes to moving the economy forward. And I could be wrong. I've not seen the type of inauguration like this that everybody, including militants or ex-militants in quote, that we just be going to Abuja to celebrate Tinubu. That can tell you something that maybe we can see some kind of security improvement around the country. We can see some initial economic growth, like you've already saying now. People are lodging in the hotel and maybe all these people that are in our bush now, maybe they will start getting the signal. Maybe they will just stop for a while, at least to see the direction that the government will go before they may even start their evil way again. So to me, in this first 30 days, I expect many Nigerians, both in diaspora, to start thinking of how to move their money to do something in Nigeria. So I think that is going to be the kind of mood that Nigerians will be in until or except Tinubu now start behaving otherwise, because the belief we have, the type of expectation of this man is that the country is going to move forward. A person like me, there's nothing you can use to convince me to from now to tomorrow. Even though Tinubu is not God, but I still believe that God has deposited some kind of capacity within the man to lead us.
Come on. What is
no
God?
rational mind? I will talk my mind now. Like I
what
told
is
you,
God in this
you and I
matter?
will both dey
Honestly,
see.
I have to agree with you, because the way Tinubu won this election is very obvious. Like God's hand was involved, because
God indeed.
this
God,
is
God indeed.
it's true, because this is the first time where somebody that didn't win the majority of the votes becomes the president, because he won by 33% or 30. Is it 33 or 35 or something?
God wants him to win,
and
and he
also
don't win
the way
Abuja, right?
he said,
God want him to win. The only president
rational
move it to that one.
the only
See,
president.
another point is this, man.
Mike,
Let's say this as
can we
well.
address you? Can we address you?
Let's say this as well.
Let's correct that fact. Hello.
The only you come on, Bishop Odon. The only president in history who never won Abuja and he was declared winner, right? And
I'm
you
not
said
forget this Abuja, man. Let's not get to this.
God wants it.
This Abuja. This Abuja, take that one to the court.
Just a minute. Rational mind, a lawyer that has handled tribunal matters. He already tried this thing.
Let's not go back to this Abuja. We discussed this Abuja thing for 100,000 hours.
They even ask him
It's
why he was
because
not pushing.
you said God. You people brought God into it. That was why I said,
Why is he being sworn in tomorrow? So he's God. So far, God has been seen otherwise. Let me show you why I say it's God. Let me show you why I say it's God. You know, this guy went against all odds. Right before the election, the central bank governor messed up, threw an obstacle in his way by doing that Naira policy that turned everybody. I mean, literally, like that not alone was probably the reason why he couldn't score 50%. He had to, they couldn't vote for him. Another angle you have to look at it. The opposition, somehow God split them, into three. Obi, Atiku, Kwankwaso, the all PDP members. Somehow I don't know how God kind of make them lose their head when they couldn't think. They split into three.
So
and split their weight now. They split their vote into three.
So God send Wala into their own midst so that they could allow Tinubu to become.
When God wants you to win, you win.
Why do you have to say things like
this? To me, everything I always believe is the hand of God.
So God loves Tinubu more than
everything always go God's way.
Okay, Mike,
rational mind.
That's his opinion.
Rational mind.
Anything that happens in Islam, I believe is where God wants it. That's just what my belief.
And guys, we don't need to labor too much about this 25%.
Let me even learn my point now.
It tells you guys all those pastors, they are not men of God, because their way didn't go. I mean, their way wasn't God's way. See, if there's no way, these pastors will be men of God, and the thing will go the other way.
Here you go with your
begging you, let me learn my point
religious thing again, right?
Okay, rational mind. You know what? Statistically, Tinubu was in a better position to win. Okay, let us rush through this whole event in a very short time. The total number of registered voters per region is an indication of where the voting strength will lie. Now, if we really look at it, the northeast, the northwest, where you have about 22.2 million registered voters, with BVS, the northeast about 12, north central about 15, southeast about 10.9, where a major candidate is from. South is about 14, while southwest about 17. First of all, looking at that on a rough look, it means the lesser place in terms of voting strength is the Southeast. That is an established fact. Now, if you look at, because yesterday I was really looking at, after listening to Nigeria Watch, I now went and looked at this thing statistically. I went to voters turnout in Anambra. The total number of votes in Anambra was about 600,000, which happens to be 22.6% of the registered voters. In Imo, it was about 458. Total people that came to vote, either APC, PDP, which happens to be about 18.9% of the registered voters. Enugu was about 450, which happens to be about 21. Ebonyi was about 318, which happens to be about 16, while Abia was about 16% because they had about 350 registered voters. Now, looking at another region where another major candidate was from, Southwest, look at the difference now. In Oshun, it was about 720 voters. The people that came to vote happens to be about 36.7% of the total registered voter turned up on the election day. In Ekiti, the people that came to vote was about 320, which happens to be about 30%, 30.6%. In Ondo, they had about 530,000 votes, which happens to be about 26.7%. Ogun State had about 553, which happens to be about 20.6. Oyo happened to have about 736, which represented 22.5%. While Lagos, that had more millions, about 7 million voters, had about 17%, 17.6%. So, from little statistics, it is clear that Obi could not even turn out more people, despite the fact that his region or his support base has the least number of registered voters. There was no voter, people did not vote for him in mass. So when I hear people say, oh, Lagos was rigged, was Ebonyi, was it the rigging in Lagos that did not allow people to turn out in their large numbers?
Remember, Samuel Ekpa was telling them not to come out. So he already had that obstacle within his own ethnic group that were, hindering his voters turnout. So all these factors.
If he could not turn out his own support base, despite the fact that his support base is the least, we have 10,000.
Please, my question is, with all these registered voters, what really caused the
I was in Nigeria around that
few
time.
number of people that came out to vote?
This
What
fuel
was the main
scarcity
problem?
in Nigeria. Yeah, I'm
They
now
don't
telling you.
have enough time. Like
I was
2
in
days is
Nigeria
not
around
enough
that
for
time.
90 million people to vote. It's just not enough time.
No, I think.
What's Princess' question again, please? I'm interested.
Okay, my question is, with all these high, the number of voters, it's so high. The number of registered voters, right? It's very
Yes.
high. So why the low turnout of people?
What happened was that in January, there was no fuel in Nigeria. I was there. I was struggling. The fuel scarcity was number one. Second was the cash scarcity. So even in a place like
But
America,
I'm sorry, the fuel scarcity, I thought usually the area you vote, is very close to where you live. So you don't have to travel far to vote, right?
no, when you are not happy about a
not possible
government, you
for
are
90
not.
million people to vote in 2 days. It's not possible. To get
Can
everyone
I
to
say
vote, you have to
something?
at least 1
Can I
week
say
or
something? You see, Princess, even here where I live in Canada, presently I'm one of the electoral officer now. So then look, you don't even record 100%, you record some percentage. And that is where you even have all the data synchronized. That we are not even talking of duplication, we are not even talking of some kind of fraudulent registration that you will use to rig. You see, one thing is this: those registrations sometimes are just for formality. It's not everyone that has that awareness in Nigeria. They just want to get that in for the sake of satisfying some other righteousness. You see,
That's part of it.
after that, one thing we cannot take away from this election, as some people want us to see, from my experience, I was telling someone yesterday in our polling unit that look, Nigerian system, despite we are using tabulator for pre-advanced election that we use it to scan, I told that person that said, look, in Nigeria, we even have a more complicated system, more complex system that is that you use your what we call a biometric. You know, you use biometric. If there's anything that, even if I want to disregard Buhari for anything at all, for even allowing that process to run, credit to him. That's why I say forget about how low this election is. Forget about the story of someone stole a mandate, all those things. What I can tell since I've been experiencing an election in Nigeria, aside from 1993 election, this is the most credible. Why credible? In the sense that you have every fact you can use to back this thing up. Everything is in the portal here. What your agents sign, all those things, everything you can see clearly, even though some people want to claim they rig something. This is the most transparent so far because it's transparent to all. And the best so far, we can only improve on this. So to me, if you ask me, I don't even want to talk about election materials and some kind of for falsified data or how to apply data wrongly that some people are thinking. Some people in their own imagination, in their own dream, they projected Obi to win, and that is exactly what they are working up to. So
yeah, but if you say this is the most credible election you've experienced so far, what about the underage voting? So how is that credible?
I say is the most credible doesn't mean 100%. It's the most credible.
Because I'm
voting which election? This election.
Because in the East, they said there was a lot of underage voting. So why didn't the Beaver?
Underage, you are talking about, they must have registered before the election day, right? That's pre-election should be where the issue is, where the registration period. That is the process you are going to fine-tune. If another age registered with his biometrics and then claim to be 18, then so it be for now. Then later you can improve on that. But you can't use something that happened like a year ago when they were registering to now detail that to underage. Did that underage go there to put his fingerprint and Beavers accept the fingerprint? If yes, then it's not that election that is problem. It's the registration you'll be talking about. So we can't use the registration to now say the election is not credible. Election is credible in the sense that it discouraged double voting and it discouraged falsification of figure. So, and
okay,
you
so
and I
what
can
you mean is that, like an 11-year-old, when he went to register with the Beaver, registered at 18 years old?
No,
that's another Rosie. That's another issue. Even in the system you and I have, in the system maybe you are in America. No, wait, Mike. In the system you and I have, if you are 12 years and you go and register with the ministry, that the agency that is responsible for collecting your data, if you tell them you are 18, how do they know? As far as they're concerned, you are 18 there. Nobody knows what you want to do with it in the future. So that one has nothing to do with your election. It's what you claim. So if you want to go and look at what happened before election, is another matter entirely. So that is a data issue.
So
you don't have to do that one to say this election is not credible.
Yeah,
the process of election is credible in
the lead up to this election. In the lead up, let's not forget, in the lead up to this election, the database was shut, and it was published wide throughout the country. And they gave time that if you know any underage, anybody fit in your community, it was decentralized down to the local government, to the ward level, to the polling unit. It was pasted that people around the community should look at their names. They can identify anybody that is an underage person and all that. They should report. And there was a cleanup that was done by the civil society of organizations, political parties. Every stakeholder was involved in the cleanup process leading to the election. So that's why, to an extent, if you look at the complaints around the elections, you will see that there was not too much complaint around underage voting. No, because everybody was given a chance to do a cleanup, and the cleanup was actually done. And if you remember, then everybody was flagging off. They were complaining, this person needs to prove that is, and the cleanup was done, and the cleanup is still being done. So I think, like Ola said, this election is fairly credible. Looking at the Nigerians' electoral
Can I
history.
interject?
Yeah.
No, before the chance is it.
Can I interject, please?
Yes.
Okay. All being said, Ola and AY, there is a particular angle of this election people are not looking at. But to me, who has been following elections and doing analysis for fun, I think that angle is where the confusion is coming from. Remember, we can all remember that Nigeria is, as a country, more especially in the second dispensation of their democracy, they are not used to 4-horse race. Yeah, a lot of people do register. But when you talk about the front runners, it has always been 2 or 1 sometimes. But in 2023, they have 4-horse race. And that was where the confusion came in. In a 4-horse race, if you are somebody who follow elections all over the world, when there are 4 strong contenders, even if it's as simple as a mayoral election, or even a councillorship, or even if it is an alderman, and there are 4, obviously, technically, if you call any political analyst to analyze the outcome of that result, if he's careless about it, he's going to tell you that he's going to go into a rerun. Yes, it's supposed to go into a rerun. Because if you divide the votes that come out, one person can never take the shock. No, it doesn't actually happen like that. That is actually where the confusion came in 2023 election. And that is where most people are finding it very difficult to accept that Tinubu won. Because I am very sure that most of if you listen to some of them, you will hear them say it's supposed to go into a rerun. Because most of their political analysts has told them that. But in 2023, if you look closely and you watch the campaign as it builds up, if you watch the trajectory as it kept building up, you will notice one thing. It is actually 2 parties that were running the election, not 4 as is being projected in the public eye. It's actually 2. Then what? Hello?
Let someone mute Remi Coca, please, before he reveals your secret.
Hello?
Please continue, Madam Sister.
Go on, I muted him.
So, if you're watching closely what was happening, I'm trying to clear some doubt as much as I can. I know some people will refuse to be cleared, but let me just say it. If you watch the election as it kept building up, if you watch their trajectory, their momentum, you will find out that it's actually 2 people, or let me not use the word 2 people, let me use the word 2 parties that were going into that election. One party, because of they are the ruling party and people are angry for what they did, most of their members who seem to act like Republicans, they wouldn't want to vote their party, but they will not go out that day to vote. They don't usually vote another person. Then the other opposition party that have virtually divided themselves into 4, one of the portions is trying to support either the ruling party or some part of their opposition. Then they have the 3 remaining one struggling to hold a base that is baseless. So when you look at it, you see that the ruling party was struggling to hold his base. It's not expanding. It's losing some of his members in the sense that the members he's losing is not going anywhere. They are not voting another person, but they will not vote them. Then the other ones, they think they are gaining momentum, but it's still within their circle. They were not able to woo outsiders. The young ones, the new voters that they thought is the new people that they are worried, were actually, naturally, if they have voted, they would have still voted for the opposition. Now the opposition have divided themselves into 3 places. So they are voting one part of the opposition. And people think that they were wooed. No, they were not. Now, as the election was going on, most people were asking questions. It's going to go into a rerun. Even INEC came out after so many comments and commentary by the media that is part of the confusion, came out and said, well then, if there's going to be a rerun, we are ready. But for people like me and others, we keep saying there will be no rerun. Because we are not seeing 4 parties, we are seeing 2 parties. And even as they are 2, they are not gaining momentum anywhere. Now, back to what Rosie said. The question she asked, she said, over 93 million people voted, registered. 87 million took their voter's card. You know, when you do census, in this one, you have to remove death rate. I don't know how many died. I don't know how many was sick. So they round it up and call it death rate. 87 million collected, over 87 million collected their PVCs. Assumingly, everybody will think that 87 million people will come out to vote. Oh, no, not say 87. Let's say there are about 16 million people will come out to vote. But for us who were monitoring what was happening, you won't believe what some people were saying. I would have done the same if I was in Nigeria. Maybe nobody will believe me. In as much as everywhere was getting chaotic, getting mad, with the insecurity, with the fuel hike, with the currency regime, some people just got angry. Some came up with the argument to me that is them. They should go and sort themselves out. I will not stick my life. I wish fuel. I register me, trek, go that place, go vote. I will not doing that. And those are the over 63 million people. That's a lot of numbers that got angry. A lot. Death rate included. A lot. Now, the rest of the people that came out, same thing we have been hammering from the one. It is not a 4-horse race. It is a 2-horse race. But although that message was not sent out properly, they say 2-horse race, people get angry. No. Saying 2-horse race, you get people angry. You rather say 2 parties contesting. That will make a lot of sense to some people. That's 2 parties. At the end of the day, what happened? The 4th person, over 23 million people rejected him. The 2nd person, the 3rd person, over 16 million people rejected him. The 5th person, over 15 million people rejected him. The person who won the election, over 13 million people rejected him. Look at the trajectory. Look at the scores. For the fourth person, the first person, the winner, is amazing that he took it at once.
This your narration. Hold on. This your narration is it's a bit one-sided. You said first and second and the fourth. You said this number of people, X number of people rejected them. How about the
Do you
first
know how
person?
I got about the number?
Hold on. You will continue your talk. How about the winner himself? Whom he
That is
himself
what I
said.
said.
It.
Over 13 million people rejected him. You heard me.
Who?
The first person, the winner.
Okay.
Over 30, you are not listening. Please, when I talk, listen. When you interject like this, I lose my thoughts. I said over 13 million people rejected him.
The first person.
Yes, the winner.
The fourth or first? I didn't hear that very well. I thought you said fourth.
The first.
Okay.
I said
go on.
fourth person, fourth.
Okay, all right. When you say
over
fourth,
23 million people rejected him.
Okay.
The third person, over 16 million people rejected him. The second person, over 15 million people rejected him. You know how I come about the number? Add the votes they got. The whole vote, minus his own, the rest is the people that rejected him. That's how I got the number. If you add the whole vote, the whole vote, the accurate vote, the determined vote, remove how much the person scored. The balance is the number of people that rejected him. So if you look at it, you won't believe that the winner struggled to grab it at once. He took it at once. Normally, political science is not, because we see it as a four-horse race. It wasn't. It was just two parties contesting with four people. So this is where the confusion has always been. When you listen to people, they're not telling you that AP won. They're not telling you that Kwankwaso won. They still maintain the first two. But their problem is that why was it taken at once? Give us this, give us this. It will go to a rerun. Same thing I'm talking about. All these people that are agitating, I repeat, they are not agitating that the fourth person won or the third person won. They're agitating that you should redo it so that it will go to a rerun. Because that's what political science around them has told them. But that was a miscalculation. It is not a four-horse race, please. It's two parties that contested with four candidates. And that's where the confusion came. People kept thinking it will go to a rerun. That's where everybody is angry. The people supporting the third person are very angry because they thought the third person will make it go to a rerun. Normally, if it is not two-party, if it is actually four parties that came out, definitely, maybe, probably, it would have gone to a rerun. But since it's two-party, it wouldn't. So that's my submission. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that.
Please.
Can we hear Bishop? Bishop was wanting to comment. Yeah, please go on.
Yeah. Number one, I wanted to correct what somebody said earlier on, that this is the lowest time that somebody will win presidency of Nigeria with that percentage. Shagari won with about 30% or 30-something percent. I want to remember what the figure was. In 1979, Shagari won with about 30 or 30-something percent. The one that
Excuse me, please. There is something I forgot to say. Please, just give me a second, a minute. The result, I forgot to end it with the result. The result in 2019 or 2015, when we started using something that is trying to cut off the over voting and over the electronics, the first use in 2015. If you look at the result, you ask yourself, forget about the number of people that came out to vote. Look at the number of votes the candidate used in winning the next person. In 2015, how many votes did Buhari use in winning Jonathan? And that was a 2-horse race, heavily contested, with a lot of rigging. Then in 2019, ask yourself, how many number of votes did Atiku use in Buhari use in winning Atiku? How many? And it was 2-horse race, highly contested, widely spread. Then you come to 2023. Then you ask yourself that same question. In a 4-horse race, 2 parties using 4 candidates, calculate the winning portion, and you will know that the guy did well. That's why the confusion came. How many votes did he use in winning? That's a lot for a 2-party election with 4 candidates. That's a lot. Thank you.
Okay, so as I was saying, so that's just to correct that. I don't know who said that. Shagari won with about 30% of the 1979 election. That's one. Number two,
he won by almost 50%. He won by about 48%.
1979, you cannot be correct.
1983?
I said 1979.
Okay.
It was 1983 that he won with more something. 1979, between the 5 candidates, Shagari, Awolowo, Azikiwe, Aminu Kanu, and what's the other guy's name? Waziri Ibrahim from Borno. He won with about 30-something%, whether 31 or 32%. So just that to set the record straight. Number 2, today we claim that we have.
But please, if I may say something,
just allow Princess. Just allow him. Let him allow him have his food.
A question. If it's a question, let her ask.
Okay, you want to? Okay, go on, please. All right, go on.
If it's a question, let her ask.
For me, when you talk about the 1979, those figures, was it not overestimated? I mean, those actual, whether the actual voters or they were just taking the numbers?
No, that was the vote. Now that was the vote result. I mean, that was what was accepted. If you go and check the records today, that is the result of the election in 1979. As much as we know, at least we know the vote, and that when it was contested, then Awolowo went to court, all the whatever. So, but that was the accepted result. So it is in a record that Shagari won by about 30-something% the 1979 election. It was the 1983 election that he moved up to about 40-something, whether 48, like somebody that interjected said. So that is, I just want to set that record straight. That nobody has ever won with less votes than the popular vote. Because if it is popular vote, it will be 50% plus 1 or plus whatever, even if it's just one vote. So just to set the record straight in that. And secondly, today we say we have about 90-something million people in our voters register. Unfortunately, the law does not permit INEC to remove some numbers, some names. Between the last time we have started compiling these voters register since 2010, and that's 10 years ago. The number of the dead, number of the people that are not voting, they have not removed them. So if you want to be very factual, I don't think the voter register, if they really probably clean it up with people that are dead, that are no longer available to vote, I don't think we should have more than between 60 and 70 million. 60 and 70 would be, I mean, in the actual fact, that's number 2. Number 3, now, if we have about 60 and 70 million, does it still mean that the turnout was okay? No. Our turnout will still be between 30 and 40% turnout, which is still abysmally low. Averagely, the turnout in this last election, if you are using the 90-something or 87 million, is less than about between 22 and 25%, which is still very low. But if they have cleaned up our voter register, maybe it will move out to like about 35 to 40%, which is to some extent a little bit acceptable. Now, finally, of course, whatever we want to say, the last election we had, this 2023 election, was an improvement, greatly improved compared to previous election. If all of us will remember, Wike lost in 2000. He won the election, but he lost at the appeal court, and he lost at the tribunal. He lost at the appeal court. It was at the Supreme Court that the court gave him a victory. And how did they give him? That was the year they introduced card reader, and the card reader was supposed to be based on the number of actual voters that were accredited by card reader. But they went to court, and the Supreme Court said, well, the card reader was not in the electoral law then. So they based the number of votes, because there were serious overvoting in Port Harcourt. Of course, I was there, and I could tell you what happened. I can give a first-hand record of what happened in 2015 election. So what happened eventually was that when they got to the Supreme Court now based overvoting against the number of registered voters not accredited. In some places in Port Harcourt that year, you will see 200 people accredited. The result of the total people that voted, 10,000. You will see 1,000 accredited. You will see 50,000. Eventually, people that voted. But when they got to the Supreme Court, between himself and Dakuku Peter side, the Supreme Court now said, well, to prove overvoting is against registered voter, not against accredited voter. And that was something that was eliminated in this last election that made a lot of difference. Unfortunately, some people will win, or some people won and some people lost. So to the people that lost, it's okay to say, oh, it was not fair. But deep down within their heart, they know that it was a much more improved election compared to what we have had in the previous years. And that was why the number was very, if you take you take your time and meticulously look at results across the country, you will see in a local government that they used to record like 150, 160,000 voters before. This time around, 16,000, 70,000, 20,000. Now, what happened that the last election we had 150,000, now you are having 20,000. Where did almost 130,000 people go? Because before, it was not actually election. Some people will just sit somewhere and just write the result. So if you want to admit it, we can still improve. There's still a lot of room for improvement. But this last election was greatly better than all the elections we have had before. I have experienced quite a number of elections in Nigeria, and I can assure you that it's really far better than whatever we have had before. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hello,
thank you.
hello, Bishop, please.
Thank you, Bishop. Yeah. So, who wants to go take a go at it? Take a stab at it.
I think, Miss Rosie, are you talking or should I go on?
Oh no, it's me talking, not Rosie. Yeah, I don't know if I sound like Rosie.
No.
Anyway, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. She was trying to say something when
hold
Bishop was
on.
speaking.
The prime, is that you talking?
Yeah. I said Miss Rosie was trying to say something.
I think she said it already. She already has
No,
an
yeah, I said it already. Already. Thank you.
All right, so you want to say something, the prime?
Yeah, Bishop, I slightly differ from your view about the registered voters. During my last visit, I got to understand that about 7 to 9 million new babies are born in Nigeria per annum every year. So, and the death rate, our death rate is a bit lower than birth rate. So, if you said that this present voters register has been compelled over since probably 10 years ago, 2010 or about 12. So plus or minus that and death rate, because the person that was 17 years in 2010 when they started doing that stuff is about 18 years in 2011 and probably someone that died. So if we just oppose both death rates and birth rates, I think because they use beavers to capture people this time around, I think the voters register is fairly a reflection of the size of the the people around. That's my opinion.
No,
Because I factored
go
in
back.
more.
No, go back to the statistics, the death statistics for Nigeria between 2020 and 2023. You will know that I think Bishop is right. The death rate was higher.
The
Yes,
death
so
rate
I
was
also
higher.
lend I also lend the support to it because after the election, the House of Reps sat and one of the reps stood up and said INEC should actually review how to update the system, the voter registration system. That he even saw the name of his father that had passed away as part that was pasted as part of the list people that can vote at his polling unit. So I think I led credence to what Bishop said. So
And I think Bishop spoke very well, truly. Let's just see.
Yeah, he made one important point actually. He pointed out how like the amounts of voters compared to the past are kind of less and lower due to I guess the technology we employ, right?
Exactly.
But
What Bishop said. What Bishop said.
you will have Williams say this election was massive rigging. You know, they will say it was a massive rigging. I mean, they will say the worst rigging in history. I mean, these guys when they talk, man, this will be there. You just wonder like. I mean, look at the logic.
Mike, you want live fire. You see
No,
what Bishop
I
said.
mean, I'm not this is not like me just accusing them or something. Like it's obvious.
Let
I
him
mean,
talk now.
what the man just been saying is like they turn out well because people couldn't do double voting.
Okay, let me add my voice to what Bishop said. You see, what Bishop said to me, I think is very his statement, his analysis. I can say I ask some high level of credibility because it's not far from the truth. Because when you look at the death rate in Nigeria, a lot of things contribute. Even not only that, we even see some crisis Nigeria is going through internally, displaced people. People die because of security issue and some other things. Not to talk of our own life expectancy generally in Nigeria and as well that thing. So to me, like rigging before, they normally use register the voters record to rig. These are the kind of things that Donald Dukes explained to us, that when you people, for example, you have like 10,000 people registered somewhere and only about 3,000 people go out and vote. It's not as if they really have 10,000 there actually, if they want to clean up the data. But the remaining 7 million, the remaining 7,000 that is not accounted for during the election day is what the politician will use to rig election. So when we say this particular 2023 election is the most credible, that some people are telling us they rig. How? Because you cannot have dual, you can't double vote. You can't double vote because of that beef has eliminated your double voting tendency. So to me, we can shout from now to tomorrow. Whosoever doesn't understand processes, whosoever doesn't understand the role that technology plays in processes, that will come out and say, oh, the 2023 election is massively rigged. That is why that, okay, if we were to be before you will see the international community, they will lend their voices to say, oh, massive, all those things they will talk. But how many people from the international community now take all those kind of noise seriously these days now? It simply means that people really understand what is happening. Nigeria can always move forward from here. And to me, all the noises about the reggae, to me, I've forgotten about them, but I want to discuss what expectation under Tinubu. My hope is very high. Maybe
my brother, please,
my
can I
hope,
say something very
my hope
cynical?
is very high. I want to discuss the progress. So because Tinubu, I know say he appoint all the way he take
we cannot talk about progress right now until he got sworn in, and then we see his list of
expectation.
Hold on now. We see a list of his ministers, like we've been talking earlier. We were talking about who should be his Attorney General of the Federation and all of that. So until we see all that list of people that will come up, before we can say
rational mind. Even let me tell you one thing. One thing is the vision of the leader sometimes is almost as good as whatever his ministers will do. Yeah, we can have some ministers that will not be competent, but it will be the duty of that minister to take the person out and put another person there. So I will focus more on the vision of Tinubu himself, not about the ministers. So that's where we got it wrong. What we all saw under Buhari was basically the vision of Buhari. What you saw under this thing, under Obasanjo, was the vision. When the like of Obasanjo was saying no, Buhari is not good when it comes to economy. It was focusing. He was focusing on Buhari himself. Didn't Buhari prove the same thing to you? So focus on what Tinubu says is going to do. Forget about the minister. The ministers are just the tools to achieving all those things. Now it's now left to him as a leader. If that person is not performing, you replace him. So why would I be discussing about the minister? No, I want to discuss Tinubu, not the minister. I know, but the Nigerian did vote for the minister.
There's no point discussing Tinubu now when
there is a point discussing it because I think
no point
this,
discussing Tinubu.
No.
I think
National mind.
my people, you know one thing.
Yeah. Sorry,
AY.
Okay.
Let us let the prime have a flow a little bit. AY, go on, please. I mean, I said AY. Sorry, I mean AY. I mean the prime, right?
Okay. Sorry, who are you giving the floor?
No, you.
Me or AY?
Prime. After you, AY comes. That becomes.
Okay. I think because we're in a rush to see the back of Jonathan, we did not pay attention to some characteristics of Buhari. The man said he had 150 cows all this while. That was where we could have looked at his enterprising spirit. So when I saw another person that has 2 wristwatch, I was like, hey. I just left the man that had 2 cows that could not expand it for years. So I don't want to go with the man with 2 wristwatch. So that is just one of those things I looked at the whole thing. So, but
so you are giving a talent parable of the talent, or how do we say it?
That's it now.
Sometimes you can't give what you don't have.
Are you not going to work because of the inauguration, or you are doing Memorial Day?
Me?
Yeah, you're not going to work today because of Memorial Day or because of our inauguration.
Monday. No. Today is Wheat Monday here. It's public holidays. Ascension Monday.
I thought you were in Chicago.
No, I'm not.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So go on, the prime. You want to say something or AY? Okay, AY, go on.
All right. So I think during the lead up to the election, we didn't really look at from the lens of policies, the manifesto of each of the candidates really. And I think this is a good time to start bringing up the manifestos. Is my original manifestos when he was campaigning, and now today is the day to actually, after he is swearing in, we start to look at what he said in his campaign manifesto and what he's doing. So if there is a disconnect, so it's not after in the next build up to the next election, we now say, okay, so what did you promise us then? Then what now did you fulfill them, or did you know? We should actually be tracking alongside. And that's where I'm actually interested in, because I've read his manifestos, I've read some of other
give him time
manifestos,
to
and I
settle in
want
Aso Rock now. Give him time to settle in Aso Rock before manifesto.
No, we are discussing it generally. We are not pinning. We are looking at it on our own.
I don't need for him to get to the Aso Rock now, because he said, he was asked, okay, so what will you do on your first day? He said, day 1, I will eat the grand running. What do I mean? So by 12 o'clock today, once you are sworn
That's
in,
all campaign tactics now. You should know.
No, don't say that's the problem we have. How will somebody come and say something and we say that's just all captives? Why? No, why should I believe that? It's our life. That means we need to
please give my Baba some time to recuperate from the inauguration ceremony. Then he will bring his manifesto.
He went to France twice, right? He took a month break after elections. So there's no excuse anymore. Even
honestly, I will hold Tinubu to one thing. He has no excuse at all, because for one, it's a
exactly. There's no excuse anymore.
It's not like a government where
it didn't. You didn't hold Buhari. Now Buhari was in UK for almost 6 months.
What I'm making is that, and when Buhari took over, he was taking over from a different party, like a completely different, system. But this is like APC, and again, a lot of Tinubu has been part of this government in a sense, not directly but indirectly. He knew what's going on. He should already, he should already have access to everything they're already going. So it's like a continuous thing. It's not like he has to now start looking at everything, going through transitional things, anything like that. So there's no excuse at all. It's like someone has already set the foundation for you. Just build. Within a year,
but to me, I think he's going to be very successful in the sense that it takes a thief to catch a thief. He knows all the loopholes. He knows where all the issues is. So definitely he's going to know how to block those areas.
Princess,
I don't want to
how come
assume
that the
that.
side
I
of
don't want
chief
to
you
assume
see
that.
there?
That's the problem we have. I don't want to assume that. The reason why I would say that is, at least he has been properly briefed. He has gotten the opportunity of having a transition committee. They've been briefed. They've been part of the government. He has been briefed. At least he has received the baton. He has received the transition reports. So, and when he was campaigning, he indicted himself by saying that he will hit the ground running from the first day. And
Yeah,
we should
but
take
please
it
give
from
him
there.
some time. He's going to
He
be
has
having
no.
Give him
information
time.
overload.
We can't.
He's going to be having information overload with all this briefing upon briefing and briefing
No,
and
no,
briefing.
no,
Give him
Princess.
time to
What we are
Mr.
recover.
saying
Wales
is
been doing all
this.
this briefing all these years, like the entire
Princess, what we
8
are
years.
saying is
No
this.
way.
If you were to
I'm going to be
take, if you
supporting
were to
Bax,
take
just
a
like
position
Madam
in
Zita
Nigeria,
supported Buhari. I'm going to be supporting Bax seriously.
If
I'm a
Tinubu
back,
lost,
I'm a back supporter.
briefing.
I think I'll give him 6 months. After 6 months, I'll start looking at him with corner eye. Like my
no,
friend, what
the
are you
prime
doing?
draws. No, we are even talking about active. You are talking of active analysis of what he has done. But we are talking of hope now. Now that it's there now. You as a person, what's your expectation? What will be your positioning? Okay, I can
I
give
think
an example. I
okay.
can give an example as an IT professional for now. If Tinubu is saying, okay, I want to make sure that IT sector we become maybe a sector that we boom, that we employ like 2 million people, for example. I'll start thinking, okay, now that why I have not been taking serious action before is that he has not been sworn in. But now that I know he's going to be sworn in now, the next thing I want to do now, okay, what will I do? Will I still stay in Canada and still be open, or I should just consider now to start talking to, okay, how will I move to Nigeria and start setting this thing in place? Even though I may not swing into action immediately, but now maybe I can start negotiating now. Okay, I want to stay in Nigeria, I want to stay in VI, and I start making my plan. Now, down the line, maybe 3 months or 4 months down the line, I see, oh, this guy is actually being serious with what he said. Then I start taking my step. So what we are now saying is this. We start talking of hopes. Now, even the Buhari kingsmen in the bush now, they will even still lay low because of the hope. They don't know what is going to happen. They will still do the ceasefire. I will be looking at, okay, whether this man that is coming, whether now weary, let us just even wash out and see what it's going to do. That is exactly what we are saying. We are not rating the man that has not started working now, but we are trying to analyze the impact of his policy. Okay, I will recruit 2-3 million soldiers. What will be the impact? Okay, now we know he's going to have impact in security. Okay, how does that cascade to agriculture? Oh, I will feed them with agbado, cassava. Those are the things that, okay, hopefully let us look at what we want to do based on his promises and where we think we can be in the next 6 months. Will his policies make us feel better in the next 6 months? Will it make us to be at least a little bit reduce our poverty level within the next 6 months? That's what we are discussing.
Electricity part of it is manifesto.
Exactly.
It's better be. I think it is. What thing I would say is this. Tinubu will be absolute failure to me if we doesn't fix that electricity in 2 years. Or 2 years, or if I don't see a sign of it being fixed within 2 years, and by 4 years, if electricity is not fixed, it gotta get out, man. It just gotta go. I'm sorry.
I even think all those things will be the minor thing for him to do, honestly. From the fact that he was one of those people that fought that electricity issue not to the point whereby they struck that thing out of the exclusive list. It started the trouble in Nigeria. It started that trouble of electricity. His government started the trouble of railway issue in Nigeria.
1
His
year.
government
If I
started.
don't see electricity in 1 year, he should start packing his load.
No,
I would
you may not see
20
electricity in
hours.
1 year.
At least 20 or
You may
19
not
hours a day.
See. I work with NEPA. I work with NEPA from between 1997 and 2003.
Ola, sorry to interject. I just want to
please, you guys should take it easy on the old man now. Give him some time to elaborate.
I just want to interject.
Expectation is too
You guys
much.
allow me to speak.
I just want to interject. Electricity now belongs to the state.
Remy.
Ola, electricity belongs to the state. State should generate electricity. I just want you guys to think.
Now look.
Ola, hold on. Please. I said, hold on. Can you guys allow me? Mike, you said something. What did you say now, please?
I said if Tinubu doesn't fix the electricity issue in 4 years, I'll become a John obedient. I'll become, me and you become obedient. We become party.
I even thought you said you wanted to leave. That was what you said. I thought you said.
Yo, I'll become obedient, which is something right now. I'll say go forbid, but that's one. You know, that's one thing.
You mentioned my name. You said rational
Yeah,
mind.
I'll say I'll join rational mind. I'll become obedient rational mind.
Goodness. Oh, God. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay, can I continue?
I thought you said you were going to leave. That was why I was trying to understand. So, Remy, please come on.
Is it Remy or me? I hold the floor now. Abba.
John Nisru, now you have been
talking.
Ola,
you hold the floor. Ola, you hold the floor.
Continue, Remy.
No, you will continue, Ola. I just want to tell the guy that spoke the last that if electricity is not fixed, it's under 1 year. Remember, there's a new bill now that states should generate electricity. So I'm just trying to say you cannot put the whole blame of electricity on the president now. That's what I want to say. Ola, please
Hello,
continue.
my brother. Even if it is the landlord that is going to generate electricity, by the end of Tinubu's term, if electricity is not fixed,
electricity should be fixed. Of course, we should, not even
loyal supporters will come out and blast
The
him.
problem is where is all the money going to come from? The country is broke now. Buhari has looted
the country is not broke. They've increased the CBN Act recently from 5 to 15% to allow them to borrow more. So what are we saying?
Not even the issue. That's not even the issue. We are approaching it the wrong way if we are expecting government, because we also agree that government.
What AY just said now, Ola, I want you to answer that question, and maybe other people. You said they've increased CBN. What?
The CBN, you know, ways and means 22 million.
And so how does that? How much? Hold on. How much does CBN have? How much does CBN have?
No. What he does is he allows them to print more money. Look,
okay.
That 22 trillion ways and means. Okay. You know, it was tagged as illegal ways of, you know, federal government borrowing money back in from the CBN. So and it was capped at 5%. You know, and because it was 22 trillion, it was captured outside the 5%, normal 5%, and they had to securitize it. Now, what they have done is they've amended the act that is no longer 5%, it's 15%. That means the government can actually borrow more, print more trillions, and they can also extend the tenure for repayment. Because if people are saying where will Tinubu get the money first, he has to source the money internally from CBN. So that amendment of the act allows them to actually print more money into the system to execute more projects. I don't know.
And so, what would be the impact on the naira then?
So what it means is Tinubu's government. Sorry to say, if you look at his manifestos is a pointer that they are going to print more naira into the system. So they are going to do a lot of nairalizing the system.
No. What he said, What he said was he will increase the revenue base to fund all his projects. That's what I deduce from what he said in his manifesto.
The revenue. See, you cannot get more revenue without spending. So he's going to spend more first in anticipation that yes, they're going to spend more.
I agree with you. Yeah.
So he's going to print more money to spend more on projects. Then he's going to recoup it with the projected revenue. So he's saying he's going to spend more on electricity. That means spending more on electricity.
This will backfire now. I mean, Ola, what do you think?
No, it's not going to backfire in such a way that although the big
naira will crash, will be useless.
You see one thing is this. You are looking at electricity.
Let me quickly answer that.
So it's not going to be from a consumption to production.
No, let me quickly answer that.
Hold on, you continue. Let the largest land, then you have the floor.
You see one thing is this. Because the premises are premises for the discussion already. To me personally, in my opinion, we've got it wrong from that place. That's my own. We are looking at electricity as if it's a must that the state government should put its money and do that project. No, don't look at it that way. You should look at the way of this framework now allow investors to come and partner with the state government and be able to generate, transmit, and distribute. Because the problem on ground before is we want to bring investors in.
How many investors can build an hydro dam power plant?
How many investors can create a national operator?
See,
Wait,
there are things that
Farabale. How many investors can lay fiber optic cable, marine cable, and all those things like May1 and all those glue? See, sometimes we are pessimistic about this thing. Investors want to see the commitment. If we think this way, we won't have glue in Nigeria today. We will see the battling on how to resolve United. Because people you underestimate.
Let me
land it now. When we are even talking of an issue, we don't even tackle the problem along the line. We say we want to say something. Did you really understand what I'm saying? No. The thing is this.
I do. You know why? I want to refer you to Fashola. Fashola said, hold on.
This thing is not about us giving our point, but it's about us educating ourselves.
Okay, Ola, can you be so quick with your point so that AY can come in?
No, yeah, I can be so quick, but it's not the fact that you say A and someone will say, okay, you want to say Ade, whatever. Let the person land and see. What's the purpose of taking this thing away from the exclusive list? Tinubu brought Aaron to Lagos. Who is Aaron? A private entity. And these people, they generate the electricity. They wanted to transmit and distribute. The federal government said no. You will have to sell to the national grid. And we know that the federal government has history of not repaying your debt. They won't pay, they will owe you and they will not pay you. Now, no investor want to take a risk of giving your money to an agency that will not pay. You don't want to become a Virgin Nigeria situation. Now, we are having a framework now that you put a framework. Okay, don't worry, investor, come. You will recoup your money. Generate this thing, transmit, and distribute. When we talk of hydro dam, it's not always that we need hydro dam to generate, because we keep thinking as if hydro dam is you can use a gas turbine. You can use a nuclear turbine. So let the investors say, okay, this is how I want to operate this. So someone can pick the entire Ikeja and say, okay, Ikeja Industrial Estate, I'm giving it to Manitoba Hydro or British Columbia, this thing. The fact that you see hydro there doesn't mean that they come to Nigeria and use hydro. They can use other means. If solar is the best, they can use solar. If gas, they use solar. If nuclear, they use nuclear. And they power and generate and make their money back. Just like MTN, the then Econet and Global, the way they were able to make their money back. Don't underrate the investment in Glo. You'll be shocked that what you need to generate electricity in Ikeja may not even be up to a quarter of what, 1/20 of what Glo even sank underground in that country. So the purpose is you want private people to participate, because government generally, whether state, local government, or whatever, they are bad managers of business. That is the essence of that taking things outside the exclusive list. So Tinubu doesn't need to borrow money. You don't need to print money to generate electricity. You only need to bring investors. There's a little that the government can do, but you want so many people. We see this model everywhere. We see how China managed to get their country back in production. We see so many countries that develop, especially South American countries, that they develop based on attracting investors to come and invest in their country. So the only thing government should be focusing on is how to maintain our road. If possible for me, I
think you make your point, but hold on, AY. I still want to come back to you, AY, because you raised a very important topic that we need to discuss with Tinubu's manifesto. Because I've said it here, I challenged what's his name, Kulata, when we had this discussion some time back. I said, looking at Tinubu's manifesto, it's very aggressive, but I hope that aggression that you can deduce from that manifesto could really translate to something like he said, but not in a way that Buhari has left the ruins, or if you will accept it that way, that might excuse my language.
You say manifesto is aggressive. What do you mean?
Aggressive in the sense that
ambitious.
It's ambitious.
Yeah, that's another word for it. Ambitious and aggressive does not mean, oh God, Mike. Must I explain English to you again? Aggressive in the sense that he wants to get things done. He wants to see things Nigeria working. Maybe I should use ambitious. Maybe use the word. Maybe that way you understand. So what I'm trying to say is that now what I've debated with Kulata and some other people here on this platform is that how would it finance all those things? Because even then, we're only having like about, is it 40 something trillion dollar or trillion naira worth of debt. But now it's going to about 70 something trillion, if not 90 trillion by the time you hand over tomorrow or this in a few hours' time. Now, the point is this, that he's coming and inheriting this thing. And you are saying, AY, that he's going to ask CBN to print more money by through their ways and means or whatever. Are you not going to collapse the naira by so doing? That was what I was expecting Ola to address, but he didn't speak. So can you now explain what you think? How do you think Tinubu can go about it? That it won't collapse the economy more than how this idiot has already done it.
Okay, so one of the first thing we need to look at is to understand Tinubu's economic ideology is to understand Lagos. Look at the depth of Lagos. Look at how Lagos economy runs. It's a picture of the kind of ambitious person, personality Tinubu is. Tinubu is ambitious in such a way that he doesn't mind sourcing the money internally, sourcing the money from through the capital market to be able to build those things and expect and recoup his money over time from the activities of the citizens. Now, if you are saying that, look at Lagos. Lagos has the highest number of debt, and the started from Tinubu's time. Tinubu is the kind that he was the first to raise bond. So for when let me use this Lagos example. So when he needed money to finance the economy of Lagos, then when he was in shambles, what he tried to do was he would try to raise bonds, right? He raised bonds from the capital, the first state bond, and when they raised those bonds, he used them to finance critical assets, and then those critical assets were, catalyst for other businesses and other business to spring up and to start developing. Whether you talked about the creatives, the other Elumelus, the banks, and all of that. So it's the same method is going to use in this current thing. If you look at Nigeria critically, there are few companies that are multi-billion-dollar companies in Nigeria that can help finance whatever you need to finance. Because even if you bring a multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar business into the country today, the market, the consumers cannot ordinarily pay for them. So let me use electricity. If you want to bring an investor first to come and build something for you, a power plant, the question you need to ask yourself is, apart from Lagos, Abuja, and all the commercial cities, go down to the region. What is their purchasing power? How can they purchase it and pay? The truth is, they cannot pay.
That's true. There's no purchasing power. That's one thing we lack in that country.
They cannot pay. What the government can do is the government needs to give a sovereign guarantee, or the government needs to take debt on itself, build some of those infrastructures that will allow
Wait,
hold on.
I know. I just make a point so that rational mind will allow me to interject you. You are exaggerating.
So because they tried that thing in Buhari's time for roads and infrastructures, they got little response, and the response they got were people that were responding was people like likes of Dangote BUA, and if you use Dangote for the and NNPC for tax credit, almost about 3 or 4 companies in all of Nigeria responded to the tax credit scheme. So it shows you in reality the big companies that we have in Nigeria, so that has big those kind of enormous tax to be able to fund those kind of projects. So the government had to rely on raising bonds.
Rational mind.
You coming? I know you're coming.
No. Let me interject there. No, it will continue because I don't want this thing to go far.
Okay. Interject me.
Let me look at
yes.
See, when you are moving into the market, it is normal thing as an entrepreneur. You know your market, you know where you are going to. Where do we really want to address first of all in electricity? It doesn't mean that when you want to address, you just address all the segments at once. You may look at industrial area, those areas that you know that will be responsible for any items or participate in a value chain that will first of all take care of the local needs. First of all, that was why I was saying the Ikeja. You will see the way I was talking the other time. I focus on industrial area. Okay. You focus on industrial area, you bring investors, and investors know that they can supply power to the industrial area to boost production within our economy. What is the implication of boosting local production within our economy? That means that we
you forgotten that these investors are also bringing money, which are loans.
Let me land now. Shebi people brought money to MTN, people brought money to Globalcom, people brought money to Econet. Did they collapse?
Lagos is a guaranteed return on investment.
Exactly.
So you're gonna get
now
your
we are
money back
talking about Nigeria. We are talking about Nigeria.
You don't start everything at once. See, you
That's
understand
what
Nigeria now.
Okay, wait, please. I want to ask something.
No, let me land now. Did you cover Nigeria with internet with mobile at the same time? It started from somewhere, and you scale it up. You are looking at it. Okay, we have to solve the problem in 1 month. If you can take care of giving electricity to our industrial estate, and all those coming that run to Ghana, they come back to Nigeria. Already, you are generating job. You are afraid of purchasing power of the people. When you generate work for the people, without purchasing power not be there. So you start gradually. You don't start, you don't do big bang, something that all Nigeria must have flight tonight. No, you don't do it that way. You start it from where you know that it's
I
visible.
want to ask one thing. You see,
the excess from where it's visible. Okay, you have someone to generate for Ikeja now.
Well, keep it kind of little short so others can have some kind of says, Yeah.
In 2020, something happened in Nigeria, the NSAS. Have we really, because sometimes you look at the present trend among the people. When people want to invest in a place, they check the political stability and civil unrest and the cultural behavior of people. I was in Lagos, I drove past that toll gate, and the place is not being told. Revenue is not coming back to investors. And the youths in Nigeria, they are still doubling down on what they did. Do you really think with such attitude, where investors are kept redundant, do you think where investments are kept redundant, do you really think it's going to bring confidence for investors to come in?
Can I respond to Prime Dot's question, guys? If you don't mind.
Please, can I ask a question? Please, can I ask a question before you respond? Concerning the toll gate at Lekki, does it mean the investors have not gotten their money back?
That's a 100 years. I think agreement. Maybe 100 years or 50 years.
Wow.
Let me address Prime Dot's question. Now, Lagos is a very peculiar state, right? I always refer to Lagos as the showroom of Nigeria. Before you go to the back of the store, that is the first thing that tells you what is back, right? And you have to remember the fight between OBJ and Tinubu was over what? One of the arguments they had was over power generation and electricity, right? If you remember, in that 0203 time.
Yeah.
So what is the best way to prove your point? You want to make sure that Lagos, because we have a copycat mentality in Nigeria. If it works in one state, it kind of just spreads like a virus. That is the way we behave. So you for that power generation, you want to go based on demand. Where is the highest demand for electricity in Nigeria? Lagos. Where are they likely to pay? Abuja. So you will still keep the same system you have now. You just take those main state off grid. So if I'm an investor, I want Lagos. I want Lagos so bad. And I know if I power Lagos, guess where that will spill into in terms of manufacturing? It will spill into Ogun State. So they will say, let's make a deal with you. Okay, you can power your CMS, you want to power Lagos. Okay, we will give you Lagos and Ogun. Power it up. We will still keep the system we have right now. Once we take Lagos and Ogun off grid, so people that cannot afford whatever we're doing, because I heard people had concerns about it not being affordable or whatever. So you will still keep what you have now. So you just take those main cities. Then if it works in Lagos and Ogun State, remember Lagos already had the blueprint for that already back in Tinubu's time. They already had their own plan. So just follow that plan. Partner with your foreign investors. Tinubu from Lagos.
Please, do you understand what I was saying? Please, I was talking of the impact of NSAS trend on the investor confidence, because as I was in Nigeria twice in the last 13 months. And I noticed that place that was built with people's money, investors' money, is no longer bringing in revenue.
No,
It's not.
no, it's
What are you
not.
talking about? Where are you
It's
talking
not.
about?
There's no
Topic
complete
was
destruction.
electricity. Sorry,
There's no.
I thought you
Hold on,
spoke
hold on, but BT, hold
was
on.
power.
Jomabino. Let us understand what the prime is talking about. So what sector is that? What part of
I'm talking of the toll gates. You know, there
It's
was this.
started running.
the toll gate, the Lekki
Yeah,
toll gate.
yeah, the Lekki toll gate in particular, that was built with investors' money, and
Okay.
over a year, they are not getting revenue.
No, they are getting revenue. No, they
You
are
said
getting
what?
their revenue. They are getting their revenue.
From where? Because I drove past that place and there is no toll
Oh,
on
you
that
didn't pay
place.
toll? You didn't pay toll?
Yeah,
Okay.
There's no tool.
It
there's
has
no
stopped.
toll.
That's the
It
easy
has
fix.
stopped.
That
It
tool is
started
a.
starts over 2 years ago. They're not
Okay.
paying anything there. I've been there twice.
Well,
I was there in 2021,
we shall, well, I
2022.
think we shall see how that plays out. That should be between Lagos State and the
No,
investors.
just a point for the prime. There is a way that government can guarantee your investment if things changes. So don't think the investors are just foolish and they will put their money on ground. I'll give you a boss. A boss of mine. Wait now. A boss of mine once was impacted by CBN policy, and they sued the government. And I think my boss was looking for close to $1 billion, but eventually I think he got like about 400 million then. So don't think that investor will just go and I say, oh, blindly they put something there. If all those same things and global come and those things are fade out, do you think they will just go like that? No, it's not always like that. There's a way government guarantee investor at least at some certain level of safety. So it's never an issue, because if it's an issue, you won't see investor. As we speak today, the Chinese, the Indians, they are having factories in Nigeria today. It's only within ourselves that we talk, we raise those fears, but foreigners, they don't see the same fear we see now today. Thank you.
This part of the global issue, it was a global issue on most European TV network. It was sending. What I'm trying to speak to is the new trend that people don't want to pay for services and facilities. It's a social trend now. So
In Nigeria
in Nigeria?
In Nigeria, that's true. That's one of people don't want to pay anything. And there's nowhere in the world where you don't put for stuff.
That is something that
Babati, just a minute. Sorry.
No, BT.
No, now just a minute.
You've been talking now.
I'm begging for the space now. I'm not.
Make it quick, though, man. Don't make it long-winded. You can just say like in a sentence.
I'm begging for the space.
Go on, please.
See, we still have deep sea. We are still going to have airports. We still have all those things. The question you should ask yourself that why are people still doing all those things? You know, there are ways that the investor will get their money. That's what I want to say. So it's not going to scare any investor. Investment is a risk. Thank you.
Ola, you just confirmed that when you want to do a business, there is minimum like safety net and profit. Investors are not interested in safety net that I will have to go to an arbitration court in case of this. They want profit and even more. So what I'm trying to speak to is that behavior, this new culture in our society that is not business friendly, that is sending wrong signals to investors. That's just what I'm trying to say.
So Prime, let me give you a way that we can solve that problem. If anybody here thinks that we're going to have a government running after people to pay taxes, that is just a very irresponsible way. The best way to have people pay taxes is to induce them to pay taxes. Let me give an example. If you have a business and I say, listen, if you hire 10 people in this business, and let's say you want to import something for that business, and if you're paying your taxes, you will pay half of your import duties. If you pay for a year, when your child is ready to go to university, it's half off. They will be the one running to pay taxes. So you must provide incentives or reasons for people to want to pay taxes. So just saying that they must pay the taxes is not enough. There has to be a reason for them to want to pay taxes.
But then you understand, you cannot tax people when people are not working. Like somebody just said now, people don't want to.
That's the reason why I was focusing on business owners in the first place. I wasn't even talking about income taxes, just sales tax or regular sales. That would be a different topic. But if you own a business, you start from
What I'm trying to say is infrastructural investors. There are manufacturers investors. Infrastructural investors, they need political stability and less civil unrest.
I mean, we've been stable for the past 23 years, relatively. I mean, it's been a democracy for many
It's about trend now. There's a trend that the people want free service. I'm really particular about
have
that.
you thought about the prime? Have you thought about what could be the reason? Could the pandemic be the issue? This economic crisis going on in Nigeria that is also being worsened by the CBN policies too.
I
Could
think,
that be the reason?
okay, I think the pandemic is, I think the stuff really happened more earlier. I think it's 2020. It started in October 2020, if I'm right, if my memory serves me right. The pandemic in 2020 started around March. It wasn't getting people that crazy yet. We thought probably we'll get through with it. But what I'm saying is this. If we have these social habits, because most of us here we live abroad and we are used to paying for services, our people are more used to enjoying services from the natural resources. That model used to work in some years ago, but presently that model seems to be a bit faulty. It's not necessarily wrong, but it's not working.
But how do you? That's what I was getting to. Like changing that cannot be forceful. If people are so used to something for so long, you have to give them a reason to want to change from that behavior. You cannot force them to change. They've been used to that all their lives. Like using roads for free, like you just said, like wanting to consume social services for free without paying taxes. How do you change that behavior? You give them reasons to want to do that.
You can do that you can give tax breaks for people in manufacturing more. But when investors, I think I put them in two different class. Those people really do.
Are we really manufacturing in Nigeria?
Is that?
Are we really manufacturing in Nigeria?
Yeah, we are, but
we virtually import everything.
We are, but not to the scale that will make any meaningful impact to change the future of the country to like where we want them to be. It's not like it's not a massive like if I say car manufactured in China, it's huge. You can't say.
If you want me to be
hey, Babati, can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, boss.
Go ahead.
Yeah, about paying taxes. Do you not incentivize businesses to create jobs rather than to pay taxes? To collect taxes, I believe improving your tax collection mechanism is a better way to collect taxes. Trying to capture the taxes at the point of sale, I would say, would be the best way to go about collecting taxes. But when you incentivize businesses, they should create jobs, which in turn, of course, bring about more taxes.
Prince, that's what I said. America, they have. I hire 4 people right now that work for me, and I know the tax benefits. If I had 10, 50 people, so that was my point earlier. So you say, okay, if Prince hires 10 people, this is the category we put you. If you hire 50 people and you buy equipment, if you can maintain those 50 staff for 2 or 3 years, when you import something for your business, when it's time to pay your taxes, we'll give you 10% off. You see my point? You tie that tax breaks to employment. You see my point? So the more you hire people, the more tax breaks you get from the government. So if you buy equipment for your business, you hire people to help you, we will give you tax breaks. So the more you hire people, the more you expand your business to help poorer people in the society. You give to foundations, you give tax breaks to other people in your own business. The more you pay, your tax burden goes down a little bit. Guess what will happen? People want to expand. They want to hire more, right? Because they will make more money, increase production, pay less taxes. So it kind of goes hand in hand with the employment that you were talking about, Prince.
Well, yeah, I do agree. I mean, following the model in the U.S. Quickly, follow the model in the U.S. So, in other words, usually doing that, actually, corporation or maybe small, medium-sized businesses, they pay less taxes. Actually, in America, I think taxes are more readily and easily collected from workers. So yeah, the employer is incentivized to create jobs, but it's much easier for the government to collect taxes from the workers because they come straight out of the paycheck. Especially, yeah.
Guys, let's understand one reality. Nigeria, virtually 90% of our economy is underground economy, to be honest. So,
right. So
Well, that's what I said. It's improving our tax collection mechanism would be a much viable way to.
they have to invest in that.
But Mike,
Yeah, go ahead.
the best way you capture the income from the individuals is to know who is paying corporate tax, right? So if I know Prince has a business and is paying corporate tax every year, then I want to know how many people work for Prince, right? So the best tracker for what you're looking for is corporate tax. So that tells me how many people are working because you have to declare who works for you.
What percentage of the economy is
Right. So
corporation?
So that's what I was trying to say, that the best way to track what you're looking for is to having me pay. Right?
But Babati,
Okay, but looking at the Nigerian situation, is actually a very complex situation because most people in Nigeria, I can tell you, they have an average of 2, 3 jobs. Really, it might be informal jobs. You might see a civil servant that is not meant to actually engage in another business. I run a small shop by the side, and has a farm or something, and all those little informal business are actually not really paying they're not paying taxes on them. So how do you collect those kind of taxes?
So now that depends on states. Like you can do sales tax. Like if you live in Tennessee, they don't have state income tax, but they have sales tax. New York has income tax. So I think Lagos should not see. This is the problem with Nigeria.
So the thing is, it's not so the thing is, if you're looking at Lagos is still
Hey,
more.
let me finish. Let me
there's
finish.
still more
Please.
structure in Lagos.
Let me finish. This is the issue with Nigeria. We try to
Yes.
legislate parity so much. What obtains in Lagos cannot be applicable to what happens in Ekiti because the cost of living is just way off. So we have to focus on each state and their peculiarities. What they have in Lagos is different from what they have in Abia or what they have in Sokoto. So in Sokoto, you must say, okay, because we don't have a lot of money here, you're gonna have no taxes. Lagos should have state tax for people. So it depends on the state where you are.
But Babati,
They
have
do,
you
they do
also
have state tax. They
have
have
you
state
also
tax.
considered rational mind? Have you also
They
considered
have
some?
income tax. I used to pay
Hey,
income
hey,
tax.
Babati, check. Is that I have a question. Like, is there something like a minimum tax, even a good way to start? Now, we know in Nigeria, the best way to get access to people or the points of contact with people are motor vehicles, like the DMV, the banks, right? Uh, and perhaps one or two other institutions whereby people go to. Maybe we can, if we can even capture like 50%, 60, 70% Nigerians at this point of contact, that would be a great way to start collecting taxes and make it a minimum tax to a certain degree. That will allow a lot more people to pay taxes as opposed to like the civil servants that they have a paycheck and the government can easily collect taxes from them.
Okay, let me say this to you.
Yeah, the civil servants get
Hold on.
tasked, of course. Barry is the only one that even get tasked in Nigeria, sir.
Mike.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. If you guys remember what Emefiele said, he said one of the reasons why they're doing this, we know maybe there are other motive behind it, which makes sense. If you know how they do it here in America, if you get more money into your bank account and you've not been paying tax, the Treasury Department works together with the IRS, Internal Revenue Service, and so there's a way they monitor your account. If they see some kind of activities on your account, money coming in and coming out, and they look at from what information they have with the IRS, and they see that you don't have any really one source of income, or maybe you're not on any payroll, or you're not doing any business, you don't have any business registered in your name, they start suspecting it that there's something going on. There's a tax evasion here. You're evading tax. Now, Emefiele says something like that, that the reason why you want to do this, we'll understand maybe there are other motive behind it. Because if it makes everybody to go to bank, bring your money into your bank, and you put that money into bank account, everybody will be forced to get BVN, and you would have an account with the banks. That way they can monitor your accounts, because most of these are billionaires and millionaires in Nigeria that are not paying taxes, that are evading some way or somehow. They are getting money. They're not declaring this money, and they're not paying taxes. The FIRS, Nigerian Federal Inland Revenue Service, will be able to work in concert with the CBN and any of those kind of bank accounts that are seeing that huge transaction going on their accounts, and the fact that they are not linked to any source of income and they're not paying taxes, they can confiscate those kind of money. That was why a lot of people went against it. Emefiele has some other motive behind it. Maybe they wanted to frustrate Tinubu or whatever. But that is how it works in America.
Can we go to the foundation of the problem? Who is
that's the foundation of the problem. That's the main foundation.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you.
People can get a bank account.
No, I agree with you. No, let me say I agree with you, but
Okay.
I want to expand on your point. You see, this is the thing. How do you know where Nigerian is? Do we even have a little bit that captures everybody in Nigeria? I can say, okay, this is your number. Who you are. That is the problem. That is the problem.
That was why I said Emefiele. What Emefiele was intending to do, that would have been a best way to go about it. In the absence of any other way, because of the lack of data. But now that if everybody is forced to open a bank account because because of this naira change, everybody has to bring their money into the banks. So if you get any amount into your account and they see any activities going on after that, or however they decide it, and then they see it and you're not paying taxes, they'll be able to, you just block that account and the FIRS will seize it and they will take whatever they need to take from it. That way they will be forcing people to bring their money into banks. And if you're doing, like, for example, even though you're selling Guguru, somebody wants to do a transfer for you,
right.
Your account, to register your account, they will see it. So
you're saying cashless economy. That's what you're saying. Cashless.
Yeah, that's another way.
But I think Emefiele
That's a dangerous
wrong.
approach, though. I can tell you that for free. It's a
That what?
dangerous approach.
That what?
It's a dangerous approach.
It's very dangerous.
How is it dangerous? Isn't that what is done here in America and Canada?
You just saw what happened recently.
Wait, look at it like this, rational mind. If I'm a worker and I don't want to, maybe I think I spend anyhow and I don't want to spend, and now decide, okay, I want to be moving my salary into your account. And someone is not seeing money there. Oh, money is here. I just sent to internal revenue and they just debit for that for
no,
just because someone is transferring money to you.
No. Your
There will be a lot of explanation.
No, your BVN connects all your bank accounts.
It doesn't matter.
Hold on. You have the right to bank with any bank of your choice. But the connecting dot for all the commercial banking accounts you have is your BVN. So the thing is,
that's not what I'm saying. Now, this time around is
how many Nigerians have?
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I understand what Ola is saying, but quickly
how many Nigerians have BVN? Do you have a data on that?
But then it has increased.
Well,
Hold on. Let me give you I can't give you
the only thing I have on that is
question
the next
because
30 days.
okay.
If you don't have a BVN on your account, the CBN is going to close it down. That's the only thing I have on BVN. We don't know how many Nigerians have BVN, and there are so many accounts currently in Nigeria that have been opened that they have money inside. Huge assets in different currencies. They are not having BVN. So we just discovered that, and CBN just saw that in the next 30 days they will close out those accounts.
That issue has to be.
AY didn't get my question. AY, you are working, you are a millionaire, but you want someone, you don't want to keep your money in your own account, you transfer it to someone. So
yes,
how are you going to?
Taxes does not really, as of now, what I know in Nigerian business concept.
Can I answer your question?
There is business. Wait, hold on, please. There is business account and there is personal account. So if a transaction occurs between personal accounts, it's not taxed. If a transaction occurs between a personal account and a business account, VAT is on it. If a transaction occurs between two business accounts, then the issue of tax comes to play. So there are different types of accounts being opened by commercial
It doesn't.
banks.
No. Let me answer your
So
question now.
proprietorship in Nigeria, sometimes they don't differentiate between the personal
Yeah.
account and
Yeah,
business
let me answer
account.
that
I just
question.
want to know that.
Yeah, let me answer that question.
The if it depending on the
Imba, can you hold on, please? Please, you will talk, please. Now, Ayola, please. You said something now. Now, the point you need to understand is that, and I agree with you, Ola, that banks does not make differentiation between personal or business accounts.
They do.
As well, they might, but what I'm saying is this: when it comes to taxing, the way it's done is that if you are supposed to pay tax and you're seeing huge activities on your personal account, and they find out that you don't have no listed source of income, that means that you are making money somehow. So you need to come and explain to the FIRS how you're making those money, and that you're not paying taxes. I agree that there are so many, but let me say this. For what I read
The
recently,
point, how many millions of that will you handle? That's the point. How many
how many
thousands
what?
of that explanation will you handle?
Okay, quickly. See, it's for example, to your point.
we need to hire enough agents to do that for them.
Okay,
That
okay.
doesn't matter. Yeah. So by the time they sanction 4 or 5 people or 100 people,
You are
everybody will see
opening
them.
room for corruption.
No, Ola. The
I
thing
agree.
For who?
with
Paying
you
them to
employ
silence
people.
them. To pay them to silence them so that they will
Okay,
not be your secret or what? Is that what you're saying, Ola?
rational mind. See what you're saying.
Mm.
It's easier to okay, if you file taxes in the US, right, your employer has the obligation to report your income to the IRS.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they can easily reconcile your IRS reported income
Okay.
with your bank account. That's where you're going to start from. So
Okay.
if they see money going to an account and there's no matching source of income, well, that can be red flag, for example, to do an inquiry and go and try to resolve the issue. But
Okay.
I don't believe in empowering the government to go into people's account via the banks
But they do that
and
here in
taking people's
America.
money.
Listen, dude. You are here in America. They do that. America do that. IRS they can garnish. Have you ever heard this? They can garnish your money. I mean, garnish your pay or whatever if you owe them.
Depends on the state.
Well, when it's justifiable, that's you don't want to give free access to the IRS or the government to go to people's personal account.
I don't like doing this because when I do this, people will some of the Batify will come against me. How did the IRS went on Tinubu? Because they saw activities on his account, and they could not link him and the social security that he had.
No, actually, it was because they were tracing the drug dealers.
Okay, fine. Yeah, something triggered it, right? Something triggered it, and they were able to link it to that account, right?
Well, yes. Something triggered it.
Investigation.
That's how it was.
This is the wrong thing we are believing. The same thing that rational mind is saying is happening in Canada. The fact that you can connect your IRS to your bank account doesn't mean your bank share your data with your some level of your data with our inner revenue.
Yeah, you must.
No, they do.
No, they don't. When you file your taxes, if it doesn't add up, if it doesn't match, like when you do it,
That's not the way it works. I know what I'm.
You don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're saying.
That's
when you file your
some
taxes
people
at the
have
end
the
of the
same
year,
belief you
you have to
have.
account for.
Sorry. Question to you guys: how many Nigerian businesses are actually registered businesses?
The number increased in this last
like registered business.
They are not up to 10%.
That's
no. They increased.
Well, see, what we're talking about, these are ways to
We're a third world country,
try
man.
to.
Just face it, man.
No, we can try to scrub our business environment. Yeah, you can force a lot of businesses to register their business. That's where you start. A lot of those businesses are small businesses, medium businesses. They don't, the traders and whatnot, they probably don't have business registered. So having this businesses registered is a good way to start to have them.
How do you make them do it? How do you make them register?
That is where Emefiele.
Well, they have storefront. They have storefront. They have places where it's of course it's hard to go after those people that trade the hawkers on the street, but the people that have storefront, it's much easier. It's much easier because those people.
You can make some form of property tax, like commercial property tax.
Prince,
No,
are you,
we're talking about.
Prince,
We talk.
are you
Yeah.
more for like also sales tax than to cap, because that would cap everybody? Then if that just do sales tax, if you buy at that wholesale level, we just tax at the wholesale level and let it split down.
So Babati,
BT,
there is a standing
BT,
currently
let me
in
tell you
Nigeria. Hold on.
something. There are some
There's
freelancers here in Canada today that you cannot capture their data. You work for, let's say, like say Feed Nation, some other thing that you even work and you make several thousand in hundreds of thousands a year, and yet there's no way of tracking.
We're not saying
Oh,
people.
hold on a second.
saying-
Could you say that again? The person that said that. Could you say that about Canada again? Sorry.
I said in Canada now, for example, we have many people that are working on Feed Nation and some other freelance sites that they make thousands. In some of them, hundreds of thousands in a year.
We have them here.
Well, yeah. See, but the way the U.S. goes about that is to compel those foreign or wherever they establish businesses to report anyone that works in the U.S., for example, that receives maybe over $1,000 to report their income directly to the IRS.
The Prince. I don't know if
no. Now look at the US person that is working on freelance site in Canada. How do you do that?
Hold on.
I know they do for Uber, they do for others.
Let me answer that question. Let me answer that question.
Capture that.
Hold on. Let me answer that question. I don't know if you guys have heard about a recent legal issue here in America. For example, Amazon is based out of Seattle or whatever they base out. Maybe they have them in New York, or maybe you're buying something from Amazon from, say, somebody who is a seller who is in say like New Jersey, and New Jersey has state. Let's say they have state income tax and sales tax, and you are buying from somewhere, say like in Seattle, and the whoever is selling to you, because he's selling from that state, he has to pay the sales tax to that New Jersey. Now, how about in Washington State, where the person is living, and he has to pay state tax? I mean, he has to pay income tax. They don't have income tax. Like last time I remembered, in Washington State, they don't have sales. They don't have income tax. They have sales tax. So he has to pay double sales tax then. So they have to take that into court. I think the court had to rule that no, wherever he's selling, that is where he's going to pay the sales tax. So that is the issue.
You see, that's not is something. You see, when I
rational mind, that example you just gave. One second. That example you just gave. Well, in the state of Washington, they don't have sales tax. So if you're buying from New Jersey,
they have sales tax. They don't have income tax. That last time I heard, yeah.
No. In Tennessee, they have sales tax.
Well, yeah, in the state of Washington, they have sales tax, but if instead of New Jersey, they don't have sales tax. They don't have sales tax in New Jersey. Is that what you're saying? For example?
Well, let me give you an example. Like in California, they have both income and sales tax.
Okay.
Now, let's say you're in California, you're buying stuff from somebody in New Jersey where they have both, or where they have sales. Let's say they have sales tax there. Now, the seller, who is he going to pay? He's buying it online, right? Who is he going to pay that sales tax to? Is it to the state of California?
I'm sorry, you mean the buyer or the seller?
I mean, I'm the one buying. Let's say I live in California. I'm buying from somebody in New Jersey.
Okay, yeah.
Seller. So he's selling there in New Jersey, and then New Jersey has a sales tax for the state. Now, if he's going to pay, if I'm going to pay him now, that sales, whatever sales tax on that thing I'm buying from him, who state gets it? Is it California state or is it New Jersey? Is it the state of New Jersey?
California should get it because
it is whoever is selling it, where is selling it.
That's the constitution.
That is where it's going to pay the sales tax.
But mine.
Let me learn. I mean, BT, I know that I drag this in a lot, but let me just quickly say this. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that this issue of freelancers who are getting more, even here in America, we have so many people who they take on that, how did they say it here? Under the table kind of money. They collect it under the table. Like they don't report it. But the day the IRS will catch, that's one thing about the IRS. They might be seeing activities going on, but they just want to get the right moment to catch you. A lot of people have been caught and they've been made to pay heavily. Some people, in fact, they garnish their employment. Maybe later they found employment and they've not been reporting taxes for many years, and they garnish their pay. Don't mess with the IRS here.
Okay, mind.
You might do it for some years, but eventually they'll catch up with you.
Let me just, before you digress, I wanted to say this, but you see where the issue is with Nigeria. This forced uniformity, like you give an example of California and New Jersey, where you buy something somewhere and whatever they have in the state factors in. But in Nigeria, if you buy something in Sokoto or Lagos or Abia, people think it should be the same price, or even the tax, whatever they pay. That cannot work. This forced uniformity cannot work. Each state has to be able to make laws about their peculiarities. Like Lagos, of course, should bill you more because it's Lagos. If you're in sorry, I keep calling it Ekiti, but you cannot keep comparing what you be paying in Ekiti or to what you be paying in Lagos. Even the so-called minimum wage, to me, it's a step on the face. It's ridiculous. The cost of living is just way off. So we need to then this issue of taxing should be based on states. Each state should have their own tax laws and enforce it. I believe they had this VAT case in court. I'm not sure where they've resolved that issue yet. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So now so I believe that as we move on, there are issues that this thing is throwing up already. And let me give you one of those issues in Nigeria. Now, if I want to, as a Nigerian, I have right to trade anywhere, right? And trade any form of legal goods, right? Right now, for instance, if I move up north and I say I want to trade in alcohol, sell alcohol in the north, in Kano State. Kano State will tell me that they will seize my goods. I will seen it, and they will throw away those goods. And me, as a buyer, buying it into the States, as a Nigerian, that I have right to sell products like that in wherever I am, because Nigeria is sovereign. We treat Nigeria as a country. Right. Now, if I take the case to court, I will have to deal with cultural issues. I have to deal with issues of religion.
But they have the case in court. No, they have the VAT.
Yeah, no, Babati. Right. So then, no, I'm saying what this kind of issues that will be.
Yeah, I'm saying something like that. The VAT about the alcohol sold in Lagos.
Yes, so ISBA will come after my product, and which is legalized, which is probably the beer is even produced in Nigeria. Maybe it's not a fake product. So there's no reason why an agency of government like that should come and actually disrupt my business. Now, who do I report to? Now, if I take it to, if you are saying
it should be left to law now, you state have their law. Some states that's their law in the state. I can't have a they can have it.
But you know that those kind of laws is conflicting with the sovereignty of the country.
No.
Yes.
That
no. In a way, yes.
This is my point. Let's say even in their state, that's what they believe. Fine and good. That's wonderful. But don't then turn around and benefit from the VAT or taxes from that same.
That's the only issue I have with that. That's true.
If you don't want them to say
that is your law. Okay. Out of the VAT.
Right. So
tax.
So I believe they have that. Is it Rivers and Lagos, right? They have that case in court, Rivers and Lagos, where you're taxing people in Lagos for these goods and services, alcohol in particular. But when it comes to sharing the money, everybody wants to share the money in Nigeria. No. If you have laws in your state that bans alcohol, then don't come around with your hand begging for the same money from the same money. It should be
that issue with all these religious people, man. They are very hypocritical. They only know God when He favors. When it's time for money, they forget God.
So AY, once again, Lagos is where you get most of these goods and services now in Nigeria.
So, Babati, which is now listening to a question I wanted to ask you. Now, Tinubu is no longer in Lagos. He's now in Nigeria. Now, he needs to understand people like Lagos, they already have, the commercial cities, they already have a structure to to go by, and in terms of electricity now we should leave them to run at their pace. Of course, Lagos will pick up on electricity very well, Port Harcourt will pick up very well. Now, looking at the smaller states, now what are the now you know that government, we don't encourage government to actually businesses run businesses in this part of in the aspect of power generation. Now do you think that government will not have the need, there won't be a need for government to borrow and introduce subsidy for those kind of people in our lower communities that are not able to pay?
Yeah, let
and
me.
which will then make their governors to be relaxed
Mike,
at the
wait,
end of the day.
Mike, wait. Do you remember when first I had MTN and Econet? Do you remember airline called Airtel that was owned by the
Airtel,
government that came from the old Nitel that was still being run by the
yes,
government?
yes,
If you remember.
yes. I
So, like
remember.
I said earlier, we have an existing power grid, even though it's inefficient. So, when you take the big boys off grid, like you take Lagos out, you take Rivers out, you take Abuja out, you will still have something there, right? That can still power those people. Like, let's now bring it back to regions now. Remember, once that bill was approved by Buhari, what did the Southwest do? They had their own done thing and said, okay, we know Lagos is the big boy amongst us. We know you're the big brother that has the most cash and you're ready to go. We are going to partner with you from. So what did they do in their own region? They partner with Lagos. You will do it, we put the money up, then you power us and we'll pay you. So each state have to be very creative because the current system that you have eventually will have to be collapsed. But in the meantime, how do you come together? How do you make deals? This is why
But
we
you know,
government
at the
and
end
think
of the
that.
day, the federal government, okay, for instance, a state like Taraba that is inheriting that the federal government built a hydro dam that could power like 40 megawatts, which is
Right.
enough to power their states.
Right.
So at the end of the day, if Lagos is self-sufficient, Southwest is self-sufficient, South is self-sufficient, Southeast is self-sufficient,
Right.
don't you think that when federal government now comes to states like Taraba, like you to be self-sufficient, okay, let me try and sell this thing to you. Wouldn't you think at that point they will say no, federal government should not try to, they should dash them?
No, because
Which will be an injustice to other states.
let's define what they mean by self. It doesn't mean literally that you're going to be by yourself because we know some states are not strong, viable enough to do that. Some people have to make deals with other states. They have to partner with other states.
No.
Once again,
So my question is, no, we are not getting my question. My question is, the southern part of Nigeria has shown that if they are given freedom to run a free
Right.
market economy, they will run effectively.
Right.
But the northern Nigerian has always proved that their culture does not really support free market economy, where everything is.
I don't think it was southern Nigeria.
No, that's not really true.
Yeah. Okay. Look at tax collection in the north. Northern businesses. Is it as much as the south? Let's be honest with ourselves.
Is it the whole south?
You know what, AY, sorry to budge in, it might not be as with the South, but if you look at states like Kaduna, Kano, they are developing very fast.
Yeah, rapidly.
So you cannot just say they are also enterprise. Maybe they don't use the formal setting for putting their money in the bank or something like that.
And
but
Remy,
agribusiness.
Yes, let government focus on what they want to do because if you say, okay, what is the strength of your state? I think, every state has their own.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
What do you want to shut up? When I'm ready to go, can I leave and leave you?
You can leave, no problem. You can leave. I'll be shutting down very soon.
I want to leave in 3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
So, AY, you have the federal government and state government focus on the strength of the north, and you watch how they blows up and how they blow up. You will be amazed. So, just have them focus on their strength, agriculture, mining sector, natural resources, and you watch them develop rapidly. Even, in fact, to be honest with you, AY, as someone from Ogun, I wish I was born in the north because what they have up there is massive. It's a lot. If they get the right person in government, I'm telling you, they will grow rapidly, even quicker than the south.
Babati, just look at the example of KB State that produced rice in large quantity, and then they now brought it to Lagos to be milled.
They made deals. They made a deal with Lagos, right?
Yes, exactly.
But Remy, that means that you need creative leaders. You need that can think, not just your typical Nigerian politician that is just.
But does it make sense that you have to move all those rice from the north down to Lagos?
National mind. They also have.
So I think it's a very
rice mill.
It's not a good. No, it's not a good. No, it's a bad business.
They have a rice mill too now.
In where?
Of course. So
where do they have a rice mill?
Kebbi.
But then why must they transport it down to? Do you know the distance?
Because the one in Lagos,
the rice mill is not big enough, man.
Where are they supposed to take it to now? I mean, they have to take it to the big market now.
Even
That's
if
why
they package it, they are still bringing that to the south. because they
Let me
have
explain. Let me explain. Let me explain what I mean, guys. Before you guys went off on me, let me explain. Now, because you have to transport it, you have to
Yes.
factor all of that in. Because when they transport it to Lagos, look at the distance from Jigawa or whatever, Kebbi.
So
If they have, hold on, if they have the processing, the rice processing center not too far from where the rice is being cultivated, and they bag it right there, they put it on in the vehicle
Is
that
it
will
not
bring
the
it.
same
Well,
transportation?
let National Mind land. Let him land now.
Will you allow me speak?
Rational
No,
mind.
no,
Let
no.
National Mind
Lagos,
land. I'm trying
Lagos.
to see
AY,
what
hold
National
on.
Mind is saying. You
AY,
know.
hold on,
Ah,
Father, but let him
let me
finish.
land,
Yeah,
please.
hold on.
Okay.
When you cultivate it in Kirby or wherever it's it's cultivated, they mill it, they polish it. That same within that same area, they bag it, they put it in a truck, send it to wherever it's going. It costs less than that. Then you have to bring it all the way to Lagos and polish it or mill it or whatever, bag it from there and start. I mean, it makes no sense from there.
Can I reply you or
I
why?
think we are not
Baba
thinking
T,
at
Let
the
me
same
let me
just
reply
time.
him. It's very
just give me one. Let me just say one
it's
word,
very
Baba
simple.
T, please.
Sorry,
Baba
go
T,
ahead.
please. So Lagos bought a farmland in Kebbi. So
Yeah.
Lagos is like an entity, has a large farm in Kebbi. The farm is Lagos owned. So Lagos, because Lagos does not have land, so they use their money to buy a land property in Kebbi, and they are farming on it, and they are taking off proceeds from that to come and refine them in Lagos,
So
giving
why do you
opportunity
have
to
to
their
do
people.
that? That's the question. Why do you have to do
Listen,
that?
Rational
No,
Mind. Listen, it's part of an agreement between the two states.
What kind of
actually,
agreement is that? What are
Wait,
you
wait,
talking
no,
absence of
about?
employment. Wait, wait,
that
absence of employment in Lagos. You create employment
was
on both sides,
my
both
my
in Kebbi and
my
in Lagos.
my my,
You have
my
dumb
wait
It's not
now.
politicians.
dumb. It's not dumb.
Hold
This
on,
Lagos state government we make that deal. And listen, we want to also create job out of this deal. So
Uh,
you grow it. We policy here in Lagos. So that way we have employment on both sides. You understand? Both
Here
states.
you
It's
go.
an
Now,
agreement.
mind. Wait.
nah.
Lagos. Wait. Let me reply you. Very easy. Do you know that rice mill in Lagos
Hmm.
is the third biggest in the world? Do you know that?
Mhm.
In the whole world, is the third in the whole wide world. That's the third biggest rice mill in the world. That deal was made by, to what AY said. That deal was made by Fashola, right? I believe Fashola made that deal with the KB government when it was in government.
It started with Fashola, then
Yeah,
transferred to
Fashola was.
Ambode.
Yeah.
Yes.
He made that deal.
They actually bought the land, the large piece of land from
Lagos has
Kebbi.
no
Lagos didn't
land,
have land.
so wow. So that was a deal they made. So they have the biggest rice mill. If I had in the world, there's no reason to go and do it in KB and bring down. No. You bring it to where you can create jobs for your own people. So this is
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
create
Apart from creating the job for the old people, market also Lagos also have a big market.
a market
it
for
doesn't
it.
matter. For the
It's
fact that you have a
very
market does not
good.
mean you cannot sell it. You cannot bring it to Lagos and sell.
No, see,
Hold on. And the issue of the job you're talking about, I don't even understand what you even mean by creating jobs. Like,
200,000 jobs. We go look it up. 20,000 jobs.
I'm not. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're not going to create job like that. Don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying is that what is the economic viability of that? That you have to transport it to Lagos.
Of a rice
Because
mill.
Just explain to you.
rice is very cheap. You can transport by
Oh,
rail.
it's very
Okay,
cheap. And how long are you going to be doing that for?
Hey,
How long are you
Rational
going to be
Mind, why are the
He create
Chinese
job
having
for the drivers that will move it. He create job for the farmers in Kebbi, and then he create job for the
the same
people
way?
in Lagos. In Lagos that will damn it. You understand how economic work? There's so
Rational
much
Mind?
division of labor.
Why are the
You don't understand
Chinese
how
buying
economics work.
farmlands all around the world, even the U.S.? Why are they doing so?
Say that again. What did you say?
Why are the Chinese buying farmlands all around the world, including the U.S.?
Okay, so when they buy farmland across the US and they move those things and go and refine it in China and bring it back here and say, is that what they do?
Okay, now let me
No,
bust your brain.
hold on.
Rational mind.
Remy needs to know.
No. I just want to
No,
what you said. I
you're not
want.
going to say anything. You're not going to say anything.
Sorry.
Hold
I
on,
just want
please.
to tell you something.
Okay,
A
go on.
lot of American company they assemble all those your iPad, iPhone, everything is being assembled in Foxconn. Foxconn alone, their Shanghai factory, they have more than 500,000 people working for them. and their major factory in Shenzhen, they have more than 700,000 people working for them.
So
That is why they call China.
Hold on, now let this guy land now before we jump.
No, I just totally give you an example why Western world ship their production base to China. It's the same thing. Is it more economical?
No,
for
it's
them?
not the same thing. It's not the same thing.
Oh, it's almost the same thing. Why can't they do it in America
almost
then?
the same. No,
let me clarify. Let me clarify with you, Rational Mind, just to clarify. Are you saying that they should have built that rice mill in Kebbi?
Exactly. Yeah.
But but that was built by the Lagos State government. If Kebbi wanted
I understand. It's a Lagos State owned enterprise. I understand. Hold on, I understand.
So they are creating job everything for Kebbi people.
I understand that part too. I understand that part too, that they are creating jobs by bringing it to Lagos. But the thing is, how viable it is. I mean, they can bring it, they can transport it, come to Lagos.
Mine,
the thing is that
in the world,
can I respond to that?
You know what that means?
Would you hold on. You keep saying the biggest.
I
think you should
can also
You're trying to do what Rational Mind is saying. Like the point Rational Mind is trying to make, we're just trying to get it. I think you're making big logic, but just go ahead. Let's let Rational Mind land, so that way we can really.
Can I respond to that?
We can spin later, you know. If you let Rational Mind land all the way, and we start to expose what he's saying, you can't spin it. But if he doesn't land all the way, and then you begin to prove it wrong, you say, "Oh, that's not what I said because he didn't let me land," you know, that kind of thing. You know, go ahead and land all the way. The logic you're trying to present here. Go ahead, Rational Mind, please.
Buy the land in Kebbi or whatever, buy the land there, process it there, cultivate it there, process it there, bag it there, create the employment there. I understand. They need the employment to be created in Lagos. I understand that part. I totally get it. But the point I'm saying is that when they do it that same spot where they grow the rice, they process the rice, they bag it, and they bring it to Lagos and sell to the people in Lagos, it's going to be cheaper that way. But I can understand the part of you, what the guy says, that by bringing it to Lagos, that processing plant they have in Lagos, by bringing it to Lagos, they're creating employment for I can understand that part. That is understandable. But how does that translate in the cost of production? Because you have to factor in bringing in that rice to Lagos by transportation, whatever means, either you put it on rail or whatever, or you put it on trucks to bring it to Lagos, those raw rice to come and polish them and start bagging it in Lagos, which is more.
But how does it reduce the price? How does it no, don't respond there, Ola. Let him explain how does it reduce the cost?
Yeah, it does reduce the cost because if you are I don't know if you say you're a businessman like yourself, you know you need to understand.
You see the way you are putting it, you see the way you are putting your question. If you say
that's not my
why are you always this confrontation now?
I purposely came online because
what is wrong with Simba? I don't understand. What's your problem?
Rational Mind. Lagos
State
has
let me land.
Are you with me? Lagos State has plan for electricity, which is a key factor.
You see, when we go like this on this platform, we get nowhere. Let us talk like people.
Okay, so answer my question. Don't go that way.
I will not answer your question. I will never answer your question. You're not going to ask me any question.
I'll answer my
question. Because
everything is not about reducing the price.
Let me put this so
Babati, just let me just answer him, please. You see, one thing is this.
Hold on.
It's the same way.
Ola, you said
you've asked your question now. Let someone respond to you.
No.
You've asked your question. You've said your concern.
Okay, let's let Rational Mind ask the question again. Okay, go ahead, Rational Mind.
No, he's talking about price and
he said let him ask it all the way, so that way we can give him, complete, Go ahead, Rational Mind.
Mike, you said I should explain myself better so that I want to spin, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to explain myself, and then Simba jumped in. I thought maybe you had a question, and he was like talking about the way I said. I said if you are a businessman, if you say you're a businessman, you should understand the cost of production. If you're into business, like you say, you're an agri person. If you are doing a business and everything you're doing, your production, everything is in one site, it costs less here. It costs less in terms of what. Okay, I'll tell you.
Okay,
let us respond.
I'll tell you.
Okay, tell us how it costs less.
You have the farm in Kebbi or whatever. People that cultivate it, everybody, they are local from there. That is one thing. And then they cultivate it, they take it to the same factory where they like the one they have in Lagos. If it's built close to where the farm is or whatever it is within that same Kebbi state, I understand that Kebbi will have those workers that will be working in that factory, not Lagosians. I can understand that part. But then the cost of that transporting those things to Lagos alone, to come and polish it, to come and process it in Lagos, that will be taken out of the whole bulk of money they'll pass on the buyers, because you have to factor that into each bag. Because when you're selling each bag, you have to factor in the cost of bringing those things to Lagos to come and polish. But if you're doing it in one area, then that eliminates that transportation of that unpolished rice. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, wait, guys, hold on, give me 1 second. So you're saying if the polish it complete, like if the complete is completely done in Kebbi, it reduce the cost of transporting it to Lagos. Is that what you're saying?
It will take off that cost of transportation, and which invariably would mean that the rice should be cheaper than when they bring it to Lagos and come and do it in Lagos, because you have to factor in that.
Okay, wait. Okay, let's keep it the mathematical, keep it in a very simple
It's not
mathematical.
even that, Mike. Wait.
Whether they finish it, wait, Oma, rational mind is saying
it's not about I want to show my opinion, but let us just have educated guess in this. It's not about argument. Because when we are dragging to this argument, are we educating ourselves? That is to be our target. Rational mind is talking about price. This thing is not about price. I just want rational mind to know that thing clearly. It is about the value chain. It is the same way you export cocoa, or Yibo will not produce cocoa, but your this is they want you to please.
Why do you think that?
Well, let's stick to that right, man. Let's not shift it. We'll go. Let's stick to that same. That particular.
We are trying to say.
Let's just put it this way. Mike, why do you think Dangote puts refinery in Lagos and not in the South? It's the same reason. It's not where it is.
There are more than 15 products you can get from rice husk. Wait, rational mind.
Okay,
there are more than 15 products you can get from rice husk, not just the rice alone. You are looking at the rice alone, and his rice is going to ship. What happened to the rice husk?
There are things
what
I want
happened
to
to sodium silicate? What happened to what happened to paper? What happened to particle board? What happened to
you argue against the?
Hold
on. You argue against the point rational mind, the key point rational mind is making, which is the cost of transporting it to Lagos. Can you just argue against that? You know, like he's saying. Wait. Let me make it clear. He's saying that if it's all finished in Kebbi, the cost of transporting it to Lagos will be cheaper than if they have to move it to Kebbi and complete it in Lagos.
Okay, Mike.
I'll get to that point.
Don't just argue for the sake of argument.
No, it's not a sake of argument. Is it cheaper? It's a simple question.
Oh my goodness. Wait and get this thing right. If you are producing rice alone and you are just bagging the rice to Lagos, you are just dumping your product there. Maybe when you are dumping the product, you create job for 10 people, for example. Now, but you want to establish the entire value chain that can generate 1,000 jobs in Lagos. You are not interested in so many things. What does 1,000 jobs mean to you in Lagos? You have to look at the macroeconomic impact, not just rice. You are looking at the end product as food. But there are more to rice than eating rice alone. You can use rice to produce some kind of you for poultry farming something. You can use it to make paper. You can use it to do a lot of things from that rice.
What Rational is saying, they can do all that in Kebbi. That's what Rational is saying. They can do all of that in Kebbi.
Are you in the business of creating jobs for Kebbi?
Wait. You disagree with Rational Mind that they can do all of that in Kebbi before bringing it to Lagos?
Mike, are you in the business of creating jobs for those people?
Forget what I'm business of. Just what Rational Mind said. That's what we are saying. Instead of shifting goalposts, he's saying they can do all of that in Kebbi instead of now moving it to Lagos. We're going to do everything in Lagos.
Mike,
say it's cheaper if they do it all in Kebbi.
You are making mistake. You want to create jobs for Kebbi to be better in Kebbi. What are you talking about?
I will narrow it down to.
Wait.
Mike, just give me. Let me narrow it down to logistics. So, in the real sense of it, let's say
one at a time. How can two people talk at the same time? One person at a time.
Wait. Do you want to create thousands of jobs in Kebbi for them to be paying taxes in Kebbi State? And how do you maintain your infrastructure in Lagos? How do you raise money to
No,
lend?
exactly. Now you're making point. That's why you should be arguing against the rational man.
Did you allow me to land?
Okay. Ola, no. You're not going to say more than that. Just hold on. AY, come on. I'll answer your question, Ola, later. But let AY come on.
Okay, so I want to bring the same scenario. Let's say the plant is in Kebbi. I don't want to even go to tax and all of that. Do you know that? Okay, looking at the rice farm, if the let's say the farm is in Kebbi and the plant is in Lagos, the only time where there will be transport from Kebbi to Lagos, a number of trips you have to make is when the rice is ready for harvest. I mean, the rice paddy is ready for harvest, and which means that if you compare it with when the rice in I don't want to call it refine rice stuff is in Kebbi, and you're having to refine it in Kebbi, you know that each means that you automatically have more trips to Lagos than when the rice farm is in Kebbi and the plant is in Lagos. So if you compare the number of trips from Kebbi to Lagos when you have the farm in Kebbi and the plant in Lagos is lower compared to when you have the plant in Kebbi and the farm in Kebbi and you are transporting to the market in Lagos. What does it mean? Looking at it comparatively, let me just limit to that part alone. Look at your risk. Look at the road in Nigeria, current status of the road in Nigeria. If you're having to transport every time, every week in, week out, to rise from Kebbi to Lagos, your business is more at risk compared to the market you want to feed. Your drivers are at risk.
Can I go after AY, please? When AY is done.
No. Your market is at your ability to fulfill your demand is always at the expense of the drivers driving the trucks from Kebbi to Lagos. And anything can happen. Natural disasters, hijacking, kidnap, anything can happen.
What's the solution to that? What's the alternative?
So even looking at that thing in itself, in the real sense, economically, it is more looking at that singular picture is more sustainable for you to have your plant in Lagos and have less trips between your rice farm in Kebbi and your plant in Lagos.
What the heck did you just say?
Can
So either way, won't they still transport from Kebbi to Lagos? Either way.
No, they will transport, but it's less trips in a year, not week in, week out.
What makes you less trip in a year? Let's understand each other now. On the way, it's like we talk, we don't completely understand each other before we go to another person. Let's try to completely understand that first person, then before we,
Do you understand it? No, Mike, do you understand that? Okay, when you plant rice, it's not when you harvest rice, and you cannot be harvesting rice paddies every week. So you have to plant after 3 or 4 months. I don't know the difference. When it is full, when the rice paddy is ready for harvest, is when you harvest them, you put them on trucks and you take them to the plant in Lagos.
Okay,
it's not every week you are going to be supplying paddies from Kebbi to Lagos, because they have storage plants where those paddies will be stored, and those paddies will be enough and sufficient for the plant for a number of months or so till the next harvest cycle.
Okay.
So that's why I said there are less trips when your farm is in Kebbi and your plant is in Lagos than when your plant is in Lagos, is in Kebbi, and your rice farm is in Kebbi. That means you have to be transporting rice every week from Kebbi to Lagos. Do you understand what
I don't even understand what you're talking about.
Do you get what I said? Do you understand what I said?
We don't even understand what you're saying. You lost us. You lost me.
Guys, wait. Let me put it
lost
me. Wait, let me so you can understand. So, because I actually have friends that are actually involved with this production. So, let me give you an overview so you know where they're coming from. Kebbi is not the only state they made a deal with, by the way. They have Kwara, Sokoto, Benue, even Borno are what they made deals with. Okay, so the goal is not just Kebbi only, right? So this is the plan. If you look at the plan of that rice mill, in front of it, they're going to have like a industrial estate that we have many businesses that have things to do with rice production that need that part of that rice. So there's more going on than just Kebbi. We keep saying Kebbi. That plant will be processing from all parts of Nigeria. At least for the Lagos part is those 5 states that I mentioned that they are investing their own money in. You cannot not expect Lagos to now then go build that rice mill in KB, because they have to create jobs for people in KB. So it has to be for their own people. So
okay, all right,
that way as well. But
all right.
just to clarify, that is
Rational, can I talk now? Because I'm not talking.
Simba, let's hear Simba. Simba, sorry, you're gone, please.
Okay. Let me, there is what you call rice bran. These are the things that they peel from the back of the rice. And this is one of those things that they use for production of protein. And we have a lot of poultry industry in Lagos. So it will also serve as one of the raw materials. So there are so many things that it's not only rice. There are so many things you get from rice part, apart from the rice itself that other industry use. So those industries, they are not in Kebbi, they're also in Lagos. So they benefit from those raw materials. So there are so many things that you gain from.
Are you still there? I think we lost you.
But
Simba? Is that if Simba is trying to explain exactly what I tried to explain?
Do you get the point? And also they want to start exporting from Nigeria as well.
Okay. I think you guys have made your point. Let me land. Let me not land on this. What you prepared.
Okay.
You see, I've heard everybody. The only person that I don't seem to understand was Ayo. Simba, are you still there? Simba, we lost you.
Yes.
Okay, you want to continue?
Rational, I was just only.
Hold on. AY, you continue later, please. I'm sorry, please. Simba, you want to continue, or you want me to continue from what? Are you there, Simba? Okay, let me continue. I think it's network is bad.
I think he has network issue because he's been going in and out, man. Just exiting and coming back.
And it's getting me so irritated here too by having to bring him in every time and he goes out.
He's back again.
Yeah. All right. So you have to hold on, Simba. I have to hold on. So Baba T, I think I've had everybody except for Ayo that I don't understand what he's saying with the trips that he's talking about. Now I understand the area that Lagos will benefit from when they bring the plant to Lagos, and the people who are working in that plant, the economic value they would bring to Lagos. I can understand that part. I can understand they pay taxes and all of that, and the money they will have to spend within Lagos. That would. But you see, guys, when I say we have mediocres running the country, you think maybe I'm just like I hate somebody. This is just I'm a policy kind of person. A person who likes to see policies and things, people doing things, people that have the brain to be leaders. But we always like to tout mediocres as genius in Nigeria. That's how we have been. And it's so sad that some of us who have traveled extensively were doing the same thing on platforms like this. You see, for me, I've said it here that the Tinubu dynasty within Lagos, the way it has run Lagos like business, I've never seen like New York, the state of New York. If you go to New York, let's say maybe you go to upstate New York, maybe you can see farmlands or you can see forest and things like that. But within a city-like kind of New York, to me, I think Lagos is more like a city-like. It's a city of its own. And I would expect them to look in the direction of property owning and all of that in Lagos as a way to generate money in Lagos. Agriculture, you cannot say you want to have, maybe you can say places like Ekpe and maybe like Badagry. You can say you can have like countryside and you can start doing farming there. But for me, what I'm trying to say is this. Number one is that the business aspect that Lagos does not have any business in agriculture. No, they do not have any business in that. They can have commissioner of agriculture or whatever to encourage maybe people who live in, but that they are running a state-owned enterprise like that. I mean,
like what? The rice mill?
Yeah, they have no business in doing that.
Come on, man.
They have no business making money. That's what you're saying. They have no business making money, right?
That's
essentially what you're saying. They have no business making money.
They have no business in establishing an airport and deep sea port. Then we can say.
Hold on. Those are different things you're talking about. Airport should be run by. You see, I don't want to start going to all of these things. It takes. I don't want to start dominating.
No, this one you are into already. Don't say you got into me. We need to make you get into it. When you start to like grill you, then you be like, you want to get into it. You got into it.
I get into it.
Mike, hold on now. I think let me clarify with him. I think what he's saying is that Lagos is benefiting from the inadequacies of inexperienced governors in other states. Ideally, KB should be the one.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying then?
What I'm saying is that it's beneath the status of a state like Lagos to be saying they are opening a rice factory where they are doing factory, they are polishing.
They have the third biggest in the world.
What is wrong with it?
What do you mean? It's not
simple.
There are other.
What is wrong with it?
That rice mill is private. It's private.
Is it private?
Private or not private? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you go again. You said it's private. Now you're saying it's not private. I don't know what.
Wait. Right, Ola, let's not even complicate it. Private or no private? What is wrong with it?
No, I'm saying it's PPP for.
No. I'm telling that's not mine. What is wrong?
I'm not an opposed
to having rights when they can export to the entire West Africa, even outside of the country. And
I'm not opposed to
politicians and make huge revenue. What is wrong with that rational mind?
That one is wrong. Go mind, you're off on that one a little bit. Nah.
In what sense?
Nah, you need to be off on that one. I mean,
explain to me now. So I won't. I mean, if I'm wrong, prove me.
BT, do you know that very not far away from the rice mill, there's a central, they are building parks, a central and logistic parks.
I know. I have friends. That's what I was saying earlier. That in front,
that's what I'm saying. It's an industrial cluster.
I have friends in that business now that invested money in that. Like by the back of that place, you will see like a huge empty space. They're going to be like a whole manufacturing stuff just for rice only. For people
Babati, then we're also making it to look. Excuse me. We're also making it to look as if it's only rice that they farm in Kebbi that they are milling there. People can bring. They can bring their rice to come and mill in Lagos.
I just said it earlier, Simba. They have 5 other states bringing Borno, Kwara. They are bringing rice to that place. Forget Soko, Kebbi. It's not Kebbi alone. The other places bringing rice to that place alone also. So it's not KB alone. And for exports,
we understand. I understand.
I even want to.
My point is this.
I even want to eat rational mind. You see, when you are not a businessman, you talk like one rational mind.
You're not a businessman.
I don't run away.
I'm not a businessman. What do you mean I'm not a businessman?
No. I'm just eating you. I'm just eating you.
Go on. I need to understand what you mean by if I'm not a businessman.
No. I'm just eating you. See, look, rational mind. The thing is this. But the thing is, I know you don't understand that arrangement, and that's what you seek to understand. So the thing is this. Not to declare it first, I'm not an apostle of government running an enterprise because they will run it, and especially the federal business. You know, quotas is about those things. Corruption, they will finish it. But when you now partner with a private entity to run it, which is Immortal, this is the case scenario in Immortal. Most businesses that you see Lagos running, they are just like PPP, not as Lagos State already. You can say the same thing for Lekki Airport and all those stuff you see there. Now, on this right we are talking about, I've tried to say something like, it's like France taking cocoa outside the West African countries. They can as well process everything. They chocolate everything and process it there and export to their country. So the point is this.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Listen to what I said now. I said France.
Hold on.
France, Switzerland, they were wrong from taking rock from Ghana and taking it to Switzerland to
Nestle.
That they have nothing to be doing in Switzerland. That's exactly what you told Lagos State government.
Mike, Nestle is not owned by. It's not a state-owned enterprise. It's a private enterprise.
No, it's public traded now. It's public traded now.
It's public traded. So yeah. I don't know when you say France come and buy cocoa, like as if France is the one buying and coming. They're in business.
Switzerland.
How is it different? Whether private or public?
How is it different? I don't know.
It's different.
Rational mind. This is what I'm saying. You take cocoa
what is
from
government
Africa.
business in business? This
Wait
is an
in our,
example of what is government
wait
business
in a
in business.
rational mind. You are the moderator. You take cocoa for Nigeria, for Africa, let's say for $1 million, for example. You now take it to France and use it to create value chain of like $250 million. And now look at the size of that